Welcome to the premier meet in the country. Junior Alvarado ready to dance with two big mounts and graded stakes ahead. He'll team up with a Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott, who's ready to test some talented 3-year-olds against the best in the country. On Jefferson Street, Alvarado had a ton underneath him as they blitzed the competition by 8 lengths. Even better news, that big win came here at Saratoga as he lines up in his stakes debut. Junior will also be aboard, newcomer on the 3-year-old scene, battened down in Saturday's Jim Dandy as he up to the challenge against the best of the division off his Grade 3 win in Ohio. And at his best, no one can touch fierceness, but the 2-year-old champ has been an enigma. Will we get the brilliant fierceness Saturday, or the one who failed to show up on the first Saturday in May? That and more, all ahead as we kick off our Friday action here on Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. This gorgeous weather continues here in upstate New York. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Huge weekend with that Jim Dandy ahead here at Saratoga. And can Fierceness or Sierra Leone put themselves right up there with Dornick at the top of this division? We will find out as we get set for that big test on Saturday. And will we see a breakout performance from Jefferson Street to come in that Amsterdam? His last race was sensational for Mott and Alvarado. Here's a look at the field that's going to line up. 5 will compete in the third on the card today. 2:18 Eastern start time for this Grade 2 Amsterdam at Jefferson Street. 8-5 morning line favorite. Crew with me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider Rajiv Mirage. What do you think of what we saw from Jefferson Street last time out?
I think if we see it again today, they're going to be hard-pressed to beat him in here. Now, his other races might not be quite as good as that one. I think he's the worst to beat. I know Jonathan agrees with me, but I also agree with something that Jonathan said to me earlier today. This is a 5-horse field, but it's a 5-horse field where anyone can win, and everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, if this Jefferson Street shows up, they're all running for second. But if you followed racing at all, you understand that it's not that simple. These horses just don't show up and do this like machines. He's got some competition in here. I think the field he faces here today, although it's small, it's mighty, it's a better group than he saw last time. And he's going to have to duplicate it, Rajiv, if he wants to continue this run that he's on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's 2 for 2 at the distance, and he's the only horse that's broken into the triple-digit buyer speed figure, but this is a contentious race. Anyone can win this race, and I'm very interested to see what the pace scenario is going to be, because there's some fast horses in here, like World Record, Donegal Momentum, and Pure Force on his inside as well.
Again, early on, graded stakes action on this Friday card here on this big weekend from Saratoga, so we'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. Let's take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm, as we're just about to kick off action here, 7 minutes from a start to this Friday card. And we'll bring you all of it. Pick 5 right off the bat, Amsterdam part of it, and a very competitive, that 9th race today, that is loaded with talent.
Agreed. No, I agree. That's a very strong race. In a lot of ways, it's a prep for the Forgo, also, the Grade 1 run on Travers Cup.
You can play all of it with the official betting app of Saratoga. It's Naira Bets. Get signed up, started at nairabets.com. You'll get that $250 deposit match. New customer bonus with that code right there, spot 250 at sign up. Play with us all summer long and beyond. Again, right there at nairabets.com. So this Friday card will begin out of the Wilson chute. If you have those seats, you're already winning. You don't need to make any wagers. $16,000 claiming race at a mile. And a look at the current odds. The 5 here, Coffray, Ray Handel. He's well dressed today. I saw him on the way to the set. I think he's feeling good. And he's got certainly the biggest surprise, but one of the great stories early on in this meet, Dylan Davis aboard, JK.
No.
We'll both do it. Dylan's been outstanding. And I think it's also fun, and a side note, that he grew up here in Saratoga. Like, there's not a lot of us that can say that, except for Andy. But
I never grew up, but other than that.
But the fact that he's having that much success here in the room over there, the jockeys room, that I think, and if you don't think this, you're wrong, is the toughest jockeys room in the world.
Here's our post break. Tyler Gaffleone kicks it off on All About the Money for John Toscano Jr.
I think this is an interesting player. Got a little bit of a break after his form. He went off form in his last few starts, but his prior form, absolutely good enough to be a player. He has a chance at a price.
This is how JK lives his life. Rock the weekend.
Hunch play, huh? On a Friday? What's wrong with rocking the weekend? Should be a fun weekend.
You're going home when I'm going down to dinner every night. He's not rocking anything. Who's he kidding? He's married.
Blinkers
His
on.
life is over.
Afternoon heat. Well, he used to rock the weekend.
Yeah, used to. I think afternoon heat is a player. David Jacobson, extremely good numbers stretching out from sprints to routes as this goes from 3/4 of a mile to a mile.
Gustavo Rodriguez sends out classic Mark.
Yeah, look, has a couple of back races, but does need to kind of find those based on the last performance.
Drop in class for the favorite here for Ray Handel.
I've taken Coffray in this race. I'm hoping that he is the speed and can wire the field, but this is a very tricky open race.
5-1 on Valenza Day, trying to win 3 in a row.
He ran extremely well last time. Did get a nice, soft, comfortable pace. Likely not to get as comfortable a trip this time around.
Kendrick Carmouche next door on Mason Mania.
Yeah, he can be forward in here and could be a thorn in the side as he drops down of Coffray.
And Bourbon Calling continuing to drop down the class ladder for Linda Rice.
This is where I land. This horse was claimed from Linda, or by Linda, excuse me, for $20,000. Ran pretty good last time, not great compared to the previous races, but that claim was voided, and so Linda got to keep the horse. And now I think she can be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that, and shows up here now for 16.
Follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys, with all the races we're showing you on today's program. Go to NATWA.com/TV schedule to get those free Equibase past performances. Good luck to everybody. 4 minutes away from a start. Let's check in for the first time today with Acacia Clement.
Hey Greg, and we'll start things off with Coffray, a horse that sometimes can be a little bit quirky and energetic prior to his races, but as he's gotten older, he's settled nicely and has seemed to do well in Ray Handel's care. So a little bit warm in the preliminaries, but nothing out of the ordinary for Coffray, and I agree with Andy, his tactics should be a benefit for him, as this is a horse who we did see run very well using speed 2 back for $25,000, just dropping class in here today. And I just think overall, Ray's horses this summer have been very well spotted, sometimes aggressively so, but sometimes you have to do that when coming up here to Saratoga, so I'm not leaving out anything that he's sending out. The number 3 Afternoon Heat stretches out in distance, and while it's been a long time since the last time he tried stretching out, I can see it. He's got good leg to him, he's very fit, he's also very sharp, and the shortcut blinkers do go on as he stretches out in distance too. A pretty quiet warm-up out there on the track though, trying to get him to settle a little bit, but given his demeanor, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a little bit more forwardly placed than he was last time out when he just kind of was run off his feet and dropped back early in that race. The number 6 Valenza Day did win dominantly last time out, going the mile and an eighth, and can he repeat that kind of effort? Yes, so he's definitely in good form right now. He's won for those 12-5 races. I do think that he is going to have to step up versus this competition today. He, by contrast, has gotten a big warm-up from Jose Gomez as he is moving well out there and definitely kept moving throughout. Bringing me to the number 8 Bourbon Calling. On paper, it would look like he would get a good trip. One problem I have with him, though, he was very quiet back in the paddock, and this is a horse who usually can get pretty hot prior to the races. I appreciate that Jose Lezcano has taken him out there away from the pony to give him a big warm-up, and it looks like he's doing better now, but you like to see a little bit more energy from them, and glad that he's perked up a bit more on track because he was very laid back in the paddock beforehand, but maybe he could benefit if there is a little bit of pace up front, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Over $500,000 in this Pick 5 pool. As we look at Bourbon Calling from that outside post, slow start to this meet for Linda Rice. We'll see if she can kickstart things. And Coffray, here's back to the favorite. Now, 2 starts back, Andy. That was just a monstrous performance for this level.
I agree. And then last time out, he was obviously way over his head, chasing outside. A day that you wanted to save ground. We had a nice winner yesterday and a horse that was wide in that race last time that came back to run an improved effort. I like him. I think he's the speed of the speed, but if the pace gets too hot, Jonathan, I think he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, and that's really the concern, right, is the pace in here. Coffray, but if Coffray's raced 2 back, if he runs that race, he's going to be very tough to beat. But like we talked about earlier, my concern is if Ray Handel felt like that's the performance he was going to get out of him, why would he have him in for 16?
Well, I think it's a logical drop in class because he claimed him for 14,000 where he was 8 beating 6 lengths. And he's stepped him up the class ladder a bit. In his most recent start, he was well over his head running a really tough race. And I think it's just a logical drop in class. And what I like about him, which I don't think he has to have the lead. If I was riding Coffray today and someone else tried to go out in a suicidal pace, I would easily be confident that I could adjust and sit off the pace. He has that tactical speed, but he doesn't need the lead.
And Abe, those were monsters he faced last time out. Do you forgive that no-show effort?
I don't like to forgive no-shows, but he was against the track and against a better field, so I can put a line through it a little bit, and I think Regime makes great points. Claimed him for a lower level, so he's not really dropping. If you want to win in Saratoga, you got to run them where they can win. You can't run them over their heads or you'll get buried.
Well, here's afternoon heat, 8-1. Will make an equipment change. It's David Jacobson with a 3 for 43 8-year-old gelding.
But David Jacobson, you know, it's tough to find good numbers for him, but stretching horses out from sprints to routes. This horse ran 3/4 of a mile, 6 furlongs last time, 1 mile today. He's got good numbers, 22% with 55 starters and a $2.10 ROI. So when he makes this move, it works out. I think the 5 is the horse to beat, but I'm going to use the 1 and 3 in this race as well as backups, maybe 5 with 1 and 3 in the exacta.
There is the 1, both the 1 and 3 at 8-1 on the board. Tyler Gaffleone, another rider with 11 wins at the meet. He's just 2 back of the meet's leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr., JK.
Yeah, and look, it's going to be. It feels like it's going to be a sprint to the wire. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping that they keep kind of winning at this rate. This meet has always got a little bit more fun to it when there's a race for the jockey title and a race for the trainer title.
There's All About the Money stepping in off since mid-May. And Tyler Gaffleone with that mount favorite. Now the public solidly going to Coffray, 9-5 on the horse coming out. Not just an entry-level allowance. 2 very good horses who are lining up in there, including one we're going to see a little bit later on today. And Donegal Momentum in the Amsterdam. Let's get this card kicked off. On Saratoga Live, we send it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Thanks, Greg. 3 more left to load. Classic Mark just went in. So did Mason Mania. The last one to load is Bourbon Calling in the colors of Winning Move Stable going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Several of them going for the lead. Valenzen Day is the quickest and goes right out to the front. Afternoon Heat and Classic Marker flashing some early foot too. And on the outside of them, Bourbon Calling is moving into contention along with Mason Mania. Coffray is 6 lengths off the pace. The 2 trailers All About the Money and Rock the Weekend is at the back of the pack. It is Valenzen Day showing the way 3/4 of a length to Mason Mania. Bourbon Calling is 3 deep in 3rd. Classic Mark 4th. The opening quarter went in 24 2/5 seconds. Down at the rail, Afternoon Heat with the red cap is racing 5th, but only 3 lengths off the lead. Then comes Coffray behind that group of runners, a break of 4 to All About the Money and Rock the Weekend. They have a half mile left to go. Valenzen Day steps out now, leads it by 2.5 lengths. The half went in 47 4/5 seconds. Valenzen Day showing the way, has it by 2 lengths. Afternoon Heat now clearly moves into 2nd, heading toward the quarter pole. Bourbon Calling has lost ground. Classic Mark is starting to pick it up a bit. He is clearly 3rd, and Coffray is just outside of him. It's Valenzen Day with 1/4 mile to go, leading the way, has it by 3 lengths, chased intently by Afternoon Heat, 3/4 in 1:12 2/5 seconds. Valenzen Day still strong on the front end, has a 4-length lead. Afternoon Heat made his move, but is now 5 lengths behind. Valenzen Day just keeps on rolling. And the win streak intact. It'll be close for 2nd. All About the Money rallying strongly, and he will complete the exacta. 3rd to Afternoon Heat in front of Classic Mark.
This was a demolition. Horse stepping up in class. Valenzen Day, Jose Gomez aggressive, and This 4-year-old's won 3 in a row now.
He had a rider who wanted the lead more than anybody else, and he did probably foul the number 5 coming out at the start, but he did it with an aggressive move at the start, and Rajiv, once he put him in front, this race was over.
And this horse is going on good guns. And when you see horses at this level find a rhythm where they're winning, sometimes it's a good sign. And he just, 3rd win in a row. When he was able to control the pace, that was a big advantage for him today.
8 for 18 overall for this horse. He's won 3 in a row, and we talk about how tough it is to win here, especially for these riders. As tough as this jockey colony is, and this young rider, just a couple of years ago, was an Eclipse Award winner. His top apprentice gets his first win of the meet, Rajiv.
And one jockey that is young, is not a mainstream rider as yet, but he has the opportunity, the potential to be any kind of rider.
Let's go back to the start, Andy.
I mean, the 5, I don't think breaks that sharply, and you see the 6 with Gomez, how he's pumping away. Now, Dylan's trying to go, but Jose Gomez wanted it more, and he comes over in front of him. I don't think it's an adjudicatable foul, but he comes over and wants it. And I just think it was a case of Jose, and his success this year, he's been riding very well in New York, I believe is very much tied to rides like this, like his agent and his mentor, Angel Cordero. That's the way Cordero rode when he won all those titles in Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know if it's a problem or if it is what it is, but they do not treat fouls at the gate like they treat fouls in the stretch.
Do you think this was a foul at the gate, Rajiv?
100% this was a foul. But like you're saying, JK, it's not being perceived that way by the people that are enforcing the rules. So jockeys take advantage of that. If, for me personally, I think this has a big impact on the outcome of the race, and it shouldn't be allowed that way. But you cannot blame the riders because they're riding within the realms of the rule. If you know you're going to get away with it and it's allowed, you're going to take any advantage that you can get.
Your job is to win.
Job is to win.
6-1, 3-4 finish, 9-2 start to our Friday card on Jim Dandy Week. And there's young Jose Gomez adjusting to life as a journeyman and gets a big win here, his first of the meet from Saratoga. We're going to take a timeout. 58 years old and still at an elite level. Card Talk with Mike Smith coming up.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Nominate your horse today to join Racing's Elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. In at the opener, Valenzuela makes it 3 in a row. Ridden to victory by Jose Gomez, who's joining me. Jose, I joked with you, you can breathe now off the duck. It is so competitive up here, but a terrific ride on this horse who's in good form right now.
No, yeah, thank you. And yeah, like you said, he's in good form. We won the last 2 races. And, you know, talking to Michelle, the plan, you know, was to be aggressive out of there, and that's, on paper, it seemed to be a good amount of speed. So I warmed him up well, and you know, when he broke so sharp, just let him do his thing.
When you were able to secure the lead, how much more confidence did that give you with a horse that, like you said, you know, is going well right now?
Well, yeah, going into the race, you know, I had a lot of confidence in this horse. You know, I've been getting on this horse since he was a baby. You know, I've known him pretty well, and you know, like we said, he's in good form, and when he breaks like that, even better.
We've seen you here in New York grow throughout your career from being an apprentice and now being a journeyman rider as well. For those that are not as familiar, what's that jump like from having that apprentice allowance, trying to make your name in this tough jockey colony we have here in New York?
Yeah, like I say, it's like kind of starting over. You know, now you're on the same playing field as everybody else. You know, in Saratoga, it's a premier meet, you know, in like the whole country. So, you know, you got to work hard and, you know, and it'll all come together soon.
Good to see you in the winner's circle. Here's to many more.
Thank you very much, Acacia.
Jose Gomez making it the winning move here as Valenzuela takes 3 in a row, Greg.
This horse just really sharp right now. Yeah, thank you, Acacia, and good for Jose Gomez. Seems like he has a real positive attitude, Rajiv.
I was thinking the same way. It's such a nice attitude, and it's great to see him keep his composure. You know, when you come up here and you don't have that prime time business, sometimes it can be disappointing, and you can start changing the way you ride and trying to overcompensate to try to make a horse run faster than he can. And it's good to see the jockey just stick to the fundamentals and produce a ride like that when they have the opportunity.
Race 2, look at the odds here for this New York bred $40,000 maiden claiming turf sprint at 5.5 furlongs. So all for sale for that $40,000 here. And Generous Lova on the rail. Arad Ortiz Jr., leading rider at the meet. We'll get back to work here. And a horse going the shortest distance that she has gone in her 3 career starts. Big one, obviously, in our ABR Race of the Week coming up on Saturday in the Jim Dandy. We're going to talk about that field in just a little bit. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More ahead. We'll meet the field when we return right after this on our Saratoga Live Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. And fire off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home, Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winterly Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Coming up tomorrow on our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage, this hardware going to be handed out in the Grade 2 Jim Dandy, one of the top 3-year-old races in the country for that division, and the final test for 3-year-olds to get into the starting gate for that DraftKings Travers. It is, just coming into the track today, you could see the crowd. The atmosphere is really amped up this weekend. As you head towards August, the crowds really start to pick up. Obviously, great weather, the Jim Dandy, a huge race, a big step for the Travers, and this is the time the crowds start really pouring into Saratoga. It's presented by Mohegan Sun, field of 6, and whoa, the storylines that we have in this Grade 2 Jim Dandy. Let's meet the field, starting with the horse who maybe ran the best in the Kentucky Derby and just missed Sierra Leone. Yeah, it's not as though he acts badly in every one of his races. A good race in Risen Star, a good race in the Bluegrass, but he's sometimes his own worst enemy. He is supposed to get the pace he needs, and this is the race he needs to shine. He is the even money morning line favorite for trainer Chad Brown. Next door, Dwayne Lucas won his 7th Preakness with Seize the Gray, gate to wire.
Yeah, a Preakness winner that has some speed and is trained by a trainer who's not going to take speed away from him. I'd imagine he'll be forwardly placed in here and see if he can take them all away like he did in the Preakness. Bill Mott, well, he'll take a swing with Batten down and see if he belongs against the best, the Grade 3 Ohio Derby winner.
A pair of grays next to each other, and this to me is the wild card in the race, and maybe the dark horse in here, which is appropriate for Jim Dandy. A horse that's improving with every start for Bill Mott, can be forwardly placed, and I thought he ran very well in the Ohio Derby.
Jim Dandy won at 100-1 in the Travers.
I missed it. I used him underneath, exactly.
Pony Express coming off a maiden victory. This is going to be the first test against winners.
It's a confident move from John Sadler to ship this horse all the way across the country. Now, to be fair, Del Mar doesn't have the most robust 3-year-old dirt races, so maybe that's the reason they decided to bring him out here. But he's up against it. This is a field like he's never seen before, I can tell you that much.
Kenny McPeak, he has Gould's Gold, who had a little bit of trouble in that Ohio Derby.
This race is practically the Gray Ghost on Halloween with half the field being grays in here. I don't think he ran badly in the Ohio Derby. I think that's a race that may come up stronger than it looks, so I think he's a little bit off, a little tough to love, but I'm not sure he can't get a piece here.
Who's this horse on the outside?
Look, this is a 2-year-old champion. It's the Kentucky Derby favorite. It's a horse that's been absolutely brilliant in 2 starts, maybe 3. And he's just kind of lost his way to a certain extent. I'm hopeful that he'll show back up just because I want to see him run well, but I also think he makes the division that much more interesting if the real fierceness shows up.
Well, let's go to the Belmont. It had happened in the Derby. Sierra Leone, they made a change, that veering in the stretch. They went to a cage bid here, new rider as well. He did it again.
He was interfered with as he was commencing his rally, and that may have been a negative impact for him. You see him bearing in, though, again, and kind of lugging in towards the inside, and took a little while to find his stride, but he was also running on a racetrack that was helping speed because it was unkind to closers, and that may have hindered him as well, Jonathan.
Absolutely. The racetrack does have to be taken into consideration, but I'm getting close to getting tired of his act.
Well, here's his most recent work, Raj. This was Sunday, Oklahoma training track.
What I liked about this work, and something that I even saw in the last part of his last race, is prior to the last race, he was lugging in strongly, like very hard to the left. This workout and in his last race, he was leaning to the left a bit, but it wasn't uncontrollably. If you look back at the Kentucky Derby, Tyler Gafflin was doing all he could. He couldn't even ride him because he was trying to pull on him just to keep him straight. And the fact that to see him doing it relatively in control, I think it's a progress for him. He's not completely over it as yet, but it's progress.
And Andy, obviously, on paper, they don't run them on paper, they run them on TV screens, like I always say. Lot of pace seemingly to set it up for what would be optimal for Sierra Leone.
Right, it's hard to imagine it's not going to at least be an honest pace in here, and that'll help Sierra Leone. You know that Seize the Gray is going. Wayne Lucas doesn't rate his horses. I think the Sadler horse has a lot of speed, and sort of as John had alluded to, John Sadler's not shipping here unless he's got a player. He's going to be aggressive, and fierceness has to be forward as well, and batting down is not some sort of slow poke as well. And the other thing is that Seize the Gray, other than the good fierceness, is the best horse in the race unless the good fierceness shows up.
Yeah, the problem for me in this race, I think, is that Sierra Leone, especially with the circumstances of this race, is the most likely winner. But he's going to be a pretty short price, and we're still hoping that he's going to run straight. And that's the problem for me from a betting standpoint on a horse like Sierra Leone.
I think the fact that he got the rail draw is very beneficial for him. Even if he lays in, he'll be saving ground the whole way, right? Because he's got the inside post, the pace set up perfectly for him. There's 5 competitors that have a lot of early speed. The ball is in his court. He's going to be awfully tough to beat.
A lot of changes with this horse to try and sort this out. New rider, they went to a cage bit, back to a ring bit Saturday with all that's going on. Let's go to Acacia.
That's right. It'll be another equipment change on Saturday. And in those recent workouts that Rajiv was alluding to, Sierra Leone has been training in a ring bit. So it is definitely stronger than the loose ring snaffle, which is what he was wearing in the Kentucky Derby. And with that kind of bit, basically, you can almost pull it all the way through the horse's mouth. So you could see jockey Tyler Gaffleone really struggling with control. A cage bit has that bar underneath the chin, and it's a straight bar inside the horse's mouth. With a ring bit, it's kind of in between those two. And I remember speaking to trainer Chad Brown about the addition of the cage bit before the Belmont Stakes, and he said he'd actually tried it back in the winter, but felt that Sierra Leone was kind of resistant to it, was really kind of fighting against it. And with some of these big kind of bully colts, which Sierra Leone absolutely is, the stronger the bit, they will be a little bit more resistant to it. A ring bit is really a great compromise and much kinder as far as being able to have a little bit more supplicant in their hands and still have control as well. I like the way that he's been training in it, and Chad did confirm with me yesterday that he will race in the ring bit on Saturday, and it could be the right compromise for a horse that lately has been a bit more of his own worst enemy, Greg.
Certainly has. In the Derby and the Belmont, could have been a very different Triple Crown had he just been able to stay straight in those races. Our Saratoga on Fox schedule. We pick things back up tomorrow. Grade 2 Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. We kick things off at 3 Eastern on our Saturday coverage, and it doesn't slack off from there, does it?
No, there's some pretty big races coming up.
That looks like Kendrick Carmouche. Jockey karaoke must be coming up to support the PDJF. We'll talk about the Casamigos bottle signing as well, coming up on July 31st. Stay with us.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
No trip to Saratoga Springs is complete without a visit to Sacred Spa and Wellness, a state-of-the-art med spa just minutes from downtown. Whether you're looking for luxury body treatments, infrared sauna, massage, yoga and Pilates classes, or more advanced health and wellness treatments like chiropractic, hydrofacials, body sculpting, laser genesis, laser hair removal, and microneedling, Sacred Spa and Wellness is the destination for relaxation and rejuvenation. For a full list of services and to book your visit, go to sacredspaandwellness.com today.
There's nothing like a party at the spa. Be part of all the action this summer. In August, let's be honest. I mean, this weekend's great, but August is maybe the best time to come.
They say it's the August place to be.
The August place to be.
That's the old Saratoga saying. It was the August place to be when we ran. Do you know what I'm doing, by the way? I'll be in the dunk tank, I believe, the day before Travers Day.
Can I please buy my tickets now? Because it's going to be a crowded line.
There's a raffle for be able to do it. It's for the for best.
Okay.
The backstretch employee services team. I believe Dave O'Rourke could be in there as well.
I think I might be emceeing or getting dunked, one of the two.
No, the really tough guys will be in the dunk tank.
Rack's going to have to open early that day.
I'm camping by the lake this meet. I spent my whole stipend money on dunk tank tickets for Andy.
It goes to a good cause, Rajiv.
Pick 4 starts here coming up. Let's go to Acacia.
Can't wait for the dunk tank. Taking a look at horses here in the paddock for the second, starting off with the one Generous Lova as they start to head out. This is a horse who is the favorite right now and certainly makes sense on the drop in class. Definitely built like a sprinter. I know that did start out going a little bit longer, but I think that going shorter is better for her. Adds short French blinkers on, a French cup on today too. Should be able to see her use that speed from the inside as well. The number 9 Superstar Susan cuts back in distance, which while she has some good leg to her, with her demeanor, I actually like the turn back. I noted last time that she was a little bit more of a nervous filly, and while she's on her toes today, she has been better. But she's such a sharp and forward type of horse that I think being able to go a little bit shorter should actually suit her well. She's very fit. She's a lighter frame type. She does look a little bit stronger today versus last race as well. So hopefully she can take a step forward, and I think doing what she wants to do. The number 10, Majulu, gets on the turf for the first time, was entered in the body of the race on debut, and I think Rob Atras left her in to give her a start because she just really needed one for fitness. She is so much more tucked up and defined today. While she was a little bit green last time out, she's sharp but doing everything right today, channeling that energy in a good way, and I like her getting onto the turf. While the dam was 0 for 1 on the grass, she was beaten just by a head in that start, and it was her best by her speed figure. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. We kick off the post parade with a Rat Ortiz Jr. for the Rick Dutrow barn.
I like Generous Luva, but she is a little over bet at 2-1. I think she probably bled last time, thus the Lasix this time.
Purest Performance has Ramon Vasquez.
8 opportunities running against maiden claimers and hasn't got it done. I don't see what changes today.
Rialta Eliseo Ruiz for Bruce Levine.
Big price you like this one, but was in a very soft field when third, the only turf start.
Play Freebird.
You got a taste of speed in a stretch out. This horse is interesting.
Tell me you know where that name comes from, Jonathan.
Of course not.
Wow. Blinkers off, rider off right now on this long shot maxing the bank.
One turf race and did no running.
We'll see if what happens with the 5. Fortunately didn't get away. Here's Galatrona, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, another one's had a couple of opportunities for maiden claimers, but there was a turf sprint 4 back that makes this one at least interesting.
Romero Mirage on Inflammabelle.
We're rooting for the good-looking Mirage on a horse that has turf from the second dam, not necessarily much else, but Flameways has got
Regieve's not riding, his cousin is.
The good
Steppen Hawk at 29-1.
Yes. 0 for 22, which is starting to become a little concerning.
Katie Davis on Superstar Susan.
Jonathan likes more than me. Did have a big trip in the turf sprint 2 back, but I thought it was a very soft field.
And outside, Rob Atras, second-time starter with Manny Franco Majulu.
Took some money last time, running on the dirt, gets back on the turf, was scheduled to be on the turf that last time, gets Lasix drawn outside, a lot of things in her corner.
Can we get a little Freebird to a break?
We need it to educate
Leonard
JK.
Skinner.
What is play
Freebird? They used to yell in concerts.
Carlos Rojas back on the 5, by the way, so good sign there.
Just missed out on everything good in life, you know?
This summer, let's make August Jonathan Musical Education Month.
Oh my goodness!
I know. It's also the anniversary of Brent Midland's death. But
I
anyway.
mean, I'm pretty good, like post, 95.
Major competitive edge.
I was just about to say,
with
I was born
live
in
money
85.
handicapping contests every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration closes before the 3rd on Saturday. Go to NimerBets.com/contests to learn more. All right, let's return and talk Galatrona. for the Bond Barn here with Javier Castellano?
I think this horse is the one that's being overlooked on the board right now. While I like the 1 and 4, but even the 4 of Play Freebird I think is an underlay at 5-1. But this horse, you go back to the one last turf race, a turf sprint. Now, granted, the earlier race is not that good, and this wasn't a super strong field. And Jonathan was right in pointing out to me earlier the pace was slow. But I don't want to split hairs in this field because there really isn't a lot of form in this race. And while I don't love Galatrona, I thought that she ran well enough that 9-1 in this race might be a bit of an overlay. And she's a big price because she's been running on the wrong surface recently.
Yeah, with that wrong service run, it's kind of weird to me. It feels like, well, what? They're just guessing.
Timing.
Yeah.
Timing.
Yeah.
No turf racing. No race to run it.
Annick, I like to say something about this race, though. She had the most perfect trip.
I don't love her. I don't love her in here, but do you really think she should be 9-1 in here? I mean, who are you afraid of in this race?
I don't think it's necessarily about her being 9-1. I just don't think that she's a likely winner. Not that she can't run a good race.
If you're 9-1, you're never going to be a likely winner.
I don't think she, I think she could run a good race. But, I mean, for me personally, I love the number 4, Play Freebird in here. She has a really dirtied up form. Her 2 most recent races were at a higher level, at the main special level, and she had significant trouble in her last race, where she got shuffled back on the turn, eliminated out of the race while she was running forward like she had a good chance to win that race. So.
I wouldn't call it significant trouble, and I don't think there's any chance she was winning the race. I agree she had trouble in there.
It was significant trouble. She went from 3rd, shuffled back and checked all the way back to last, and then she lost the race by 4 lengths.
Well, there she is with Junior Alvarado, who has, again, some big mounts to come. He'll be on Jefferson Street in the Amsterdam next. He'll be on Batten Down in the Jim Dandy.
I think it's a good chance here that Generous Luva just wires the field. I mean, with the rail, it keeps it simple for Irad Ortiz. He's got to go in here. And this is a horse that got a less than stellar trip in her debut going long. And last time out was perched against better horses and looked to be in the garden spot and just completely backed up. And so badly, I feel like maybe the LASIK's necessary.
Let's go to Acacia.
Well, we talked about the number 10 being a horse that did want to run on the turf last time, and coming out of that same race is the 7 Inflammabelle, but she was actually a main track only that day. And I do think that it's important to differentiate in that because now she's entered for the turf this afternoon. So it's not like they tried to get her on the grass last time. She did look on paper that day like she was very much the one to beat and disappointed as the favorite. Now she gets on the turf. As Andy mentioned, in the 2nd generation, the Dam was a 3-time turf winner. The Dam herself won on synthetic, so there's a little bit there to suggest it. While I think it's curious that she was main track only last time, she has a turf foot. She has kind of that flatter pancake-like build. She has gotten very hot in the preliminaries, though, and she was a horse that I had really liked last time out. She did get a good warm-up from Romero Mirage once again, but we'll see if she's able to transfer that speed onto the turf. But the number 4, Play Freebird, she is taking a drop in class, and I think that that's the biggest thing that she has going for her. When she first came into the paddock, she was very relaxed, but as they started going out, she got really revved up, kind of acting up, getting riders up, and just being still a little bit green. She's sharp on the track, too. Has been able to settle a bit more. Junior Alvarado does get to know her. She was hustled last time, but just totally outfooted. I think with the drop in class just leads me to believe that she'll find herself in a better spot early. But just have to say, Jonathan, this bird you cannot change.
Acacia, thank you. Post time coming up for this second to kick off this early pick 4, over $200,000 in the pool. We want to remind everyone as well, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern start time, Fox Sports 1. It's Breeders' Cup Turf winner Auguste Rodin, coming off the 6th Group or Grade 1 win of his career against Rebels Romance in the King George VI and Queen Elizabeth Stakes.
I think he'll handle him.
He's pretty good.
Johnny likes the 9 here. A little.
Real quick, Maggie and Tom Morley.
Really?
Will be hosting that show.
I am 1,000% going to watch that.
You won't be up by 10.
You won't be because you'll be on the production call.
No,
anyway.
I will get on the production call. I will sign in, and I will hit mute, and I will turn the volume down.
On the show or on the production call?
On the production call.
Okay.
And watch Tom.
What about your pick here at 6-1?
I do like this horse. No, I think that Superstar Susan, that turf race 2 back, I thought kind of got a tricky trip, right? Kind of fell out of it, broke slow, fell out of it, came running, kind of made a move, a menacing move, and then got a little tired. I think that horse is screaming for a cutback.
Go ahead.
I thought the horse got a terrible trip too, but I thought it was a terrible race. That was my problem.
Did Andy Serling just get us back on track? That's a first.
And I did it to help another. It was a great moment of
That's an
generosity.
amazing moment
for
on
me.
this show.
In not only getting us back on track, but doing it to help another. So, yeah, that was a great moment. It won't happen again.
2-1 favorite from the rail. Generous Lova, Dutro Barn, Arad Ortiz Jr. A slim 1-win lead atop those jockey standings with a host of riders in hot pursuit. See if he can pick up another one here. On the 2-1 current favorite. Let's go upstairs. Start of this pick 4 on our Friday card. Here's Frank Miramati.
Last few left to load. Now just 2 back, Maxing the Bank and Majulu. Majulu walking up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Even start, Play Free Bird in the center, but here's Generous Lova with those blinkers. And going right to the front, Purest Performance. Majulu is on the far outside, 3 across the course. Play Free Bird is racing a joint 4th on the inside of Inflammable. It's another 2 lengths back. Maxing the Bank is along the rail, past 3 deep by Galatrona, and in between those two comes Steppen Hawk. The 2 trailers, Superstar Susan and Rialta, 21-4. Majulu doing battle with Generous Lova at the top of the stretch. Play Free Bird, who broke well, is just in behind them, angling out for the drive. They're at the top of the stretch. Generous Lova, Majulu, joined 3 deep by Play Free Bird, who's had a beautiful trip and is up now to battle with Majulu. These two go on with it, and Play Free Bird hand-ridden to the front. Majulu not done, will fight all the way to the wire. Play Free Bird, Majulu, Play Free Bird, or Majulu, Play Free Bird. Out finishes Majulu. Then it was Superstar Susan with a belated rally on the outside of Inflammable.
Nice call, Rajiv. Play Freebird. Junior Alvarado for Gary Contessa here on Play Freebird.
I mean, you talk about last time not a great trip, whether it was extreme as you say, or I thought he had a bad trip too, but not as bad. He got a perfect trip today.
Oh, I was loving the spot that he was in, tucked in on the inside, and that's exactly how I kind of saw the race running. There's quite a few speed in the race, and just a perfect trip, angling out, and honestly, the number 10 Majulu ran one heck of a race to battle back, because she had to clear the speed and duel to get to that point, and still showed some determination and grit to try to hold off Play Free Bird. So that was a good turf debut.
Compare the trips, and the 10 ran the best race, but the 4 got it done with a great ride. I think, you know, you and I were talking during the race, and our disagreement about Free Bird was more about the price. And you said to me, I don't really love this horse at 7-2 either. I think we both thought that she'd be a better price.
Yeah, I didn't love the price, but I also thought she was a very likely winner of the race.
Gary Contessa, last summer, interesting meet for him. First-time starter, wins the opening day grade at stake, the Schuylerville. His only other win in the Grade 1 hopeful on closing day.
Yeah, you bookend the meet, but it's the right way to bookend the meet, right? If you're going to win on 2 races.
If you had to pick 2 races to win, and one, I'd pick a Grade 1 and a Grade 2 as well.
Andy has one question for Jonathan. If he leaves here tomorrow, would you still remember him?
I'm guessing that's a lyric.
It is. We have an objection, by the way. Rider's objection against your winner. Wow, jockey's claim of foul. Frank Miramati making that announcement right now. So 4:10.97. Hold on. Let's take a look at the head-on.
The gray is the 10, and the horse outside is Play Free Bird. Raj?
As you can see, they come together. And watching that, I don't blame either horse at fault. a little bit now. You can see the
He is
four
coming
laying in on top of her. But when the contact was made, it was more of a 50-50 contact.
Can we see it without the box? Can we see it without the box? Can we see it one more time, just straight, so it doesn't get cut off? Because it was hard when we cut it off there, for me,
Yeah,
please.
and one thing for sure that you can use to judge the horse's movement is the rail never moves. So if a horse is 6 pads away from the here, the number 4 is about 5 pads from the rail, and the number 10 is about 4 pads from the rail. And the 4 comes in a little bit and makes a contact. That was the only contact made. The 4 kept herding the 10 in without making any more contact. That's why he ended up about 2 pads from the rail.
I would take this horse down.
But he wasn't making contact because the 10 was moving. If the 10 would have tried to if the 10 would have held his position in the 4 path, he would have got fouled.
And he made contact to begin with,
that looks
which
very damning.
Created a little separation, so it was easier to herd. I'd take him down, Raj. I'm sorry, and I like the 4.
When the contact was made, it wasn't a drastic move by the 4 coming in to make the contact because the 10 came out and met him a bit. It was a 60-40.
But he continually herded that horse down inward.
And he won by about 6 inches. He didn't win by
we
a
see
length
it
and a
again?
half. I would take this horse down. I'm telling you, I think this horse absolutely cost the 10 his best chance of winning, Raj.
And it was close.
Right.
Very close.
The rule book is stated that you can come over if you don't make contact.
He did make contact.
But the initial contact was made simultaneously with the 10 coming out. The 4 came in a little more than the 10 when the contact was made.
Can we see the head on again? Because I think there's a little disagreement up here.
Yeah. Well, I don't disagree with your point that he herded him in after. When the initial contact is made, it wasn't because the 4 came in more so than the 10. They both met.
I disagree with that.
I feel like the 4 came in more.
And I also don't think that was a true head-on. I think it gives a... I think he keeps coming in. I get it, Raj. I'm not saying he absolutely should come down. I don't think it's the worst non-decision, but... You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Raj. He comes a little bit. You're not wrong. But now he comes in and makes the contact. I don't know. It's a fair argument both ways.
So what if let's ignore the bump and talk about the herd, because I think the herd is actually more...
When the 10 was trying to come back.
It was more impactful.
Yeah. The herd hurt the 10, aided the 4. But in the rule book, I don't think the herd, if there was no bumping...
There's a rule book?
The guidelines...
I want that rule book.
The guidelines, if you can move your horse if you don't make contact. And so herding, this is where herding gets objective by stewards, because you're technically you can move paths without making contact.
I think that there has been an inclination for there to be more adjudication of herding.
Yeah, if you see, and here's the lines, if you continually are moving a horse in and it gets egregious, we've seen changes quite a bit, but we've been told, we'll wait to see it come off the screen. It has. There's no change.
Listen, I think there's a bit of consistency to a lot of calls we've seen, as Rajiv was suggesting, but I would have taken him down.
You were Manny Franco, though, in this situation, you would have absolutely claimed foul?
100% claim foul. And state your case. And my case for Manny Franco would have been he came in and bumped me, which, you know, they could make a case for that. And then he kept hurting me after, and it impacted my horse's chance.
He's Rajiv Mirage, and he would have claimed.
It stands for Play Freebird Junior Alvarado, who's going to be on Jefferson Street in the Amsterdam coming up. And here he comes for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott off that monster effort during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
Lightline is in full flight. Lightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event. Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets.
Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2, you're watching Saratoga Live. What a weekend we have coming up. We have a graded stakes next for 3-year-olds sprinting in the Amsterdam Jim Dandy Grade 2 on Saturday afternoon. And we just saw jockey's objection. Stewards took a look. Manny Franco took a shot. And in the end, they say no go. Win stands for Play Freebird, Junior Alvarado, and trainer Gary Contessa.
And while I would have personally taken him down, I think one thing I'd say to you, Raj, and you thought he shouldn't come down. I guess if it's that ambiguous and we're having that much of an argument, and I thought you made some great points, I think they probably should stay. You know, in some ways, it's like, unless it's so clear cut, maybe they should stay.
You know what? It wasn't that I didn't think he should have come down. What I was trying to articulate is how it's going to be perceived by the stewards, because I've been in that situation before, and I just kind of have that understanding of how they look at it.
Always as a victim, right? Never as the aggressor.
Yeah, I'm always a victim. Obviously, yeah. Sure. You know me, Andy.
Did you ever feel like you won one on the phone call to the stewards?
Yes, that's happened quite a few times. I think it's one of the things about being able to articulate yourself in English pretty well has given me a bit of an advantage in the stewards room a few times. And that's one of the reasons why I do believe that jockeys shouldn't even be talking to stewards after the race. The stewards should be able to identify watching the races. But it helped me, so I wouldn't say that when I was riding. Keep it going.
I'm agreeing with Raj too much. I'm obviously not getting enough sleep.
Oh, you have the Amsterdam coming up. Graded stake for 3-year-olds ahead. And Jefferson Street. Are we going to get more of what we saw last time out? If that's the case, he becomes a major player in early November.
Yeah, I mean, this is a prep for our Grade 1 Allen Jerkins, and we've got some, you've got some competitive 3-year-old routers. I don't think we're talking enough about the competitive sprinters.
Well, we're going to take a look back at an edition of this race that ran in 2011. I probably should let Raj throw to this, but I'll do it. Let's take a look back to Caleb's Posse.
Caleb's Posse is coming down the crown of the track. There's 1 furlong to go. Justin Phillip in their lead. Wine Police is right there. On the outside, Caleb's Posse coming hard. And they're coming down to the finish. It will be Caleb's Posse, the longest shot on the board.
Yeah, Raji was 12-1 that day. The seeker was out after that.
Oh, talk about being pleasantly surprised. This morning I was standing with his owner, Mr. Everett Dobson, talking about this race, reminiscing on the moment. And even they were surprised as well. Caleb's Posse wasn't even really supposed to come to Saratoga that year. He just came as a mate for his stablemate Alternation and ended up running in this race. And the expectation weren't too high. And after this race, it was just his breakout party, going on to winning bigger and better things, including
Kings Bishop, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile end of the year. He had a pretty good campaign.
He was a turnback. I liked him that day, actually, so I remember that day well, and he was cutting back in distance. And the interesting thing was he beat Uncle Mo, as you know, by a nose in the Kings Bishop, and then they ran him routing in the Indiana Derby, and they kind of used it. I think he ran second. Is that right, Rajiv?
He ran third. He ran third, so I wasn't able to go ride him that day, and I was so worried after winning the King's Bishops, because that was the same day as the Jockey Club Gold Cup in New York. And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to lose the mount on this guy, and I ended up riding him after in the Breeders' Cup.
And he beat Shackelford like a drum by, I think, 6 lengths in the Breeders' Cup.
Amazing one-turn horse.
Such a good horse.
Yep. One of the best races he ever ran, actually, too, was the Met Mile that he lost to Shackelford. 1:15 buyer, that final race of his career. This is coming up. The Adelphi Hotel, July 31st. PDJF and Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. The 2024 Casamigos for Jocks and Horses event from 6 to 8 p.m. You can get involved, and it all goes to a great cause. Celebration night and a night of philanthropy as well.
And Rajiv is back. I mean, how many years has it been since you've been in the karaoke?
Oh, I've been in the karaoke since 2018.
And you and Julian Leperoux are going to reprise your Sonny and Cher act?
Yeah, don't forget, we're previous winners of the karaoke, you know?
It's well known.
Such a fun night. I mean, I'm sure you guys have a blast too, but for the fans that come and watch, it is really just one of the great nights here at Saratoga.
Yeah, and what I love about it for me is, when we're riding, it's a one night when we can just put our guards down and connect with the fans and friends on a different level. You know, just be a bit vulnerable, a lot vulnerable, because many of us, all of us, are terrible at singing.
Yeah, I can vouch for that.
I'm not knocking anybody.
Except Kendrick. He's amazing.
I mean, Kendrick just brings so much swagger. You don't even notice if he can't sing. It's a fun night. Look forward to it. Again, all for a good cause. Grade 2 Amsterdam coming up. There's Jefferson Street, 6-5 favorite. Graded Stakes debut for him is coming up.
And they're off in the Curlin Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 1:12-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
It is Jackie's Warrior with the lead. Crowded Trade comes through down at the rail. On the outside is Drain the Clock. and they're at the 16th hole, and it is Jackie's Warrior with a huge effort today. Jackie's Warrior eased up at the end, won by 7 lengths.
Joel Rosario looking over at the tote board. Inside, no one behind him, just a paid workout. And a horse who's still hard to believe, the only horse in the history of this racetrack to win a Grade 1 at 2, 3, and 4.
It was a nice horse, and I still think the best race he ever ran, he lost, right? Did he win? He beat Life is Good? He beat Life is Good.
He did.
The Alan Jerkins. That was one of the great races of the last 25 years.
One of many for Steve Asmussen in the Amsterdam. Some good names on that list. Of course, Jackie's Warrior, the one that stands out. It's amazing, too, that at odds-on back-to-back years did not win a Breeders' Cup Sprint.
No, he just sort of tapped out by the end of the year, both his years, but he was a very good horse. Yaupan, the horse who was almost savaged in 2020, that was the later year. I think that was another race, but it was the Alan Jerkins. But he's got a lot of buzz on his first crop.
Valentine Candy for Asmussen this year, trying to add another to the list, 4-1. Joel Rosario will be aboard, and this is a horse, JK, that started turning heads at Oaklawn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he turned my head when he debuted here a few years back. I guess it was last year. He was outstanding, and then look, he's just very fast. And in this race, he was tactical, which I thought was good, where he sat off of horses, and he just showed a lot of determination running down this horse here. For a second here, I thought he was going to get beat. He really leveled off late.
What I don't like about this horse is the distance, 7 furlongs. At 6.5, he's starting to push it. 6 furlongs is his best race, and when he runs 7 furlongs, you can see him getting tired. He only has to go 6.5 today, but I think he's stretching his limits where it's most optimal.
I thought he was terrific in that race. The horse who he beat, and I remember watching with you, Greg, with the time, came back and won a big stake down in Preakness Day. And the fact that he had to really ride him to be close to that horse to beat him, I thought he ran extremely well. And I think a 7-furlong race might be circumstantial, Raj. Very tough races with tough paces. So I'm not sure I would agree.
But this is a tough race with a tough pace, too.
I don't know that the pace is that tough in here. See, I think he can comfortably sit second to world record here. I don't think there's a ton of speed.
Valentine Candy is not sitting second in this race, Randy. There's no way he's in front of the Tour de Three.
I like the fact that he's drawn outside, so I don't think that the good news is whether he sits second or he makes the lead, Joel gets to make that decision. He will not be forced into that decision.
9-2 from that outside post. Let's go to Acacia.
This is a race where you can genuinely make a strong case for every single one of the runners. And we'll start things off with Jefferson Street, who did run so big last time out and makes his stakes debut in here for Belmont. Now, this is a horse who beat older horses last time out, but he did it so impressively. The way that he ran away from that field. Now, it was during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and he got a 102 by your speed figure that day. How does it stack up now coming into this graded stakes group? Just from a physical perspective, he looks tremendous, much as he did last time. Got a little bit hot behind, but again, that's typical for him. But he just looks like a horse that is absolutely flourishing and has really come into his own. Terrific muscle mass and condition, and I just really like everything that I see from your favorite Jefferson Street. As far as the one world record, he does have speed, and Short Cup cheater blinkers do go on for his 4th start, coming out of a 3rd place finish in the Maxfield last time, where he was kind of out-footed, and he was in tight on the rail and didn't look like a horse that was totally comfortable being down inside late trying to close up the rail. So we'll see what kind of trip he gets in here. I expect him to be forward while he was a little bit spicy getting the tack on. Overall, he's been very professional and keeping a lid on things, but very strong and very, very well muscled coming in here for Rudy Brisset. As the number 3, Pure Force is a wild card. He is still lightly raced, just 2 races under his belt. He's 2 for 2, but as is often the case with a lot of Brad Cox's horses, when they take that plunge into graded stakes company, it's because they have a lot of ability. I thought he broke sharply last time out. I did notice, though, that his head was kind of turned out in the stretch a bit last time. Maybe still a little bit of greenness that he might be working on. He's wearing a ring bit, will give Florent Giroux more control, but same thing, looks like he's ready for this charge, and he absolutely stacks up physically to his contemporaries. But does he have the mental maturity in just his 3rd start, Greg?
All right, Acacia, thanks. There's the favorite. So Jefferson Street, that was just sensational what he did last time out, and he did it on this racetrack, but now he's got to try and do it against Graded Stakes Company.
No, this is a much tougher field he's meeting, and sometimes the going gets tougher, and you don't put those performances together, Jonathan.
Yeah, but he just ran so well here, and like you said, it was on this racetrack, so that's comforting. He'd always shown that he's got some ability, and look, he did it well. He had some nice horses behind him, and he opened up. He ran a fast time, and it was visually impressive as well, which I don't get too carried away with visually impressive, but when it's visually impressive and it matches that on paper, that is something I can get excited about.
I mean, but it's obvious. It's obvious how live this horse is. But that obviousness is making him a very short price, rightfully so. And I just think that there is some true quality in this race. And unless he's a super horse, which potentially he is, he can't win this race by 8 lengths.
Oh, let's go to Acacia.
And I'm happy to be joined by Bill Mott as Jefferson Street. Bill, he was so impressive last time. What have you seen from him as he steps into Graded Stakes Company today?
Well, I mean, we went through a couple conditions, and it looked like it was time to step up into a stake, give him a try. He's coming off a very good race. His speed figures are fast, and he seems to like this track and the distance.
It seems like he's one that's just really come into his own lately. Kind of everything's where it's supposed to be.
We've liked him all along, and, you know, I guess this is probably going to be his toughest test, but we're optimistic, but we're like everybody else. We got to wait and see. But, you know, he's a neat horse. He's got enough speed to be in a stalking position, providing he breaks well, and we'll just see if he's good enough.
Thanks for the time, Bill. Good luck.
Thank you.
Greg?
Got a good one here coming up. Here's our post parade. We'll start with world record Flavien Prat.
I think Flavien Prat has no choice but to send the possible speed of the speed out front. We'll see how much pressure he gets.
He was just third in the Maxfield. That was his stakes debut. Donegal Momentum beat a half length his first try against winners.
He ran extremely well first time out with a fast number on a muddy racetrack. He proved that was a real number in his second start, although he was defeated.
That was against older horses, too. Here's Pure Force, Florent Giroux.
I think he's the least likely winner of the race and overbet at 3-1 right now, but he's not without talent.
Jefferson Street deserving 6-5 favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. The way he ran last time during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival makes him the favorite in here and deserved favorite, like you mentioned.
And the best resume of anyone in the field, it's Steve Asmussen's Valentine Candy.
While I picked the number 4 Jefferson Street, this is my second choice, and I think at 4-1, he's very playable in this race. He's a talented horse who should have a good running style, stalking just off the pace.
If Jefferson Street can repeat what he did last time out, I mean, he might be competitive in the Vanderbilt, wouldn't he?
Huh. That's an interesting point. Yeah, I think that's actually a great point. I think there's an argument to be made that this year's crop of 3-year-old sprinters are going to have a big say in the Breeders' Cup sprint in the fall.
And especially the fillies.
5 minutes to post in this Grade 2 Amsterdam. Get the inside track on handicapping with Now Bet's track stats. Want to know how many winners are closing from the back in Saratoga? Track stats has the answer to that and a lot more. For stats on tracks across the country, go to NowRebets.com. Here's a look at Donegal Momentum. Tom Morley Barn for Donegal Racing. And Andy, the word was out on this horse before he ever ran.
No, they loved him in his debut, and he delivered in a big way. And I remember watching this race, I believe with you, Greg. I'm not certain.
Yes.
But we both sort of set up the race. He lost, and it was obviously disappointing. He was 25 cents the dollar. But I said to you, I think he ran better than he did in his first start, and he did. He was also trying to go a mile, which might be stretching him to the limit. Don't you think cutting back in distance, guys, he has a better chance today?
Oh, I picked him on top. I love the cut back in distance. And he's running against his own age group for the first time. That was an allowance race, but that was against older horses. And the horse that beat him, Surface of Air, has run many times before. You know, older, hard-knocking horses. I think that race toughened him up, gave him some good bottom. And coming back to 6.5, where he showed so much speed going 6 in his debut, I think he's going to make a step forward.
Do you worry at all, and Jonathan, you know, what you think, but that maybe the pace is going to be, it's better horses with a stronger pace, and his third start he could be in it kind of tough. That's what concerns me.
Yeah, but you know what's funny about these types of races with these horses that are run 3 times, 2 times, 2 times, 5 times, outside of Valentine Candy, who's run 10 times, it's hard to know what they're going to do and how they're going to react to some adversity. I mean, he might appreciate them running in front of him and being able to kind of take back a little bit in track. But he's been so talented, he hasn't had a chance to do that yet. It's these young horses will surprise you with some of the things they'll do in their young careers.
Yeah, still works in progress right now as we get set for this Grade 2 Amsterdam. Back to Acacia.
I think work in progress is a very good way to describe it with some of these lightly raced horses. And as far as Donegal momentum, I think that's certainly the case. He's built like a horse that wants to go longer. He's tall, he's leggy, he has a long stride to him. He's very much of that Uncle Mo running style, that AP Indy line where he runs with his head out and down very low in the way that he moves over on the track. But he's a lovely mover and he covers a lot of ground. But clearly, looking at his last race, he just was kind of eased up at the wire. He wants to go shorter. So that's what he's getting to do in here today. And he's relatively reserved out on the track. He looks tremendous coming in for Tom Morley, and watching his most recent work, he was going solo, and visually it actually looked like he was going slowly, which obviously with the time he was not. So he has a lot of ability. See what he can do with some other very fast horses, particularly World Record, who should likely send from the inside to him. The number 5, Valentine Candy, he's a horse that turns back in distance a little bit to the 6.5 here today. And I understand what Rajiv is saying, because he's not a horse that really grew much from 2 to 3. He's smaller, he's stout, he's compact. He's not one that you would look at and say is built like a 7 furlong or elongated sprint type of horse. But he has by far the most foundation and the strongest resume of any of these horses coming in. And sometimes I just end up kicking myself because you overthink things, because horses that are stakes-faced or stakes winners, sometimes they just bring that extra class edge that's just very hard to match when you don't have the experience like his other contenders in here do. Look, I loved what I saw from Jefferson Street in the warm-up, but I do think that the class and the experience of Valentine Candy is going to be key. Quiet out on track, but as is often the case with the Steve Asmussen runners, the reserved warm-up, he comes in with certainly the best credentials so far, Greg.
He does indeed. I mean, if this race was in Hot Springs, he'd probably be 4 to 5.
I think, we've been sort of having a discussion on the set here about the odds. I think the underlay in the card field actually is the 3 at 3 to 1. I don't think there's any chance that he should be second choice in here, but that's just me. About whether or not 4 to 5 is too low on Jefferson Street, because I do think horses like, particularly the 5 Valentine Candy, are an inviting price at 9 to 2. Anybody, any thoughts?
Yeah, I was going to say that basically, that if, it's one of those situations where I would switch my pick to Valentine Candy if I knew he was going to be 9 to 2. I can't predict that when we turn the picks in. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to beat Jefferson Street. I just think Valentine Candy offers tremendous value from an outside post at 9 to 2.
If I can see any horse winning this race, would not be a surprise to me. And for that reason, I could not take any one specific horse in this race at a short price. If I picked the 1, I would think I had a shot to win. If I picked the 2, I would think I had a shot to win. And they were the 2 longest prices. So it's hard for me to say I would be in love with taking 4 to 5 on the 4.
And, the breakout performance, JK, for Jefferson Street, it came in the 5th start of his career. That can happen. Horses can just, all of a sudden, he was coming around, but he'd run nothing close to that. He is right now really what, a lot of people call a one-figure, one-number horse. So we do need to see it again.
Well, I thought his race at Keeneland was pretty good. It's not as fast as the last race, but it was good. It made you, it led you to believe that he's got a talented racehorse. But, like I said, he's only run 5 times, 4 times this year. He's taken a step forward. I think he's pretty darn talented. And, this is a game you have to play all the time when you're betting horses or playing this game, is that on paper, if he runs his last race, he wins. But you have to then evaluate, is that likely to happen again?
But I think what Greg's point is, and I kind of agree with him, even though I like Jefferson Street, is if he runs his prior races, he could win, but he's not necessarily even really favored in this race, and he's a huge price on one number. Now, we all think that might be a fair evaluation of his form, but it's still one number, and he's 4 to 5. And listen, I agree with you. If I had to do over again, I would take Valentine Candy at 9 to 2, and I picked him second. You live and die with the picks you make in advance. I think from a value standpoint, the 5's a better bet.
Grade 2 Amsterdam, 4-5 favorite. Jefferson Street, his graded stakes debut against a multiple stakes winner on the outside at Valentine Candy. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Valentine Candy takes up his spot. And they're off in the Amsterdam. Valentine Candy is very quick, so too World Record coming through along the inside, and he is the fastest. World Record opens up 2 lengths. Donegal Momentum is now in second, followed by Pure Force third. Jefferson Street is already 5 lengths off the lead, and Valentine Candy, who broke very nicely, is last. It's World Record blazing to the half-mile pole, the opening quarter in 21 2/5 seconds. World Record moving right along, with Donegal Momentum second, and now Jefferson Street marching forward willingly in the blue on the outside third. Pure Force is fourth. Valentine Candy, 8 lengths off front-running World Record, who comes toward the quarter pole, maintaining a 3-length lead, with Jefferson Street in hot pursuit. Junior Alvarado asking him to go now through a half in 44 3/5 seconds. World Record cuts the corner and goes on strongly, maintains a 3-length lead in mid-stretch. Jefferson Street is trying his best, but World Record is turning in a sizzling performance. World Record never gave them a chance, broke on top and poured it on to win by 5 lengths. Jefferson Street second, Valentine Candy third. They finished it up in 1:16.1.
Ran them off their feet. World Record to the front like a bullet. Never looked back. Jefferson Street made that looming move. He couldn't get close.
Looked like Jefferson Street was in a perfect position to swallow up a horse that was going quick, not as fast necessarily as some might think, but he had no chance. World Record just blew him away. It was some performance.
They had a plan, and the plan was to go. They put blinkers on this horse, and they were intent on making the lead. Flavian sent him to the front, went fast. That first quarter was fast, and he really ran a powerful race.
The horse did his job, but that was an outstanding ride by Flavian. To be forward like that, to be aggressive like that, it's not often, you don't see it that much where people they just go out there and they just stick it to it. They say, look, I'm going to go, and I'm going to go fast, and if you want to chase me, you're going fast too.
We see him be aggressive like this and take advantage, Rajiv. It's getting to the point almost more than anyone in this jockey colony now.
Well, yeah, he doesn't give up anything that comes easily, and sometimes he throws out the gauntlet and seizes the moment. One of the things is...
There's Rudolph Brissett, by the way, winning trainer.
When you come out aggressive and right, sometimes the other guys, they get cautious and don't want to get involved in the duel with you, and then you take control. And he's been doing that and been getting away with it.
Do you think, Andy, when you see this and he opened up early on, that people thought, wow, he's going so fast, he might come back to the pack?
Well, I'll say a couple of things. First of all, if you look at the Timeform US pace projector, they had him as a clear speed. So it's not that surprising to me that he was in front. And as you guys say, and I agree, Raj, Flavian doesn't get in the way of his horses. If he's got the speed, he lets him go. We talk about run-up. Run-up is the distance between how far the gate is placed behind the actual start of 6.5 furlongs. Because of the way the track is configured, there is a long run-up in the 6.5 furlong races. So because of that, they're going much faster when they start the timer. So you'll see the 6.5 furlong races, and this plays out on a daily basis, be about a half a second faster the first quarter. Now, that would make this just over 22 flat if it was a 6 furlong race, which, by the way, is going quickly. I'm not saying he was going slowly, but I think that exaggerates to some people's perception of how fast he was really going. He was going well within himself.
6-1. Double his morning line with all that attention on Jefferson Street, who chased, but there was no getting to the son of Gunrunner. World Record. Graded stakes debut and an Amsterdam win on this Friday from Saratoga under Flavian Pratt. Gets his 13th winner of the meet.
Gunrunner is the sire of 13 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, Track Record Setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner. standing at 3 chimneys.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
These New York-bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, world record. Now 2 wins the last 3 starts. Maiden victory, now the Grade 2 Amsterdam. Does it gate to wire. Flavian Pratt, 13th winner of the meet, back tied with Rat Ortiz Jr. Our basic Tipton Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the 103rd Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 5th and 6th. Where will you be? Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm very happy to be joined by Rudy Brisset as a world record. He was fast today. The addition of those blinkers really did seem to help him with that gate speed.
Well, yeah, it's funny because actually in the morning we didn't see much difference with the blinkers, and we know he's a kind of lazy horse in the morning, so he did his stuff with it, but nothing like wow, but we were happy enough where we felt pretty comfortable about putting that on today.
He was cruising on the front end too. Were there any nervous moments if you thought that he might not be able to sustain that speed?
That would have been a trainer fault because I told him to do that and he did exactly what he needed to do. So that was kind of the plan from the 1-all, obviously. But we just, I think we're still learning about the horse, and we noticed when Flo won on him in the maiden, he can engage him from the gate, and then the other day he didn't break very good. So we were, in our mind, we were going to engage and then see. So I think we saw.
He's a big, strong horse, but you kind of touched on it. He's still lightly raced, and there's still a lot to learn about him. Can you talk a little bit about that progression and development, finding what they like?
Well, that's funny because usually for us, the way we do things is the first race is always need a race, and then they jump forward the second and third. Amy didn't jump that forward, so we were a little worried about maybe a lack of talent or it's just him being a little bit lazy. And I think we find out it's more him being a little lazy, and we're going to have to adapt around him, you know.
Found out his quirks and put it all together today. Congratulations on a nice winner.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Blinkers on and right to the winner's circle, Greg.
Pretty much right to the winner's circle. He went pretty fast. World record, gate to wire, led every step of the way, and even though it didn't look like it in the morning, in the afternoon, those blinkers on did the job.
I thought Greg made a very good point before the race that seems even more prescient afterwards. I'm not sure some of these 3-year-olds couldn't have run in the Vanderbilt against the Olders tomorrow. They're good.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as fast, but it kind of reminded me of Chancelot winning the Amsterdam when he just came out of the gate and just set the rocketing pace and kept going.
Tell you one horse he didn't remind me of. His horse I think was better than him, Caleb's Bossy.
Yeah!
He came from last.
You know who's smiling in their stall is Bookham Dano for a little bit more speed for him to close into in the Jerkins.
Wow, did he gut one out at Monmouth?
That Jerkins is going to be a great, great race on a great day.
I would love to see Raging Torrent show up for the Jerkins.
I believe he is.
Raging Torrent. He beat both of these horses last. I beat Jefferson Street.
He's pretty quick too.
Back. Yep. And he's quick, and he blew the doors off Jefferson Street, and he beat world record in his last start.
$14.60 world record in fun edition here of this Grade 2 Amsterdam. For Jefferson Street, what do you think? Is he back to the drawing board? Can he still be the horse we saw in that last start?
Well, I mean, right. I don't think this horse ran a 110 buyer or 115 buyer to beat him, so he didn't run that number. I think it's a great question because at this point, I think it's fair to say that that number's a little bit aberrant, right? That maybe he's more of a 90-ish buyer, which is not bad, but that race is looking, like you said, Greg, like a one-number horse at this point.
But I will also say this, and maybe Rajiv can add to it. I always feel like when there's a far loose leader, sometimes horses can get lost out there, and the riders can get lost a little bit. So I'd give him another shot, especially he'd be a much more attractive price next time around.
I think it can break your spirit a little, can't it?
Yeah, and let's say something else. 2 races a bias doesn't make, but we've seen 2 races on the dirt, and we've seen Inside Speed absolutely dominate the competition. And even in the first race today, I think the second place finisher came right up the rail. So maybe we're dealing with a track that's really helping horses that are inside today.
Sierra Leone's getting scared right now.
He could stay on the rail the whole way.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. Richie didn't convince me a little bit this morning that maybe he could stay on the rail the whole way around. He won't lug in that way.
Yeah, he'd be better off. He's got the post, and he'd be better off taking the rail at least into the first turn and down the backstretch.
He's not going to be the one
doing
in front
that
on the rail. He's going to be very far back.
We don't think he's the speed, right?
Steve Asmussen looking for a 5th Vanderbilt with maybe the fastest horse there is in the game right now. Skelly, can he solve his issues of getting out of the gate? We'll have a preview of that big one on Saturday to come.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Elite Power is starting to close. They're a furlong from the finish. Gunite, Elite Power kicks it into high gear. Dean delivers, drops back. They're coming to the 16th pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside. And Elite Power and Gunite, Elite Power got him right on the money. And Elite Power making his presence felt with a 3-wide bid as the field turns for home. Dr. Schivel is next, and then the Chosen Bronze Speedboat Beach comes to the 8th pole in front of Gunite, who's trying his best. Nakatomi and Elite Power is cut loose now, and Elite Power runs right by, and he's going to defend his championship. What a magnificent sprinter Elite Power is.
What a star he was, Elite Power. That win in the Vanderbilt last year, that was his 8th in a row, and it came, as we're used to seeing, on Bill Mott's birthday. It was the 18th time, 27 birthdays he's won here at Saratoga, and they were unsure of how he's going to like that wet track. I think he liked it.
He couldn't get beaten at 6 furlongs. His only loss was at 7 furlongs in the streak.
Elite Power taught me a lesson that I'll take with me for a long time. The idea that a closing sprinter is better going 7 is not always true, and he was a poster of that. I don't think he would have ever lost last year going 6 furlongs.
It's never really better because the paces are slower.
That's what compromised him in that 7 furlongs race. They walked on the lead.
What a horse he was. He just always showed up.
And he was on the inside that day, which kind of put his disadvantage. He was sensational. And, you know, they just said about him, he just hated seeing horses in front of him.
Good news, the better half of the Rajiv Mirage family just showed up outside the set. She's so much the better half.
I am the third.
She's like 80%.
I'm 1/3 of the family because Luca. So he's the next better half.
So you're like
of the
10% now.
I'm
okay.
back. I'm down the ladder.
It's all
way
about
down the ladder.
The next generation coming up. Well, let's look at this year's Vanderbilt field. It's race 6 on Jim Dandy Saturday, 3:20 Eastern start time. And the field that lines up, 6 of them, including Steve Asmussen, Speedy Skelly, who we'll get to. But let's start with Baby Yoda. For some reason, when he's at Saratoga, the force is with him. He becomes different.
He likes Saratoga better than those guys over there with that cooler. Look like they're having a good time in the picnic back here, picnic area. He's good, man, and he's been good, but he's just been inconsistent. That's the biggest issue I have with Baby Yoda.
I asked his owner this morning, Adam Wachtell, I was like, do you attest his recent regaining this top form to letting him run early, showing his speed, not taking it away from him? And he goes, Saratoga. That was his response. He's 4 for 6 at Saratoga.
But he didn't run badly in his prior start either. It's not like that race last time came out of absolutely nowhere, and maybe that's the case. But I'll tell you one thing, if you're right about him being forward, and I don't think that's a bad point, he's got a problem tomorrow.
He was a different, we saw him September of 21 here, JK. 114 buyer. He had 2 big races in Saratoga, and he looked like he was going to be a superstar. Yeah, he was good. He was very good for 2 years in between, but he was just good. Then he's getting back to not quite the 114 buyer, but again, that ability that we saw, he's just different here.
Yeah, and also I think that says a lot about his Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott, right? If you have a horse who was once really good, then got kind of ordinary, and you can get them back to really good, I think that says a lot about Bill Mott.
It'll be fun to see what he can do. Of course, he's got to deal with a very quick horse in Skelly, who at 1.1, talk about Elite Power in that win streak. This horse won 7 in a row. Not quite the 8 of Elite Power. Didn't include a Breeders' Cup Sprint. He is fast, Andy.
He is. I mean, it is a reasonable question to say, has he already had a taxing year? Did he run his bigger races early, and could he keep it going throughout the year? I think he draws very well on the outside. He's a horse that's had some issues getting out the gate lately, but there is no horse that can run with him early.
The problem is that he's going to get looked in the eyes by some better horses than he's had to get looked in the eyes by, right? Subrogate, Baby Yoda are going to look him in the eye, which leads me to feel like this race, which I hate saying, might fall apart. And I like Nakatomi quite a bit. I thought he ran outstanding in the Breeders' Cup Sprint and just didn't have a great comeback race, but maybe he's ready for his best.
And I'd like to add to your point about being looked in the eye. When you're running it against grade 1 level horses, as opposed to running against listed stake horses, you can make the lead easier and blow them away right away. These top class horses, they have natural speed that they don't get disconnected too easily.
Okay, it's a grade 1 race. Who were the grade 1 horses in here? Subrogate's been winning allowance races, and I like him.
I mean,
Baby Yoda's never been competitive in a grade 1. Nakatomi ran one really good race, the Breeders' Cup Sprint, but he's also been relatively ineffectual in grade 3. So I hear what you're saying, Raj, but this is not a strong sprint division. I think we're all in agreement the 3-year-olds may be the best sprinters in the country.
You talk about that 7-race winning streak he had. No one ever looked him in the eye. maybe someone won't look him in the eye.
Well, to your point early, they might not. He might clear and make the front if he wants. But at some point, the way that Subrogate and Baby Yoda have been running, you'd like to think on the turn at some point they will run at him for a second.
I'm hoping they run. I'm definitely hoping that Subrogate runs at him and by him. But there's a point that Greg's making that's fair. He might just be fast. If he breaks in here, he's so much faster than these. If he breaks cleanly, he'll be 2 in front, and he may just be like world record, and they may never come to him. And I'm betting against him, but I won't be shocked when he wires.
Fascinating race. That's coming up, race 6, 3:20 Eastern time. A horse you like. I don't know if it's an issue, but at some point you got to think it's going to catch up to him. But he just keeps winning. He just never switches leads.
I agree, and that can catch up to him. But, man, I mean, this is a horse, you and I were a fan of this horse for a while. And he ran in that race up in Saratoga where he beat Looms Boldly, a horse I know you're a fan of, Jonathan, named after a good friend of yours. And it didn't make sense for him at the race guy 99, but it was almost believable for him. And then he comes back and runs a 106 buyer. And isn't this kind of what a 106 buyer looks like?
Yeah, and I will say this, the idea of this not being the stereotypical Grade 1 race with a bunch of Grade 1 horses. I will say this about these horses, though. They have been running Grade 1 times. They just haven't done it in the setting of a Grade 1. They're running, 106s.
Today's Grade 1 world.
Yeah, today's Grade 1 world. Yeah, exactly.
I don't think you can run at the highest level and not switch leads, because it's like a car that's in 4th gear and can't go to 5th gear. His 4th gear might be able to beat allowance horses and beat them up pretty badly, but there's no room for error or no room for being at a disadvantage against the top level horses.
But he did it in this race by running a figure that makes him fast enough to win this race. So I hear what you're saying, and it may be different. And sometimes the class test, they just fail the class test badly.
We will see on Saturday. Very interesting new face, Subrogate, in this sprint division. We'll see if he can step up in Grade 1 company. Terrific stakes coming up on Saturday. This entire weekend, just sensational. Grade 1 Vanderbilt, Grade 2 Jim Dandy, presented by Mohegan Sun. And then on Sunday, Grade 2 Bowling Green. Got the 4th coming up next. 1 mile out of the Wilson Chute in this allowance optional claiming field. Let's go to Acacia.
We'll start down to the inside with a colt who is coming out of a graded stakes company. Now, I haven't seen her since she's come back in 2024. She's been racing out of town, but she's really developed and filled out a lot, which I appreciate because she's always been a horse that I felt physically is convincing as far as getting the distance given her size and her scope, but just always felt sometimes that maybe she lacked a little bit of muscle mass to her. That is absolutely not the case today. She looks tremendous, and coming out of a race where she broke sharply and took hold behind some horses, kind of swapping leads in tight between trying late and just against much tougher. She was pretty erratic and definitely warranted the disqualification too back in the Serena's song, but I'm intrigued by her cutting back in distance to the mile. She's been the consummate professional here in the paddock. Now the number 7, Chi-Town Lady, is a Grade 1 winner. She won the test here back in 2022. Comes out of a race in which, yes, she was facing the very tough Vava, in fact, in her last 2, and she broke slowly after being tough to load into the gate. She is a high energy filly. The last time I saw her in the flesh was at Tampa 3-back, in which she was very quiet before the race, and I was a bit concerned because that's out of character for her. She still won that day. She's back to the typical Chi-Town Lady that I know, and very much on the muscle. She'll be going the mile for the first time. She's never gone further than 7/8, but I've always felt that she is built like a horse that wants to go longer. She's quite big for a sprinter, but she definitely, as I touched on, has that demeanor of a horse that wants to go shorter. So if she can keep right under wraps, I do think from a physical perspective, she should be able to handle the distance. The New York bred, the number 5, Stonewall Star, is interesting because her open races were definitely her most disappointing ones. When she got back in New York bred company in the Biagio's Rose, she got the victory, second chasing Silver Skillet last time in the off the turf Mount Vernon, in which she was in the body of the race, but she's a dirt horse for sure. She looks tremendous coming in here. One of the best I've seen her, and she's always a horse that makes a nice impression. Horacio de Paz's horses have been in good form. I am just a little bit hesitant with her going back into open company if she can run the same kind of races that we've been seeing from her in her last 2, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up here, approaching The 7-minute mark to post for this 4th race. Starts a middle pick 4 on this Friday card. We have just been so blessed by this weather we've had the last few days.
No, it's been spectacular, and it's supposed to keep up through the weekend. Hope people are coming to join us. Great weekend of racing, and hopefully it just continues going forward.
And the sneaky thing about it is there's been probably 4 or 5 days where it looked bad that it was going to rain, and it completely missed us. And even the times that it did rain, it didn't rain that bad. It's been really awesome. Find some wood to knock on if you're at home or wherever you're sitting, please.
To be honest, even a rainy day, bad weather there at Saratoga in the summer is better than any place else in the world for me.
I love a rainy day here.
But to be able to get this weather is just icing on the cake.
One on a Wednesday.
Perfect.
Last week.
This field coming, this is one of my favorite races on the card today. I mean, you have some very good fillies and mares. You know, at one time, there were huge expectations for them, but there's storylines with all of them.
Well, I mean, you know, you look at these horses. The horse in the rail was 3rd in the Acorn last year behind Pretty Mischievous.
That's a colt on our screen now, 4-5 for Chad Brown.
And she has not gotten good trips in either of her return races as a 4-year-old. A good trip today, and I think Irad gets a win.
Movie Moxie, she has run some big races for Linda Rice.
Yeah, she's scratched every month since April. April, May, June, or July, excuse me. Let's see if she's ready off of a break.
Stonewall Star, New York bred, the Silks of Barry Schwartz.
Needs to break sharply. She got left last time, and it cost her any chance in the race when she got wired. If she runs a race 2 back, she's a big player.
Another Chad Brown horse next door at 7-1 on the Silks of Michael Dubb, Tough Street.
Not a ton of consistency, but this horse has races that can absolutely win this.
13 of her 19 starts. She's been 1st or 2nd with 6 wins. Chi-Town Lady, surprising Grade 1 winner of the test back in 22.
Yeah, Jonathan and I were agreeing that she may be one of the most fortunate Grade 1 winners ever, but I still think she's a player in here on her best race. And Wesley Ward has surprisingly good numbers with dirt routers, though I also kind of agree with Jonathan that she may be a bit pace compromised.
I don't like her at all in this spot, but I will say this for her. There is no Vava in here, which I think goes a long way.
Vava, the leader of the 3-year-old of the older horse filly and mare sprint division for Cherie DeVoe. She'll be in the ballerina.
I think so. Yeah,
yep.
Of course.
So 5-2.
But let me ask you a question, Jonathan. I agree that she's kind of out the back door, but is she really that much slower than a colt?
No.
Because she's been in sprints, you know?
I despise her style, and I despise the fact that she doesn't break, which I think is ironic for a Wesley Ward trained horse.
Now she has an outside post.
This was her comeback race this year, the Minaret at Tampa. She's going to face a little tougher company today.
Yes, and listen, as Jonathan said, she can't be Baba, Alva Star. I don't think she ran that badly in the Derby City Distaff, picking up some peace at the end, which is her strong suit, but I was shocked by these stats for Wesley Ward, where he's went 25 for 88, 28% over the last 5 years, with 50 hitting the board, so over half of them, and a $2.06 ROI. I think if I asked anyone that sat, in fact, if you had asked me and I hadn't looked it up and said, what are Wesley Ward's stats with dirt routers, we'd have all said he's probably about 8% with a 93-cent ROI, and he does win, so he doesn't run them that often going along in the dirt, but when he does, they run.
The expectation is that he's precocity. He trains his horses, 2-year-olds, wins first time out. That's what he's most known for. But, you know, I look at this race like this. A colt, for me, is so much of a likely winner that her fair market odds should be around 3-5. That's what I would take her at. And
based on what?
Based on that she was the best horse in the cotillion, had a terrible trip. She has a very dirtied up form. She comes back off a layoff. She had a bad trip in the Serena Song where she ended up being disqualified, and she got jostled around against much better horses. If Shotgun Hottie was in this race, who beat her by a 3.5 lengths last time, she would be 1-5 in this race. And I just don't see a horse that I like as an alternative.
Well, she wouldn't be 1-5 in here because she wouldn't be in here. Oh, Shotgun Hottie, right?
Yeah, Shotgun Hottie.
I have to agree with what you said. I don't agree with you that she should be 3-5. But I agree with you that she ran very well in the slop and the cotillion with a lousy trip. I think she's had lousy trips. I agree with a lot of what you said. I still think that horses like the 5 and 7 aren't that bad that she can't win. You know, it's not like she's running astronomically big figures. And I picked her. I'm not. What do you think, Jonathan?
Okay, we talked about this earlier today on the handicapping show, Talking Horses. I feel like when you're at Saratoga, you have to make decisions on whether or not you're going to take short price Chad Brown horses. I have zero problem doing it, but they have to make me feel very, very warm and fuzzy. She doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy. That's my concern. She's the most likely winner. She's probably going to win, and it's going to be annoying if you spread in here and she wins at 4-5. But she just doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy like a lot of Chad Brown favorites do.
2 minutes to post coming up. She's 4-5 right now. Let's go to Acacia.
And I do agree that she is the most likely winner in this spot. I picked Chi-Town Lady because she just settled a lot on track, which I was really happy to see. But look, she has to get around a colt. But we talked about the favorites back in the paddock. We'll check in with a couple of the long shots out on the track. The number 2, Movie Moxie. Jonathan mentioned the scratches, and that's a concern for me because also seeing her here, just doesn't look 100% fit. And normally she really warms up very well. She can sometimes be really forward. She's been very quiet throughout the preliminaries here and had a very quiet with the warm up with the pony as well. And I would have liked to see her get a little bit more of a gallop out there. She did never switch leads last time out in the top flight as well, always hanging on that left lead in the stretch. And I'm going to take the wait and see with her, especially against this quality of field. Now, the number 6, Tough Street, she's a horse that I think a mile and under is probably where her sweet spot is. So a mile certainly fits her in here, too. The winner wired the field last time out in the Mount Vernon, and Tough Street, I think, took a lot of money that day because she was the main track only in that field, and she's actually done well sometimes with kind of finding spots like that. But she's a horse that certainly has her own credentials, too, and has shown a little bit of versatility. She's very sharp today as well. She had a more quiet warm-up out on the track, but she is sharp, which I like to see from her. She usually runs her better races when she's forward in the preliminaries. A long shot that, yes, has to get a bit faster, but seems to be doing well right now, Greg.
9-1 on the other Chad Brown. And there you see Tough Street.
Tough Street's a very cool horse, and she was so ultra consistent. I worry a little bit, though. She's just not as good now as she once was. 9-1's a big price, though, if you like her. Anyone?
My perception of price, when you're talking about on the win end of it, is if you do a simulation of the race, say 100 times, what percentage of the time you think a horse is going to win at, and the odds has to make it valuable to bet them at that odds.
The smartest people in the world struggle with this concept. It's really a very interesting and difficult concept. I don't know. You know, I think we were talking off camera. The worry, I think, with the one, a colt, and I thought your points about her last year were very well taken, and I agree with you. She's gotten mediocre trips in her 2 races. But I still think there's a reasonable question that she's not necessarily that she hasn't progressed. I'm still not sure she's quite as good as she was last year. And keep in mind, Chad Brown brings him off layoffs ready to roll. So that concerns me a little. I picked her, Raj. I'm not against her, but that's my concern with her. And I thought Jonathan's comments, I kind of agree. You don't get that warm, fuzzy feeling about her like she's just better than these horses. I don't feel like that's necessarily the case.
She's not one of his big guns in the barn.
Right. She hasn't shown it yet, that's for sure. See, Raging Sea, who won the race the other day, the Shoe V, she's taken a step forward as a 4-year-old. I don't know yet that this one has.
Having said that, public feels she's an extremely likely winner.
They're not quite in Mirage territory, though. They're hovering over the Mirage 3 to 5 line, the line of demarcation.
That man's never going to help your price. Now, Rad Ortiz Jr. on a colt, the 4-5 choice from the rail. The second choice, the former surprising Grade 1 winner on a strange day. That racetrack was a weird one.
I have another possibility. If the 5 breaks cleanly, the 5 is the controlling speed. What if the track we've seen so far is in fact a big inside track? She could wire the field. On the other hand, a colt, Irad should be able to stay on the rail as long as he can.
Well, I think if there is something to this racetrack, I think one of the best ways to identify it is to see how a colt runs at 4-5, and presumably she'll spend a lot of time down on the inside.
But also the 5 could clear.
Last in line, Chi-Town Lady for Wesley Ward. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. Any moment. And they're off. Tough Street is very fast. A Colt came away in good order. And in between those two, Movie Moxie is moving up. A Colt is in a tight spot along the inside, but is able to get through. Movie Moxie didn't and backs up, and she's now at the back of the field. So it is Tough Street in front. Stonewall Star now moves into second. A Colt under a nice hold in third. Chi-Town Lady was off slowly, but is fourth and only 3.5 lengths off the pace. Movie Moxie now at the back of the field. The opening quarter, a very moderate 24 4/5 seconds for Tough Street, who's keen, setting the pace by herself in front by 2.5 lengths. Stonewall Star is in second, and the favorite, A Colt, is racing third on the inside of Chi-Town Lady. Two more back to Movie Moxie. They have a half-mile left to go, and Tough Street sailing along uncontested. 48 3 for the half mile. Tough Street a length and a half. Stonewall Star is in second. A Colt only 3 lengths off the lead. Chi-Town Lady is just outside of her. A Colt needs to navigate through there. Has lost a little bit of ground now 4 lengths off them. And another 3. Movie Moxie is at the back of the field. Tough Street turns for home. In front, Stonewall Star trying to get closer in second. A Colt in between horses, launching a bid now, picking up some momentum. Has work to do to get to Tough Street. It's Tough Street in front. A Colt is now really getting going, 2.5 lengths behind, closing in. It's Tough Street. Chad Brown Exacta coming your way. Tough Street or A Colt. Tough Street is too tough indeed. Tough Street all the way. A Colt settles for second. Chi-Town Lady was third.
The other Chad Brown got to the front, able to hang on late, hold off the stablemate for the win under Manny Franco.
And I think we are talking about a track that is very, very kind inside speed in the area, though she drifted in the stretch. And give Manny Franco credit. She's not the fastest horse early, but when the fastest horse early, the 5, Stonewall Star, didn't break, Manny was there to get to the front and get that good position and control at a very slow pace. A Colt ran well in defeat, but I think the 6, Tough Street, is a good horse who had everything her own way.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. Tough Street got in control of the race and setting these slow fractions. These are very nice horses, and anyone that gets away with any form of advantage is going to utilize that and turn into a big advantage, and that's what happened here.
9-1. Chad Brown, but he had a 4-5 favorite as well, winds up second. Chad Brown Exacta, Chi-Town Lady winds up third in the beginning of a middle pick 4. Manny Franco collects his 12th winner at the meet. Alone in third now in the standings, and a 9-1 upset on, a track that increasingly looks, as you see Chad Brown, who gets his 12th winner of the meeting. Looks like inside speed pretty strong on this Friday afternoon. Well, the prices from the 4th next.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And they're off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Nominate your horse today to join racing's elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
Good to be with you on this Friday afternoon from the premier meet in the country. You're watching Saratoga Live. Good to have Valley SoCal joining us. Those already with us on Fox Sports 2. Thank you for sticking around. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Jonathan Kitchen, Rajiv Mirage are underway in a middle pick 4. We saw an Amsterdam win earlier, an upset, and of course a big weekend to come. Older sprinters in the Vanderbilt. We have the Jim Dandy to come.
Great weekend of racing. Is there a weekend at Saratoga that's not a great weekend?
No, yeah. The weekend after Labor Day.
Yeah, good point. Make a great point.
Raj, we still have a lot of fireworks still to come. We just saw 2 Chad Brown runners in the race. It was the other Chad Brown that just won at 9-1 Tough Street.
Yeah, and it was a big factor had to do with the trip that he had. Tough Street got control, and it was a very slow pace than expected. And a colt like Andy, you rightfully said, she has not progressed. Today the story was out because she did have a good trip tracking in behind and had a clear shot at getting to her. But in the end, it was Tough Street, proving tough coming down the lane.
It's pretty darn consistent. 7 wins, 7 seconds, and 20 starts now. And she has never been off the board at Saratoga in 6 starts.
And I think it's important to note that in the 3 dirt races we've had, Inside Speed has won all of them, and they've been 9-2, 6-1, and 9-1. That's an indication we may be dealing with a bit of a track bias.
We'll keep our eyes on that going forward, but starting to make you believe that could be the case. $20 horse here in the 4th. Pick 3 gives you, talk about a warm, fuzzy feeling, JK. You're live in a pick 5, $497 pick 3. See what happens in the final leg of this early pick 5. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm pleased to be joined by trainer Chad Brown, along with his nephew Evan, representing here in the winner's circle. But Chad, Tough Street, I remarked before the race, she just seems like she's a horse that's doing well and a happy horse right now.
She is, and she likes Saratoga. She's one of those horses for courses, I do believe. She's always thrived up here, and I thought Manny used good judgment. There wasn't much speed, especially with a couple scratches in here, and we got right to the front where she's happy, and she kicked on nice.
With a horse that has some natural foot like she does, using that speed, how much of an advantage is that to be able to have that versatility?
Oh, it's a huge advantage, especially when you get out to these longer distances at a mile, like an elongated sprint, and you can get to the front and sort of control things, get in a rhythm. And, you know, she was really in control all the way through the race, just taking Manny every pole, and that's the way she's happiest.
Now, a horse that we know comes from off the pace tomorrow, Sierra Leone. We'll get a chance to see him in the Jim Dandy. I had asked you yesterday about the bit change, going to a ring bit. Can you talk a little bit just about the decision to go a little bit softer on Saturday?
Well, it's my job to try to figure out what he's going to be happiest in. And in the last race, I ran him in what's called a cage bit for extra steering. And I don't know if it was the bit or the track or whatever. He just really wasn't engaged into the race until like the last quarter. So we went back to the drawing board a little bit, and he seems, you know, he's going straight in this bit. And you know, he hasn't really done it severely, all but just really 2 races in the Remsen and the Derby. Other than that, he hasn't been any difficult to handle, really, and I just hope he runs straight and strong through the wire tomorrow.
We look forward to seeing him. Congratulations on the win here, and good job in the winner's circle, Evan. Say thank you. Thank you. Good job. Greg?
12 wins already at this meet for Chad Brown, and the next closest pursuer already 5 back.
I think it's nice to see his nephew, his brother Todd's kid there. The nice one. He's the nice Brown.
Things going pretty good, as they usually do here at Saratoga for that barn. As we move on to race 5. Mile and a 16th on the turf. New York breds, $40,000 maiden claiming race, so all for sale for that price. And at least things get easier here.
I mean, I have absolutely no idea in this race. I know Rajiv likes the 7, and I think he could very well wire the field in his first turf start, but he's going to be the favorite, and I don't want to take a short price horse trying the turf for the first time.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. I mean, I understand the 7 likely to be the favorite, at least according to the pick 5 payout, 7,600, I think, if you're alive to the favorite, or the 7 here, not the favorite, the 7. I don't know. I'm Dave Donk Day for me. I didn't bring my Jets hat,
A
but
lot of Dave Donks for you today.
I picked a couple Dave Donk horses today.
I kind of like the Dave Donk horse as well. Ultimately, why I chose the 7 over him was because of the post position. I feel like navigating from that far outside post is going to put him against the, against it, and giving an advantage to the number 7, who I love the sprinter, stretching out, dropping in class, trying turf for the first time. His dam won first time she touched the turf, so that's why I went there.
4-1 right now. It'll be a nice pick 5 for anyone who has it. We're 22 minutes away from the start of this 5th here at Saratoga. Well, proving that age is just a number, Mike Smith continues to ride at an elite level. 58 years young. He showed up earlier this week, picked up a graded stakes win on Spirit Wind. He's won more Breeders' Cup races than any rider in the history of this sport. He ranks 3rd all time in career earnings, and he's known as having the magic touch on some of the best fillies we've seen ever in this sport. He hops in the cart with JK for this week's edition of Cart Talk.
You know, new fans might have the misconception that you're a California rider, right? The real fans, the real New Yorkers know that you're a New Yorker.
Just fell in love with New York, man. New York racing, and of course, especially Saratoga. I've had some wonderful, wonderful, wonderful memories and moments here. I plan to have a few more before it's all over.
You never get in the way of a speed horse. You use it as a weapon. But there's no better example of that than 30 years ago on Holy Bull when you won the Travers in '94.
Yeah, it was a short field, but man, it was a good field.
But it is Holy Bull, as game as a racehorse could be, coming down to the wire. Holy Bull wins! What a hero!
He was just a tremendous horse. He was a machine, man. He really was.
And then you went on to what I would think is one of the greatest 4 race runs I've ever seen. When Arrogate won the Travers, he won the Breeders' Cup Classic, the Pegasus, and then the Dubai World Cup.
I just remember getting to pick him up for the race. I didn't ride him first time out. Rafael Bejarano had broken his maiden, but he also had another colt that was going for the Travers at the same time. And I remember Bob just telling me, listen, if you can get him on the lead, I don't think he'll stop.
It is Arrogate and Mike Smith. Oh, they've opened up a 6-length lead here with 1 furlong to run.
And let me tell you, man, to this day, it's the fastest Travers ever ran.
Arrogate, what a commanding performance. He won the Travers by 12.
That 4-race run that he put together, it'll never be duplicated.
What was it like sitting on the back of a Triple Crown winner?
Crossing the wire in the Belmont that afternoon to win the Triple Crown was out-of-a-body experience, the most humblest feeling that I've ever felt in my life. I literally wanted to stop and talk to every single person I saw and tell them I just won the Holy Grail, man. I just won the Triple Crown. I still get emotional talking about it.
27 Breeders' Cup wins, the most ever. 3rd in money earned. Derbies, Preaknesses, Triple Crowns, Belmonts, Travers. Why do you still get a leg up? What's left for Mike Smith to prove?
I'm really enjoying myself right now at this place in my life. You know, look, I don't ride as many, but I've kept myself in really good shape. And this is like retirement for me. I mean, I really enjoy riding races, man, and riding a good horse. I mean, I just love horses. If I retire, what am I gonna do, man? I ain't gonna be a good commentator like you guys, man. I need to keep doing this as long as I can, and as long as I feel that I can compete at this level, I'm gonna continue to do it.
Well, I can't let you go without talking about the big mare that got tattooed over here on my left elbow, Zenyatta, who I know that there's probably not too many that have meant more in your career. Talk a little bit about the great Zenyatta.
She was Entertainer of the Year every year she ran. I mean, she had it all. She had the whole package. She would intimidate the other horses. I didn't care if they were male or female. She was just bigger, stronger, and better, and she knew it.
What a performance, one we'll never forget.
She'll go down as probably being by far the most popular horse I've ever been on.
I gotta say that there's no way there's anyone else on this earth whose life you've impacted more in terms of the horses that you've ridden and your performances than me. The first and only Triple Crown race that I ever got to watch with my father was Palace Mouse. And he's right here.
I know you got him on your arm, man.
Every time I get to sit with you, it's an absolute honor.
Happy to know that. I'm happy to know that I was a part of all that, man. It made my day.
We got to get you back. We got to get you back to the jocks room.
Ride,
yeah, you got to get your subs on.
That was a good one. Cart Talk brought to you by Gainsway, Power, Passion, Performance. Big Money Mike, one of the best to do it, certainly on the big stage, and that run with Zenyatta was something else. But JK, just so many great horses he's been on.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And look, I mean, the first Derby bet I ever hit was 5 across the board on Giacomo. I was a student at the University of Texas. I bought the keg beer that night, and I also ordered 3 handicapping books off of Amazon, and that's when it started. He's ridden some of my favorite horses, but it was so much fun to see him here on Wednesday. Pop in, one ride, one mount, gets the stake win, gets back on a plane, and heads back to Del Mar. Was riding less than 24 hours later.
And Andy, 58 years old, and he's just the travel alone. But to do this at this level, incredible.
I mean, I've been watching him ride when he used to ride in the winter meet at Aqueduct, seeing Mike Smith. I remember when he came here, I guess was it from New Mexico, I want to say he came here. And he's had just an incredible career, and he's such a good guy, too. I mean, it's impossible not to like him. And the one thing I love about Mike as a rider is he doesn't ever get in his horse's way. If they got speed, he lets them roll. If they're a closer, he lets them come from behind. If you have Mike Smith on a horse you like, you know you're going to get the ride that at least you expect to get. They may not be good enough, but you're going to get the right ride.
And what I loved about him, not only as a rider, as his success on the track, but how he treats others around him, and being in the jocks room with him over the years, the same way that he's genuine, the same way how he acts in the TV is the same way he acts behind the scenes as well. And yesterday I went to go see him in the jockey's room, when he was here, and he was showing a young rider that hasn't ridden yet the ropes on the Equicizer, just to be able for him to pass that on and take time out of his day to help people out. It's really nice to see.
Yeah. Good story.
That was a cool Cart Talk.
Thank you. That was fun. A lot of fun.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back when we return. Maggie with a 2-year-old report that might help you put together your late pick 5 on this Friday card. Stay tuned for that coming up when we return with more Saratoga Live.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
This is my special girl, Miss Welch. She was going to be running probably on the 17th, but she had a little incident in the starting gate, waiting behind the gate. So we got to do some more work standing her. She's very fast out of there and very fast on the track, but needs to calm down a little bit. I think what happened down at the gate was she was waiting down there. A lot of times it gets pretty backed up at certain times. And she was waiting down there, just got really impatient, and she decided to rear up, go down underneath the front of the gate, and got loose. So, yeah. And like after they have an incident, I take them down every day until they walk in like a puppy. And usually, you know, they're all different. Some will be fine a couple days later, some are fine 2 weeks later, you know. But they finally get to the point where it's like, okay, I know it's not gonna hurt me. Let's go, I'm good, I'll go in. And the gate crew here, they do an awesome job. So, and that's, you know, a lot of it with the babies, that's so much of the, you know, so much of it that is how they handle the gate, how they come out of the gate, you know, because races are usually won and lost easily out of there. But I'm really looking forward to getting her to the races when she's ready, and hopefully it's sooner than later.
We're going to get to see that filly, Miss Welch, coming up in the start of the late pick 5, the 6th race. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. She's 7-2 morning line for Jeremiah and Clark.
And I'm looking at some double prices, and right now it is a pitch battle for who the favorite is between the number 3, the Steve Asmussen first-time star accelerating, the 6 off script for Chad Brown, and the 9 Miss Welch for Maya.
Meanwhile, back to the 5th. Starts the pick 6. Mile and a 16th on the turf in this New York-bred $40,000 maiden claiming race. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll talk about horses in a moment, but first I've been given license to mention an upcoming event on Monday, the Joining Forces for Horses event, celebrating aftercare and supporting 2 organizations, Racing for Home Inc., of which I am the founder and president, along with old friends at Cabin Creek. So the event will be on Monday, July 29th from 6 to 9 p.m. at Nove Italian Restaurant. Dinners included. We have a thoroughbred industry honoree in Rick Schosberg, who, as many know, former trainer, has done so much to be a champion for aftercare, particularly here in New York. So it's our 2nd annual event. We're very excited. See the details there on your screen for tickets, and hope you can check out the website with more events, buy your tickets, an opportunity to donate as well, but supporting 2 aftercare organizations as we look to make sure that our retired athletes have a wonderful home after their racing days are over. Now we'll talk about some horses in the paddock here for this upcoming 5th race. Starting off with the number 2, a Son of Point of Entry in Dinah Point. Don't have any problem with Judge Rules, your favorite, but just taking a look at a couple of horses that are kind of new faces here to the NYRA circuit, at least. In this horse in Dinah Point, who finished 2nd in a maiden claiming at Laurel last time out, and watching that race did hesitate a little bit at the break and did run on, but just no catching the winner who got the jump on him. He obviously improved dropping in class and on the turf. He stacks up fine here. In fact, he's very sharp in the paddock, and so hopefully he can kind of keep a lid on things. I'm wondering, with a maiden claiming at Laurel at that level, how that stacks up coming here to this company, but it is his first time in New York bred competition. The 7 Royal Brown is intriguing because he's getting a lot of changes, drop in class, stretch out, turf, all of that. The dam herself, her only win was on the grass, and the 2nd dam was actually stakes placed on the turf, winning on it as well. This is the first foal of the dam, and this guy has a turf hoof, kind of slacker pasterns, flatter hoof to him, been accompanied by the pony throughout, saddling with a pony because he is really on his toes, but he's not over the top. He's not doing too much. Don't mind longer for him either. He's very well turned out. Irad is going to hurt your price, Greg, but definitely fits the conditions.
Thanks, Acacia. 8 minutes away from this 5th coming up. It is getting crowded on this Friday afternoon, and Saturday that crowd is going to swell for that Grade 2 Jim Dandy showdown in the 3-year-old division.
As it should. It's an excellent race, and you know, this 3-year-old division is as wide open at this point as I've ever seen it, and I will absolutely say Dornick is the leader right now, but the division is wide open, but he is the leader.
Yeah, he's the leader. I was ready to jump in and kind of correct that idea, but you're right. He's the leader, but if someone wins if Sierra Leone wins the Travers or Fierceness wins the Travers, in my opinion, they jump right in front
The Jim
of them.
Dandy won't change the leaderboard, but it will possibly propel a change. But you cannot knock. Dornick has won
It could
2
change
races.
who you think the best 3-year-old is.
Yes, but he has run 2 races the hard way.
It will definitely set the stage for the Travers.
Post parade here for the 5th to start the Big 6. 7th race shake.
Trying to turf for the first time after getting beat 31 lengths on the dirt in its debut.
Dyna Point, Luis Saez for Michael Trombetta.
No offense to our friends in Maryland, but if you're not going to win a maiden claiming race at Maryland, it's tough waters up here at Saratoga.
20-1 next door, Feline Treasure, Julien Leperoux.
6 by 9 lengths at the same level last time, same kind of conditions. Need to make a little step forward to put in more of an impact in this race.
Fluorescent Bay, 15-1 with Dylan Davis.
64-1 last time, 77-1 the time before that, 61, 44, 26. This horse never gets bet. Why is 16-1 today?
Riding for Dad here. Cash Bale, Jackie Davis, sister right next door.
Trying New York breds after speeding off to a big lead and then tiring late against Open Company at Prescott last time.
Here's Jose Gomez. We saw him with a win on the card earlier on Tony O.
Yeah, I'm not mad at this Dave Donk runner. Like I said, I think Dave might have a win today somewhere, whether it's this race or the last. I thought this horse made sense.
Modest
dropping.
favorite. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're right.
Brown there. First on turf.
I picked this one stretching out around 2 turns for the first time, drops in class from a main special to a maiden 40, and tries turf for the first time.
Pratt for Rudy Rodriguez, trying to get his first win of the meet. Judge rules.
Yeah, 4 chances for maiden claiming. Hasn't gotten it done yet. Does get the red hot Flavian Pratt.
Equipment change. Blinkers on. Sweet tone.
Pretty intriguing long shot, one that I think can make an impact in here after not running its best race last time, but 2 starts back, ran a good third at this level.
And here's out of Waterbury, John Velasquez for David Donk.
Yeah, stretching out and dropping in class. You get Johnny V. Hopefully, can find some tactical speed and try to save some ground going into the first turn.
Parents, J.K. Rajiv, listen up. Ignite your child's passion for horse racing with Naira Star. Free program offers kids 5 through 12 exclusive track experiences, education, and collectibles. Create lasting memories at the races. Learn more at naira.com/star. And then, yeah, invite only year-end party as well.
So just me and Rajiv, you disown your kids or what?
Well, they're watching right now.
Oh, okay.
I hope. 5 minutes away from this 5th as we get a look here at Judge Rules. And Flavian Pratt back aboard. June 28th, this was last time out, ran 2nd at the level.
He ran fine in here. Fine might be good enough to win this race if the 7 doesn't take to the turf. And in some ways, he's oddly the horse to beat because he's an unknown on the surface. But Judge Rules ran okay to be 2nd. I don't love the field he was in, but I don't like anyone in here, which is why I picked Dyna Point, because he's strictly a new face, even though I'm not sure he's good enough. But Judge Rules is one who can win this race.
And if you look at that race, Andy, he was bounced between horses a bit there, lost his momentum, which at a crucial point of the race impacted his best chance of winning. So it looks even better on TV than it looks on paper when you see that.
We're going to ride her off who's limping. Jose Gomez on Tony O.
Oh.
He has a hold of the horse. He is in pain.
Poor guy.
That does not look pretty.
And you could see some of the other riders in the background kind of pointing down to let the staff know that something is amiss.
Flavian Pratt with the assist there, was holding on to the horse until the outrider came over. Didn't quite see what happened and how he hurt apparently the knee. Let's just go to Acacia for more.
Yes, Greg, unfortunately from my vantage point either, I could not see exactly what happened, but Jose Gomez did look to be in quite a bit of pain there, and definitely a shout out to Flavian Pratt for the assist to be on your own horse, and especially riding as short as these jockeys do, and to be effectively ponying the number 6 Tony O in that moment. So thoughts certainly with Jose Gomez. He did seem to lose his mount there on Tony O and in an amount of pain. So outrider Miguel Gutierrez holding Tony O at the moment. We'll see Jose get checked out by EMS team and give you an update when we have it.
Well, we say it a lot on this program. I think even taking into account the NHL, I mean, you guys, Raj, what you do, some of the toughest athletes there are anywhere in sports.
At any moment, at any time, you know, being around these massive animals, some things can happen. It's a very dangerous sport. It's not a cliche when we say it's one of the most dangerous sports in the world. And it's just great to see Jose back aboard, bouncing it off.
I'd be home crying right now if that happened to me.
So Jose Gomez, shake it off, gets back aboard. And a 6-1 shot here, Tony O. We'll see what we get from this horse who is, you know, dropping a class, but has been at this level before and didn't make much of an impact.
That was my concern. You know, he's run against better fields throughout much of his career, but at 0 for 12 and having run once this level, once again, I'm not knocking anybody in this race. I won't be shocked by any result in here, but I just had enough.
Yeah, but I'll say this. I think trained by you know, 80% of the trainers here in New York, I would probably feel the same way. But Dave Donk is unique in the fact that he just kind of marches to the beat of his own drum, right? He doesn't have owners that pressure him to run in spots he doesn't need to. He takes his time with horses. He allows them to develop. He doesn't, you know, he's not cranking horses to win first time out. I just give horses that are trained by Dave Donk just a little bit more of a pass that maybe, just maybe, there's some improvement in there that I might not expect from someone else.
I just don't know if it's coming in his 13th start. But he's got races, by the way, that might be good enough anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
You know,
we should name probably August 17th up here at Saratoga, David Donk Day. That's the day he won 3 races on the card back in 2020. Yeah. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And looking at Tony O, big hats off to Jose Gomez. I thought the way that he was walking, we might not see him get back up, but such a trooper and such top-class athletes, and getting back aboard Tony O and keeping him with the pony and keeping an eye on that knee. But hopefully he'll be able to feel that he is strong enough to get through this race. And I think that Tony O is a player in here, dropping in class. I know that he did face one time before in the maiden 40 caliber, and he was very far back that day. He's better when he can be forward, and I was about to comment on him before he dropped his rider there that he was very sharp today. He is one that runs in that hood. David Donk puts pretty much everything in a hood in the paddock and then takes it off as they head out onto the track. Tony O is a horse that has those blinkers with the hood attached to cover the ears and muffle the sound. As far as the 8-judge rules does go, second at this level last time out. It just makes some sense. It's a horse that was never the freest mover behind, and I think just has a much easier time of it on the turf. Race 2 starts back was disappointing, but that was a pretty salty group for the level, and then he seemed to kind of get into stride last time. By his standards, he's carrying really good weight and muscle mass today, and maybe just finds himself in the right spot on the right day, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Post time coming up. Pick 6 that is extremely difficult today.
I agree, and I think this is a very hard race. I picked the 2, Dinah Point. I'm not going to say I'm in love with any horse in this race. I make picks because he's a new face for a good trainer, and he proved a lot first time for Mike Trombetta. I think he has to run better than he ran last time to win this race, but he drew well towards the inside, and maybe has another forward move in him. And I have no argument with the 7, Royal Brown, but I didn't want to pick a horse trying the turf for the first time that was going to be favored. I think those are bad gambles, but I also think in some ways he's one of the more likely winners here just because we don't know, and he's got enough turf pedigree, not a lot, but enough to handle it.
Stretching out and turf first time. That's your favorite, though, at 5-2. Tells you a little bit about this race. That horse, though, Dinah Point, the 2 starts back. It was a maiden special weight, 133-1.
Nope,
it's changed quick in this game.
Yep.
9-2 here, 2 starts later.
The horse I think is getting overlooked and has a good shot is the number 9, Sweet Tone. Blinkers on and finished 3rd at this level, 2 starts back.
Good luck in the pick 6. It begins here. Royal Brown, first time on turf, the 7. Going long for the first time, your favorite right now. And starting gate crew rushing over to the inside post. See what's happening with 7th race shake. Kendrick Carmouche standing up there in the gate as they back the horse out. if they just try and calm him down and maybe reload here momentarily, see if they gets a look over. Kendrick is not moved, by the way, still standing in that starting gate. Now he'll crouch down. This horse with just one start. It was last year, sprinting on the dirt on a muddy sealed surface. And Kendrick will hop back aboard and they'll reload. So the last one to move in line before we get set for this pick 6. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
7th race, Shake, reloading into the gate. Backs away again. This horse goes in this time. They're in the gate. And they're off. Dynapoint had a slow beginning. Cash Bail very quick. 7th race, Shake is hustled hard. You're going to see all his energy right away. So it's 7th race, Shake sprinting into the first turn, and the pace is hot and heavy. Cash Bail is right up alongside. Those two could not be going any quicker. In the meantime, Royal Brown settles just behind them in 3rd. They're followed by Feline Treasure, and Out of Waterbury is 5th, 5 lengths off this pace. Then comes Sweet Tone, Judge Rules, and Tony O. The 2 trailers are Fluorescent Bay and Dyna Point at the back, 24 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Cash Bail leads the way by 2. 7th race, Shake is a clear-cut second, heading toward the half-mile pole. With Feline Treasure and Royal Brown racing side by side, Judge Rules is about 6 or so off the lead. Sweet Tone is in some traffic, having to back off as they move into the far turn. In between horses, Out of Waterbury also in a congested spot, needs to get some breathing room as the field goes around that turn. So it is Cash Bail in front. Cash Bail has been there every step of the way. Royal Brown now takes up the chase. 7th race, Shake is dropping right out of proceedings. On the outside, Judge Rules with continued progress. Behind horses, Fluorescent Bay is looking for a spot there at the top of the stretch. And Cash Bail on the inside. Royal Brown on even terms at the 8th pole. 3 lengths back, Sweet Tone coming through inside of Feline Treasure. It's Royal Brown pulling away in the final stages. Royal Brown, much the best, wins by 3.5. Cash Bail was 2nd. It's a photo for 3rd between Sweet Tone and Out of Waterbury.
Royal Brown, first time on grass, stretching out. Dutro Barn, Arad Ortiz Jr. with the win.
He found the right field, and he was much the best in here.
Well ridden by Irad too. I mean, he broke him with intention to go forward, and there was a lot of pace when Kendrick sent his one along the inside, and Irad just chose to take back off that pace, and I think that was actually a big factor in the finish here.
It's interesting. It does seem like they were moving up front, yet the fractions were slow. And now you could say the race never fell apart, so maybe they were slow, but it does seem like they were going faster than that early, didn't it?
Yeah, they were spread out a little bit, and then they all kind of finished together outside of the 7. He finished way ahead, but the rest of them felt like they were kind of bunched together.
And the 2nd place finisher, Cash Bail, was actually the horse that was sitting right off the pace as well, so it's not like the pace collapsed. But just on the turf, he could have got baited into chasing 3 wide, and he made a conscious decision of taking back and tucking in. And you need to save ground at some point in these 2-turn turf races.
9 horse you liked a little bit too, Raj, completing the trifecta here, 7, 5, 9, 10. As Arad Ortiz Jr. moves back into the sole lead here in the rider's standings. Let's go back to the beginning of the race and take a look out of the gate.
And as you can see here, the 5 Cash Bail breaks really fast, and Irad wanted to go forward with Royal Brown. And on the inside, Kendrick was on the number 1 7th race, Shake, and Irad, he could have got caught stuck wide here and losing a lot of ground. And what he did was he let them separate in front of it and tucked into the rail. And saving ground, especially early in these 2 turns, is so crucial to how your horses finish. You get caught into what I like to call no man's land, chasing 3 to 4 wide. Your horse, it takes away their finish from them.
Now, he didn't get the rail, but I agree this was a very good ride by him.
3rd time the charm, first time on turf as well. Royal Brown 5-2 favorite begins this pick 6. Look, this was a wide open race, but it doesn't get much easier from here.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's surprised this horse. One, we talked about it beforehand. You know, he was first time in the grass, had enough pedigree to handle it, and found the right group to handle the turf a little bit, to be honest. And he was clearly best in here. I mean, looking at the horse that finished behind him, this was the field going in. I don't think my 2 was going to be effective, but he got completely left and then got the kind of trip that Rajiv was talking about when you're out in no man's land.
And we talked about the pedigree. His Mom's Kisses, won her first race on the turf.
With a 61 buyer.
And ridden by Irad Ortiz. That's that's what, Irad rode the mom and won, and now rides the foal, the first foal, and the first time tries the turf.
7, 5, 9, 10. 14th winner of the meet for that man right there, trying to win a 3rd in a row here at Saratoga. And he's going to go down to the wire trying to win this one.
Is he still 1-9?
He is.
Okay, just checking.
Andy doesn't believe he can win the meet.
I believe he's the favorite to win the meet. I don't believe he's 90%. That's all. Then we had Raj. He's the mathematics guy.
Second half of the program coming up with the next crew. Enjoy it. Some great racing still to come, including that 9th race on the card. Feels like a stakes race.
Yeah,
it's an allowance optional claiming group. That is a good race coming up. Meets leading rider. Gets another one, number 14 for Irad Ortiz Jr. Royal Brown kicks off this pick 6 as the 5-2 favorite. Coverage continues on Fox Sports 2 right after this.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Folsom from last to first in the Met win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
If you're looking for winners, a program is an essential tool, but it can only tell you so much. When you're at the track, take full advantage of the paddock to try to find a horse who's ready to win. Here are 4 things to look for in the paddock. Number 1, watch the horse as it walks in. Observe how they carry themselves, looking for fluid, smooth movements, a walk that's almost cat-like. Number 2, look for a well-muscled and fit appearance, with a shiny coat, bright eyes, and ears that are perked up that are saying, I'm paying attention. Number 3, notice how the horse interacts with its handler. A horse that's responsive, obedient, attentive to their groom, that's a good indication of good training and discipline. Number 4, take note of any excessive sweating or lather on the horse's coat. While some sweating is normal due to excitement or heat, sweating in excess could be a sign they're expending too much energy before they really need it in a race. Getting eyes on a horse provides valuable visual clues that can help inform betting decisions, so incorporate it with your handicapping. For more race day insights, go to americasbestracing.net.
We're back on Saratoga Live as Royal Brown makes his turf debut, a winning one here in race number 5. Gets the job done at first asking as Irad Ortiz joining me here in the winner's circle as he gets the victory. Irad, turf debut for this horse, but you rode him last time on the dirt. Definitely seemed to take to the turf today.
Yeah, we always thought he's gonna be better on the turf. He was moving like a turf horse on last couple of races, so he don't disappoint today. Broke good, take my time, and was full of force by the time we hit the stretch. It was full of force.
And he was sharp too, you know, accompanied by the pony in the preliminaries, but you got him to settle really nicely. How good a feeling is that when you see in the race that they relax and mind their manners?
He was ready to go, I guess. He was on his toes. We keep him quiet with the pony. We just jog him a little bit. We keep him close to the quarter pole, come back, try to relax him, and he broke so good, and he relaxed so well. And going to the first turn, he come back to me, he switched off the way I want to, and he waited for me. That was great.
We have such a competitive jockeys room here in Saratoga throughout the summer, and you're riding top notch. Is kind of the riding title and a little bit of that pressure always in the back of the mind for a lot of you? As I know you're very competitive on the racetrack, of course.
We all want to win. We all came here trying to do our best. I think every single jockey at the room wants to win a title here. So, I mean, we all try to make it. We have one goal, and it's win the title, but it's very competitive. We have a tough colony. We have all the guys, they're doing a great job, so it's not easy, but we have to work and do our best out there.
You all make it a lot of fun for us as well. Congratulations on the win here.
Thank you.
Irad Ortiz picking up the victory with Royal Brown, but an update as well as we did see the number 6, Tony O, unseat rider Jose Gomez in the warm-up. Jose getting a leg back up. I was able to catch up with Jose following the race, and he said Tony O kind of wheeled in the warm-up and caught him off guard with that quick movement. He did feel some pain in his knee, but he gave me a thumbs up and he said, I'm doing just fine. And it's once again showing how tough these athletes are riding the race on Tony O. But we have the late pick 5 coming up and our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day in the 6th. All that and more after this. Stay with us on America's Day, or I should say Saratoga Live.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, showcasing New York's finest yearlings. Recent grads include Grade 1 winner Therapist and graded stakes winner Mo Plex. Plus 2023 New York bred champions Tara's Time, Dr. Ardito, Silver Skillet, and the Wine Steward. This year, over $65 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 11th and 12th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Saratoga.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York weekend party well underway. Earlier this afternoon, world record took down the featured Amsterdam. Next stop, likely, Grade 1 Alan Jerkins Travers Day. And we're not done yet. Still ahead, second half of the Friday program, Castle Chaos runs in the 9th. First start since finishing 4th in the prestigious Met Mile. Ridden by Dylan Davis, one of the biggest surprises this summer. The hometown kid piling up wins as if he's riding in his own backyard. And that backyard, that belongs to the people. Nothing like the Saratoga fan base. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Live look, Saratoga Racecourse, another stellar July afternoon. Energetic crowd, enthusiastic crowd at the summer place to be. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, very excited, very easy to get excited about everything that's going to take place tomorrow with the Jim Dandy, the traditional Travers Prep Grade 1 Vanderbilt. But we're not done yet. You're just in time for the late pick 5, featuring one of the best races you'll see all meet that is not a stakes race. Race 9. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Late pick 5, as promised, starts in about 16 minutes. Things don't work out, no worries. Late pick 4 starts in the 6th. Much more on that 9th race in a moment. Main track is fast. A turf course is firm. Temperature around 79 degrees. Let's meet the team. He's a champion jockey, Richie Migliori, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Tom Amos. Gentlemen, exciting Friday afternoon. We have everything to look forward to tomorrow, but today, and in this late pick 5, what are we looking forward to most?
Oh, you stole my thunder. It's the feature race. This heavy allowance race. It's got some big names in it in the horse racing world. Middle distance, 7/8 of a mile. I think somebody emerges from here, and I really think they move on to the big stage after this race.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, you could basically pseudo this race into a Grade 3. You got Scotland on the outside. You got a Creative. You got Castle Chaos, who's basically a neck away from being a Grade 2 winner as well, and only 6 lengths behind National Treasure.
Yeah, real solid 9th race here, the allowance race, but we got 2-year-olds coming up, and we got a real hard-hitting 5.5 furlong turf sprint. I think this is a tremendous card for Jim Dandy Eve.
So, yeah, consensus. That 9th race, again, not a stakes race. It feels like a stakes race. That's coming up a little bit later on. Energy, excitement of a Friday at the Spa, and that's what we're talking about. That 9th race, strong allowance affair, 7/8 of a mile, $120,000 purse, wide open. Castle Chaos, number 7, the tepid 7-2 morning line favorite. Let's revisit the Grade 2 Carter Aqueduct Wood Memorial Day, Tom. Castle Chaos. Like every time I watch this, I can't believe he doesn't win. I can't believe he gets beat.
No, I mean, literally at the wire. If you're ever going to have an announcer call a race wrong, it would be right here, Paul. I mean, the pace is slow, but, I mean, this horse makes a move that looks like such a winning move, and just, if you don't watch the last second of it, you miss the theme.
How's he get beat?
You know, the other horse was lugging completely on the outside. This is just one of those dirty beats because you get the bad angle there. You don't really know, but it just shows you the class that he has. The Carter used to be a Grade 1 till recently, so it was a very good race. But I thought his Met Mile wasn't that bad either.
No, his Met Mile was okay. I mean, you know, National Treasure, he was best that day. Post Time's a very good horse that beat him there. And Post Time got carried out through the stretch. Post Time's 9 for 11 lifetimes. He got beat by a horse that has a winning habit, and he did ride a gold rail that day. The inside was dynamite at Aqueduct that day.
But as you mentioned, that Met Mile, Castle Chaos, he finished 4th, about a half length from finishing 2nd in a Grade 1 event. And then you have Scotland. You'll remember this from a season ago. The 3-year-old marching towards the Travers. His last win, but at the time, Scotland here, Richie, powerful front-running score in the Curling.
Yeah, I mean, he stretched out to the 1 1/8 here. First time he ever went around 2 turns, and basically just controlled from flag fall to that's all, and looked like he was ready to take that step. Now, obviously, something went awry. His Travers, he showed speed again and stopped. His Pennsylvania Derby in the slot was awful. Then he went to the bench. He's 4th off the bench. We've got to see him kind of round back to that good 3-year-old form.
We do, and he's been favored in all 3 of his races in his comeback this year. And a horse that we saw him successful at 2 turns there, they've kept him at the 1-turn distance. I find that suspicious.
Yeah, I'm with you because he's a horse that could be a front runner going long, and he showed it last year. So I'm kind of with Tom. Why hasn't this horse gone around 2 turns? Maybe the 7 furlongs is what they want. I think the outside draw is good for him.
Yeah, after watching how good he looked in that Curlin, surprising he has not revisited the winner's circle since. That's coming up a little bit later on, that 9th race post time, 5:45 Eastern. As always, we invite you to play with us at NYRABets.com. Sign up today. Use that promo code SPA250. Take advantage of the $250 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NYRABets.com. And up next, always exciting, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 5-time champion General Sire. Into Mischief. Field looks like that. Scratch the 1. 8 deep, New York bred 2-year-old fillies, 3/4 of a mile dash. The current favorite, Accelerating, and Miss Welsh at 5-2. As we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast, standing by right behind us. Maggie, the 2-year-olds where we lean on you most. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Got that lean on Lafitte, as we'll take a look at the main 3. The main 3 that are garnering the most attention on the board, including the 3 in here. That's Accelerating, a daughter of Matoli. Now, there is not much pedigree to report home on, though she did sell for that $325,000 at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. That's because this girl, she worked 10 flat. And that is fast at Timonium. You're more likely to see 10 and 2s as your good average type of work. So she was asked a bit, but she did it very swiftly. There was no wasted action. She just got over the ground really intelligently and without any kind of, wasted action. So I like to see that. Now, she's fairly fired up in here, which hints to me that she'll have speed. And she's one that I think has just continued to grow and grow and grow, because now kind of looking at her up next to Steve's longtime assistant, Scott Blasey, here in the paddock, she's got some size to her and she has some substance, especially behind the saddle. Watching her work 2 back, she was outside of an unraced Kentucky bred colt, and she was going along well within herself very, very easily. As you can see, she's quite spunky here. I'm actually going to take a step back and get away from her hind end. Number 6 is Off Script for Chad Brown, a daughter of Instagram, who we haven't seen many of his progeny. So far, the last time I checked, according to DRF, he's 1 for 13 with his debuters, though having talked to several trainers, it does seem like they like the ones that they have in their barn. Maybe he's just not that precocious type, as we'll take a look at her. She's a beautifully put together filly, but it's a lot of turf on the bottom side. She's out of that Lady Wellcourt family, who she produced Lady Joan, as well as it's all coming together. Really nice turf runners for trainer Phil Serpy. I don't see turf with her, though. She's fairly upright in her pastern, so and Chad Brown would know a turf horse. So I like what I'm seeing from him in that respect. And watching her workouts, I really like the way she's gotten over the main track. She doesn't look like a New York bred. She looks like there's quite a bit of quality to her, as we'll check in with number 9, Miss Welch. Jeremiah Engelhardt has a very good sense of humor. And Miss Welch, she's been actually the most well-behaved of the main 3 that we see in her, and she's on the outside. And if you were watching earlier, you saw Jeremiah say that she's had some issues at the gate. Well, her last workout coming in here is a gate breeze, in which she handled it very, very well. And she is the last one in, drawing that outside post, which I think is a good thing. She's not quite as big and imposing as the aforementioned 3 and 6 in here, but she could be quick, and she's going out for a very dangerous barn. But then again, Lafitte, so are the other 2.
Loaded field. Maggie, these New York bred 2-year-old fillies. Maya Engelhardt with Miss Welsh, Sanford winning trainer. Maya Engelhardt with a leg up, riders up. When we come back, the late pick 5, Tom's ticket, post time for the 6th in 8 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live.
And they're off in the Naira Bet Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home, Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornick.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornick to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornick wins the Haskell. Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And New York bred fillies, front side, post parade, 2-year-old fillies. They're selectively sweet. Second-time starter by Spendthrift Stallion Vacoma.
One of only 2 horses in here with experience in this field of 8. Experience helps.
Accelerating 5-2 second choice.
Yeah, and those Kaleem Shah silks for Steve Asmussen here. And daughter of Matoli, one that Steve trained to as well, the sire.
Someone. Miramati could have some fun with this.
Yeah, well, I mean, a half to calibrate, made $450,000, a multiple stakes winner. That's someone to deal with in this race.
16-1 outsider, cold on the board, as is Horseplay. She'll try dirt in her second career start.
Yeah, one of the 2 fillies in here that does have a start, but she's got to improve here at 15-1.
Off script, number 6, Larry Best, first-time starter.
And one of 6 beginners in here, but with a very good work pattern and comes from a barn that wins with these kind.
Number 7. At 18-1, Speed and Beauty. There she is, Mel Giddings trained, debuting homebred.
Yeah, and another filly by Accelerate. And Tyler Gaffney gets aboard. I would think this would be the one filly at a long shot because Melanie's very, very good with her 2-year-old. She gets them prepared well.
Open Flame, Walking L Thoroughbreds, first-time starter.
If you look at the work pattern, it's not that great on this horse, but if you look at the odds board, this horse is getting bet on a little bit.
Miss Welsh, the favorite, 2-1, 5 minutes out.
Yeah, taking money into a Chad Brown runner and Steve Asmussen runner. And I know Jeremiah Englehart's been on fire, but his numbers with 2-year-olds, 32%. It's kind of jaw-dropping.
Yeah. Fillies in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, start of the late pick 5. Tom, we'll get to your ticket in a moment, but first, and look at the updated trainer standings. And Richie, Chad Brown doing Chad Brown things at Saratoga, starting to create separation.
Yeah, I mean, these horses are really starting to run extremely well. He ran 1-2 earlier today with the longer shot, the other Chad Brown that's becoming an angle. But he's got the ammunition, he's got the right kind of horses, and he does a good job with them.
No love. Tom Amos has got 3. We can't put him at the bottom for the tie?
It was.
Yeah.
I need the legal size.
Like, is it?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be alphabetical? Shouldn't it be Amos / Englehart? Don't you get the edge in that regard? No.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Off script. Well, the good news, yeah, we do have your ticket. How are you attacking this?
Yeah, well,
late
look,
pick
we're going to
5?
put this up. Let's make this the right kind. But look, these 2-year-old races, they get a little dicey. So I'm going to spread out here. But where I narrow down is in our turf marathon, which is the next race. I use the 5 and the 6, Better Be and Be Like Clint. And then I'm going to really narrow down in the sprint on the grass is the next race. That sprint, the 8th race, I don't see a lot of speed in that race. Who's going to take over early in there? I think the horse that I like, Run Curtis Run, the 2 horse, could actually be the speed of that race. He's not necessarily even a speed horse.
Kind of with you. The scratch of the 1 was big in there.
Key scratch, $48 investment. Best of luck, Tom. And everyone playing this late pick 5 at Saratoga, starting with this Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Richie, you've been watching these fillies, and off script at 9-5. First-time starter for Larry Best, and then what are you expecting from her?
Well, she's handling herself very well, very professional without the pony there, and the Joel Rosario, who is back today after taking off sick yesterday, made a nice impression. You know, Tom, I don't know how you feel about it, but when I watch 2-year-olds, I want to see them be well schooled with the pony. I want them to be able to kind of take it in. It doesn't rattle them. It just speaks to me that the trainer has schooled them properly.
Yeah, look, with any horse, Richie, and I know you're talking about horses in general, but with any horse, discipline and listening to the command that the rider is giving them, it's as important as being talented, particularly when they're making their debut.
They're 2-year-olds. They will surprise us from time to time. Maggie, for example, number 4, Someone. She'd be a surprise to the handicappers at this point. 16-1 debuting filly by Improbable. What are you seeing from her?
Well, interestingly enough, Lafitte, I talked to her trainer, John Kimmel, as I was walking out of the paddock, and he said to me, man, this feels like a loaded field of New York bred fillies, and I could not agree more, kind of the sentiment and overriding tones that I heard in the paddock. Now, Someone who, by the way, that name is phenomenal. Well done to whoever named this filly, because I don't know, I love that play on words, especially poor Frank, who has to call her. But in the pedigree, I should say, there's Calibrate, as we heard Tom say. So there's some distance. Also, in the second generation, there's a lot of turf. I don't know if this 6 furlongs on the main track is really going to be her gig. It's a good jumping off point and probably to get experience, because she was quite green in the paddock and out on the racetrack and just looks a touch soft. But I feel like there's ability in here. One, I want to watch with interest. You know, one of those ones that you kind of go back to your notes and like, I think that was a building effort that you maybe look for in a different situation or a subsequent start. Moving on to a horse that I think is sneaky live is number 8, Open Flame, daughter of Volatile, for Kenny McPeak. Now, I know Kenny has been quoted multiple times as winning first out is not his end goal, that giving them an education and getting them started is what he's looking for. We saw one at a short price, or not a short price, a big price yesterday, run second in the male counterpart to this. And the fact of the matter is Kenny's 2-year-olds just look ready, mentally and physically, and that has not been the case in years past. This filly, Open Flame, she looks ready to go, and reading the DRF Clocker reports, she was working with a horse named Ghost Trick, who is the full brother to Practical Joke, and holding her own very nicely against him. She has been the utmost professional of any of these debuters. She's beautifully balanced and put together, and she looks fit on top of that, and she's the long shot that I would experiment with. Lafitte?
Strutting her stuff in the morning, keeping good company. Open Flame, Hernandez, McPeak, the Coaching Club American Oaks win last week. Torpedo Anna, 9-1 to her outside. Richie, Miss Welsh at 2-1 with Kendrick Carmouche.
She's trained well. Her last gate work was good. She's by McLean's Music at 17% winners with his first timers. And the mare won her first 3 starts, Downtown Mama, and she's had 1 full. That's Downtown Mischief. She won her first 3 starts as well, so there's precocity in the family.
Watch that outside post for the 9-horse Miss Welch. 2-year-olds that have never run before, they're making their debut. They haven't been in this kind of situation before. They tend to break away from the field. It can cost her a little bit at the start.
Well, we want to give a shout out to the Lions from Nassau Community College. They're part owners of the 4 here. And that's a group of guys. And if you've ever been to Garden City, New York, which I lived when I was with the Mets, it's right there. So go Lions as the 4 gets home.
Someone. A real who's on first potential with the name Someone as they file into the gate, ready for this late pick 5 post time. Race 6, Saratoga. Frank Miramati standing by.
In the gate. Any moment. Just a little adjustment. one of the two inside runners, getting some help from the assistant starter. And they're off. Accelerating, fittingly, very quick away from the gate, opens up 3. Miss Welch comes away in second. These two have separated themselves with someone third through the opening furlong, already 4 lengths off the lead. Then Selectively Sweet, followed by Horseplay Racing in 5th. It's another length and a half to Off Script inside of Open Flame. And at the back, it's Speed and Beauty. Accelerating, zips through an opening quarter in 22 2/5 seconds. Miss Welch right on her, however. And these two have opened up over 10 lengths on someone in third. Then Off Script 4th, followed on the outside by Open Flame, who has 15 lengths to make up on this match race on the front end. Miss Welch on the outside, and Accelerating will come to the 8th pole together. Accelerating has something left, opens up a length. Miss Welch drifts out a bit and is now 2 lengths behind, followed by Off Script in third. A 16th to go, and Accelerating pours it on. Look at this performance for this daughter of Matoli. Accelerating waltzes home by 5 while geared down. Off Script finished with a flourish in second. Miss Welch weakened late to third. Open Flame 4th.
That's the kind of filly in her debut at Saratoga who will get you up and out of your seat. Accelerating, broke like a shot, cutthroat duel with Miss Welch, turned her away, and wins going away. Richie, what'd you see right from the start?
Actually, it was a pretty good start for everybody. The 2-horse broke in a little bit, but everybody had their chance. A little bumping going on in the back there, but that was about 100 yards out of the gate by then. But Accelerating broke very sharply. Then she was taken on by Miss Welch, who put a lot of pressure on her. They had 10 lengths on the field at one point, and then she shrugged her off and continued.
That's the key. I mean, out the gate, the outside horse, Miss Welch, kind of hops in the air a little bit, doesn't get away as cleanly as Accelerating, the 3 does. That's where the race is won. She has to catch up to Accelerating, and that's going to give Accelerating a little more energy at the end of the race than it would Miss Welch, who had to play catch-up to get even with her after the first quarter.
Yeah, and Off Script got a great schooling in this race. I know just running second here with Joel Rosario, but didn't break great, but then got squeezed so far back. And it would have been interesting if this horse would have been able to be a little bit closer, but I don't think they were ever beating the 3 to put those fractions up and go away. And it just shows you in these 2-year-old races, Lafitte, when you win the break, about 80% of the time you win the race.
And to put it into perspective, absolutely, to put it into perspective, Richie, how impressive. In a date, it's her first career start to take that much fire, to take that much pressure, and to still turn back that challenge and finish and make it look as easy as she did, Accelerating.
It's very impressive. You know, they've never been asked to run this fast before for an extended period of time. Obviously, had a great work at Timonium, but that was a furlong in 10 seconds. She was under intense pressure for basically the entire first 5 furlongs before she shook clear. And we've seen 4 dirt races now. They've all been won wire to wire on the inside.
Were you expecting both fillies to take enough starch out of each other where somebody was going to eventually come and get them, say, rounding the far turn?
No, you can never know that with 2 first-time starters. Listen, Miss Welch ran well, too. I mean, she up there battling as much as she could. The 3 just got the best of her. And kind of the 6 picked up the pieces. I
kind of thought that the race would back up until they got to the 3/8 pole, and literally they could have built a Walmart between the front 2 runners and the rest of the field. I mean, it was way back.
Kaleem Shah's Accelerating, sensational on debut. Results when we come back, plus Kentucky Derby runner-up, Sierra Leone. Belmont Stakes 3rd place finisher, Sierra Leone. So much ability, yet star-crossed. Still has time to make it all happen starting tomorrow in the Jim Dandy.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. at the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's Shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. A glorious afternoon here at the spa as Hall of Fame famer Steve Asmussen gets accelerating to the winner's circle at first asking. And pleased to be joined by Steve now as a daughter of Matoli, a horse that you had so much success with and physically resembles him quite a bit.
She does. You know, Matoli, a very special horse for us, and to have an offspring. You know, what a nice filly. Came out of the David McCathan consignment. Timonium has not missed a day. Very straightforward. Very happy Ben McElroy. Kaleem Shaw stepped up and purchased her and gave us the chance with her.
Were you expecting that? Because there were two, main rivals in here that had a lot of buzz behind them too. But as we see time and time again with your babies, they break and they break running.
She's got a lot of ability. I mean, you have no control over who else is in there, but definitely felt like she was well intended in any 2-year-old filly race, maiden race up here, let alone being a New York bred.
Steve, tomorrow in our co-feature, the Vanderbilt, we'll see Skelly. Speaking of breaking, that has been a little bit of his Achilles heel in his last 3 starts. As a trainer with an older horse with so much talent, what do you do to try to correct that?
Well, Skelly runs in a scoop blinker, an extension blinker on the outside. And I think the fact that he's run at different racetracks, they're kind of new to him every time. It's just extremely important for him to keep his head pointed down the racetrack or he doesn't see the gates open. You know, Ricardo is, you can say it about it, but it's just such a habit when they walk in there to turn their head a little to the left. His head a little to the left, doesn't see the front.
So will the assistant starter...
They're aware of it and stuff, but it's not like that's been a secret the last couple of times. But if he's looking down the racetrack, I think the outside draw, he doesn't have to stand there that long. He's a great big horse. I mean, he fills up the gates, all of it. And just the first jump, as you mentioned, he's missed, but he does have great speed. And I think it's a good spot for him.
He looked exceptional schooling yesterday. Best of luck with him. Congrats with Accelerate.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. We'll see Steve well represented tomorrow in that Vanderbilt Lafitte. Looking forward to Skelly. And as he said, maybe that outside draw corrects some of that slow braking that we've seen lately.
As you said, Maggie, 3 straight starts for Skelly. this, the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, accelerating. Impressive. Trainer Steve Asmussen, North America's all-time leading trainer, first win of the summer here at Saratoga. Tom, can you lend perspective to how anxious those moments will be? You're talking about a 6-5 favorite in a Grade 1 race, a sprint race in Skelly, who all of a sudden has this bad habit of trying to get out of the gate.
I mean, Steve has run how many? Thousands and thousands of horses, and he's won thousands and thousands of races. No one's won more races as a trainer in North America than Steve Asmussen. So, sure, when they go in the gate, he's going to be nervous, but I think it's a good nervousness and maybe a little bit anxious to let the race go. I mean, isn't that how you feel when you get in the gate?
Well, absolutely. Usually I would start getting a little worked up before I got on the horse. And once you get on the horse, you kind of lock in and you're ready to do your job. I guess it's harder for a trainer because you're giving the keys of the car to someone else to drive. And you've done all the heavy lifting, all the hard work, right, Tom? And then you've got to trust.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be willing to put that guy in timeout too after the race if he doesn't ride well.
His Grade 1 debut tomorrow afternoon in Skelly, the Alfred G. Vanderbilt right here at Saratoga. Of course, you can catch it on Fox. Much more on the Vandy a little bit later on in the broadcast. First things first, turn the page. Race 7 started a late pick 4. Yesterday, the female equivalent of this race produced a $48 winner. Mile 3/8 on grass. The returns allowance. Current favorite at 5-2 Vesting with Flavia Pratt seeking another win on the afternoon. And very soon, by the way, in this 7th race, part of the cross-country pick 5 kicks off, again, very soon, about 4 minutes from Monmouth Park. First leg, the Regret at Monmouth, just minutes away. Monmouth Park, live racing Friday to Sunday, all summer long. Cross-country pick 5 coming up. And tomorrow on Fox, Week 2, Fox Saratoga Saturday. This building is going to be packed. A special Saturday of racing featuring Grade 1 sprinters in the Vanderbilt and the Grade 2 Jim Dandy, the traditional prep for the Travers. Catch it all on Fox tomorrow afternoon. Coverage gets started 3 Eastern. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Biggest races, best horses tomorrow afternoon from the Spa. Cue the animation for the America's Best Racing's race of the week, 61st running. Jim Dandy, presented by Mohegan Sun. You know these names. Number 2, Preakness winner Seize the Gray. Number 6, he's a champion, Fierceness. And the favorite, Sierra Leone, post 1, even money on the morning line. Our crew went barnstorming once again. Let's meet the field, starting with Sierra Leone. Super talented, but a super frustrating spring.
Frustrating spring because this is a horse that likes to lay in, turning for home, getting that rail post. It's almost like having training wheels on him. He's gonna be able to not have to fight him on the rail and use the rail to his advantage.
Trained by Chad Brown, seeking that first Travers win, also seeking a first win in the Jim Dandy. Number 2, Seize the Gray, the Preakness winner, 7th in the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, we'll see what we get from Seize the Gray by the great Arrowgate. We lost him too soon, but his best race, you could argue, was here when he won the Travers. And my colleague to the left seems to think that he's been training well.
Wayne Lucas won his first Jim Dandy, 1989. Jimmy Torres, born 1999. Number 3, battened down the Ohio Derby winner.
Yeah, a horse that's on the improve, won the Ohio Derby, does have a tendency to get a little bit keen. I was talking with Junior Alvarado, his rider, and he hopes that he gets to settle a little bit more. He goes about an eighth of a mile, kind of grabs a bit and wants to go on, and there is ample speed in this Jim Dandy.
Juddmonte, homebred, rockstar pedigree. Number 4, Pony Express, least experienced, the West Coast Invader.
Yeah, he might be part of that ample speed in the race. Pony Express has 1 win in 3 starts. This is a big step up for a horse like this into Grade 1 company. Grade 2 company, excuse me.
Joel Rosario to ride, 2-time Jim Dandy winning rider. Number 5, Gould's Gold, runner-up, 2 battened down in the Ohio Derby.
Yeah, and I still can't believe he lost to Sir Barton. He's another one in that barn. Same connections as Mystic Dan here, and I think 15-1 will come down a little bit. This is a talented colt.
Yeah, top to bottom, Team Mystic Dan intact. Number 6, Fierceness, the highly decorated champion, Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner. His star has faded, though.
He's become the Slim Shady of horse racing. Will the real Fierceness please stand up? You just don't know what you're going to get. If the good Fierceness shows up, he's a force to be reckoned with. But there's just as likely a chance that he doesn't show up.
If you could ride one of the 6, Mig, who would it be?
It would be Sierra Leone. I think the race really sets up for him. There's a tremendous amount of speed, and plus I had a vicious left hand.
I was going to say, are you left-handed or right-handed? Because you're going to need your left hand.
61st Jim Dandy, presented by Mohegan Sun, tomorrow on Fox. That Belmont Stakes, we were just discussing Sierra Leone. He's favored. He's closing pole. Bothered at the top of the stretch. Lugs in again, and in the end, chasing in vain once again.
I think, like Mingo said, I think that other horse kind of aggravated him a tiny bit, and he started lugging in. But I'll tell you this. We talk about a racetrack today that was playing toward speed, taking nothing away from Dornick because he came back and obviously won the Haskell. For Sierra Leone to only lose this race by about a length and a half was remarkable. And I actually think he's going to lap the field tomorrow.
Yeah, so that was Flavin Pratt's first time on him.
Yep.
I kind of thought he was out of position down the backside. He really was back in that race. He had to make up a lot of ground, more than I think he's learned the horse more this time around. I think he's going to ride him well.
Sierra Leone, the favorite for tomorrow's Jim Dandy, and then there is Fierceness, the reigning 2-year-old champion. This is what it looks like when he's at his very best. Richie, the Florida Derby runaway in historic, devastating fashion.
When he's able to get into a good rhythm, he has such a high cruising speed that he just runs them off their feet. I think he's a horse that's better off going faster than slower. He doesn't change gears, and he gets everybody else dizzy chasing him. But he has to get away clean, and he has to deal with other fast horses in here. But if I'm Johnny Velasquez, I'm going to ride him like I'm solo and let him run his race. And if that means go extremely fast, go extremely fast.
Feast or famine? Which version of Fierceness shows up tomorrow?
I don't trust him. Now, he was favored in the Kentucky Derby. That shows how good his resume was leading into the first Saturday in May. But he seems to me that he might just be a horse that needs the front end to run his best race. He's going to get some company tomorrow. He's got a great post.
Yep.
If you're a speed horse and you get the outside post, that's where you want to be. On the outside, small field of 6 for Fierceness. He'll be on the outside. I think he goes right from the start. If he clears, I think you get the good Fierceness. If he doesn't clear, I don't think you get any kind of Fierceness.
It's one of the toughest reads. It really is a tough read because if you look at the horse, good race, bad race, good race, bad race, good race, bad race. Now, you go back and you look. If you look at the numbers, he's the only horse in here that can beat Sierra Leone if they all get away in straight order. But he's got to do a Mick said. He's got to do a Nick's Go, a Life is Good. He's got to run them off their feet.
Fascinating, fascinating. Jim Dandy with this chase for a 3-year-old title, all roads leading to that DraftKings Travers. The Jim Dandy tomorrow on Fox. Horses in the paddock behind us, 13 minutes out, race 7. Long distance, mile 3/8, 3 turns. Gorgeous afternoon in upstate New York. Updated odds, wide open. We check in with Maggie standing by with this race 7 paddock report. Start of the late pick 4. Maggie.
Well, Lafitte, we see Vesting as your favorite. Light on races, but I think there's some serious talent there, and he looks tremendous. So going to check in with some horses that have question marks surrounding them, and we'll jump to the outside with a Whit Beckman trainee in number 8, Anthem King. He's the son of Bolt Dworo, who actually has pretty decent numbers with his turf routers. The dam, she was 2 for 11 on the turf. In the second dam, she was a stakes winner on the turf, and surprise, surprise, with that influence of pedigree, this guy has a turf hoof. He has a turf look, and he looks like a horse that wants to run really long. He's big, he's scopy, but he's also carrying a lot of good conditioning. He looks strong. He's also very relaxed, which is always a feather in one's cap for trying a longer distance than what they ever have before. I think he's really intriguing, and he'll definitely be a big price on the board, rightfully so, but there's a lot of positives with this long shot. Moving on to his inside with number 7, Lentaris, coming in from France. French imports sometimes have the propensity to be a little bit difficult, a little bit quirky. So they'll often display that in the paddock, and it's often with Belmont. This horse isn't doing any of that. He has been straightforward, focused, really just acting like this is old hack for him, being here at Saratoga, which I think is a really good sign. And I don't know the quality that he was facing. You know, he might just not be that good, but at least he's well prepared for this comeback race, and definitely a horse that wants this type of distance. Very fit, well-defined, coming over that just year to the day layoff that he is. So he's another interesting cog in this field. They all have vesting to beat, but some good looking runners here as well. Lafitte.
Bill Mott, the Hall of Famer, Lantari, the French 5-year-old, set for his stateside debut, 6-1. But as Maggie said, there is the gelding to beat. Vestig, light in experience, improving, and the 3-1 second choice. Start of the late pick 4. Next, Riders Up post parade as our coverage continues on a Friday from Saratoga.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140, 140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:50 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Riders Up, exiting the paddock, headed front side for a post parade. The 7th race, start of the late pick 4 at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live. Vestig, 3-1. Flavien Prat in the saddle. Let's revisit his maiden win. This was late June, Aqueduct, part of a heavily favored entry. Vestig, you'll see here, Tom. He was aggressive early. He was pulling early, but then he relaxed, but has to dig deep to hold off his stablemate late.
Yeah, and you're right, Lafitte. He was aggressive out of the gate. He sent and went. Was able to slow it down about midway through the race, and that was the key to winning. He was able to finally slow it down. But, you know, Vesting is going to do today what all these other horses have already done. They've already broken their maiden. This is him breaking his maiden and stepping into the next level. And he's also going to get some company in the front end today from the 4. So we'll see how that plays out for him.
For a 1 3/8 race, Richie, and especially a horse speed oriented, he's going to be forwardly placed. Like, relaxing is everything. That's something to keep an eye on right from the start with Vestig and how much he's fighting Flavien Prat, if at all.
Well, that's it. Going these longer distances, you don't want horses pulling. They don't use their energy efficiently, and they tend to empty out. You want them to be off the bridle. Even if a horse on the lead, you want them ears up, 5 pounds of pressure on the reins, not 10 pounds of pressure.
But rarely do you see a Chad Brown horse that the rider's having to fight.
Right.
They're trained to the T.
Leading trainer and creating separation, Chad Brown. And with Vestig here, you'll see him in the post parade, starting with Hamilton's Way. Took 9 starts, but finally graduated.
Yeah, Dylan Davis, Ray Handel's having a monster meet so far, and this horse at 10-1, not without a look.
Vestig really coming into his own.
Already won at the distance, has a potential to take these gate to wire again, depending what the 4 does.
Harry Hood, Johnny Velasquez, Mark Hennig, one was spinning colors Wednesday.
Really tough read. The last 2 races, just, I don't know what happened, but the races before that, this horse would crush this field.
Opera D graduated at Delaware on dirt.
This horse holds the key to the race. This is the only horse in this race that can put pressure on the 2 vesting.
Number 5, Better Bet, Whisper Hill Farm, homebred.
I'm surprised this horse is your favorite 2-1 for Kent Sweezy, but you do get Irad aboard.
Be Like Clint, number 6, third in his last 3 races.
Trained by Fernando Abreu. People not familiar, he was a longtime assistant trainer to the late, great Alan Jerkins. He can train a racehorse. I like Be Like Clint. I think he had an interesting trip last time.
6-1, as is number 7, Lontari, the French 5-year-old U.S. debut.
By a Great Britain sire out of a Japanese mare, this French horse, Lontari, should be owned by Team International, Valor International.
Anthem King and his turf debut.
Trying turf for the first time. Maggie gave him high marks for the surface switch. Interesting that he's trying this distance. You can go back to his paternal grandmother. That was Capote Bell, trained by Danny Pites, was a wickedly fast filly.
Real fast. That's the field for this 7th race. 5 minutes out, start of the late pick 4. Maggie is hanging out at a spot that should be absolutely rocking tomorrow afternoon. Jim Dandy Day at the Jim Dandy Bar. Maggie.
How could it not? It's already rocking today in Jim Dandy Eve. I'm joined by some friends. I got Cassidy and Timmy and a whole lot of other awesome. They need to give me their drinks. Anyway, Cassidy, have you been to the Jim Dandy Bar before?
Yes, and I'm so excited to be back, and I can't wait for more races. It's going to be awesome.
And Timmy, you're a local boy. You're on the lake. Now you got to pick for me. You've done your handicapping and your homework for tomorrow.
I really love Sierra Leone. However, Kenny McPeak's had a horse in there. I wouldn't want Kenny's horse to nip Sierra again.
He did it with before in the Derby.
Mystic Dan.
Mystic Dan, gold's gold tomorrow. You might be able to do it.
But maybe Anna can beat them all in the Traverse in 3 weeks.
My man's got this planned out. Anyway, Lafitte, the Jim Dandy Bar is the place to be. It's beautiful since they've redone it. Guys, have a great day.
A great new spot to spend an afternoon at Saratoga, like especially the Jim Dandy Bar tomorrow, Jim Dandy Day, and Maggie could have a blast at like a tax seminar.
100%.
Let's face it.
She's concert. I'll tell you what, I went by the Jim Dandy Bar. One of my buddies was in there today. I felt underdressed. It's beautiful. Well done.
Brand new.
Yeah.
In so many different places to spend an afternoon here. It's from the 1863 Club. The Jim Dandy Bar, as much as they say at Saratoga, it is somewhat timeless in how we appreciate that things don't change and honor the tradition. At the same time, you do see change and innovative in certain things that make more options for the fans to spend their afternoon here.
I think all the changes, though, have been very respectful to the history and the past of this place, and it just adds instead of subtracts. I think this is a really nice setup, the way they've done it, and they've opened up that whole area a great deal.
And you can go to the tree. I like how everything's gone up. So you get a perspective. You can sit in so many different places and see the paddock, you know what I mean? And that's the joy. I mean, listen, we love this racetrack, but there's nothing like this paddock.
Now, if we can just get Maggie out of her shell. If we can just work on that and get her out of her shell.
Is she still at the Jim Dandy Bar? Security!
We'll check in with Maggie pre-race. Warm-up continues. There's Better Bet. And yeah, a little surprising, Tom, that he is the favorite, I thought.
You know, if you watch his last race, Better Bet, which was a very poor performance, this horse stumbles early into the race, and after that, it's let's just get him around there. They don't really do much with Better Bet in his last race, so it's a throwout, in my opinion. When you throw out that last race, Better Bet is, in my opinion, one of the ones to beat in this spot.
Because look at this, Paul.
Yeah.
At Keeneland, Better Bet, the rail trip, a big effort and a tough beat.
Yeah, he gets the split right there, and he starts running right here. The other horse is just going to go over the top of him. But, I thought it was a good effort, like Tom said. And, that was at 1.5 miles for the first time. Now, Julie Stormfeld, if you're thinking whatever, that's Kent Sweezy's girlfriend. So it's the same, Kent and Julie do a lot of things together. So, I think Irad maybe taking the money here. This horse has just got a lot to do, and I think not a very fast-paced race.
And Paul, that race at Keeneland, the pace was slow by Keeneland standards. So for Better Bet to make a finish against a very slow pace, which they had, it was a very good performance.
Vestig, Paul, your top selection. We watched his maiden win The horse he was all out to defeat and hold off. Factor Analysis came back and performed poorly. So I think he loses a little steam in terms of that performance overall.
I just think this horse is going to get the lead again. And I think a lot of people, I know there might be some other speed. He's going to have to go a little bit quicker. He's going to have to improve. But times like this, you got to trust in Flavor Flav. So I'm going to trust in Flavor Flav to walk the dog.
That's what he wants to do.
Yes.
But it's a matter of how much Vestig cooperates, relaxes early on. You don't want to see his head up in the air, and how much pressure Au Paradis, as you mentioned, applies.
Yeah, I think that's more the key, because Vesting did, when he made the front last time, his ears went up. He was nice and settled.
Eventually,
right?
yeah.
Eventually. But, you know, by the time he came by the stands the first time at Aqueduct, he was in a good rhythm. It depends if the 4 Au Paradis sets him off. I like the 6, guys. He had a kind of a stop-and-go trip last time, going to mile and 3/8. So I'm hoping Be Like Clint makes my day.
Wow. You've been sitting on that one for how long?
Since about 12 o'clock today.
Handicappers all in agreement, as you can see. For the 7th race at Saratoga, we check in with Maggie.
Lafitte, stay on there for a second, and I got to give you credit. You're not a one-trick pony. You master the Spanish language, but you're also very good at French, as I butchered the Bill Mott horse's name. Say it to me again.
Lantari. And I can't take credit.
Lantari.
I checked it. I checked with Acacia first. Trust me, that is simply passing along her pronunciation, which is accurate.
She is our resident French expert, as I'll try not to butcher another French name, and that's Au Paradis, who I think is a little bit intriguing. I know he's a big long shot, and I'm a little bit suspect of this pace. I feel like there's horses that are going to want to be more forward, including him, because he was quite ranked going a mile at Tampa in his last turf start. So why would they fight him? Why, going this distance, why not let him go on with it? He was really reserved and laid back, so not giving off the vibe that he should be ranked during the running of the race. Really good looking, quality road son. That's kind of typical of him, but he has that Galileo on the bottom. There's every reason in the world that this horse should appreciate the stretch out in distance. Guys, I get the favorites, I totally do, but I thought there was a lot of upside with some of these more underexposed horses. I'm taking a shot with the first-time turfer in here on the outside for Whit Beckman and Anthem King. Guys.
It's a quick start for Harry Hood. Harry Hood now just backs off that early tempo. Hamilton's Way along the inside has to go wrangling back as Vesting takes the lead. So it's Vesting in front. Au Paradis now moves into second, followed by Hamilton's Way in third. Lantari is racing in fourth. Then Harry Hood racing on the inside of Anthem King. And then at the back of the field, we have Better Bet and Be Like Clint. It's a compact field, 24-2 for the opening quarter mile, and Vesting will control the pace. It's Vesting in front, a length and a half. Hamilton's Way on the inside, a joint second with Au Paradis, and now Anthem King moves up willingly to take that second spot. Lantari is racing in mid-pack. Be Like Clint is just outside of him. Down on the hedge comes Harry Hood and Better Bet. They round the clubhouse turn, Flavien Prat and Vesting. In hand, in command, a length and a half to Au Paradis in second. Then it's Hamilton's Way. Anthem King is in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Lantari in the green and red, racing in between rivals, just 3.5 off the pace. And down on the inside still Harry Hood with Be Like Clint and Better Bet. 1:13.3 for 6 furlongs. It's Vesting, the controlling pace. Au Paradis second most of the journey. On the inside comes Hamilton's Way with Anthem King in fourth. Then it's Lantari in fifth, followed by Be Like Clint on the outside of Harry Hood. And Better Bet in the pink is the trailer, 8 lengths front to back. Around the turn, Vesting trying to get some separation now. Leads at a length and a half over Anthem King. Au Paradis has lost significant ground. Be Like Clint trying to circle the field. And Better Bet will be widest of all while kicking in there at the top of the stretch. Vesting 2-length lead with a furlong left to go. Lantari is trying to move up in between horses on the inside. Hamilton's Way is in with a shot too. Lantari is now coming to get the lead, and here comes Better Bet from dead last. Better Bet coming best of all, and Better Bet gets up. Lantarie, Be Like Clint. Harry Hood was on the scene to try and get fourth with vesting.
Driving finish, the Whisper Hill Farm homebred Better Bet lengthens his stride late and mows him down, Richie, in the stretch.
I think it was a pretty solid pace on here, and things kind of heated up in the middle of the race a bit, particularly when the 8 Anthem King got a little bit keen under Jose Ortiz, and here comes Irad Ortiz with that last run. Perfectly timed ride.
Yeah, on the other hand, didn't Vesting get exactly what he wanted
Absolutely.
early in the race?
He did. Exactly what I wanted.
He got to relax all he wanted. You got no challenge from the 4, who was well held to stay off of him. This is a big performance by Better Bet, the 5, who had to circle the field, come from last, go around everybody, and get home in front.
I'll tell you what, too. Nothing against the winner because this horse came flying home, but Lantarie, Bill Mott, I don't know how he does it. This horse was running nothing over in Europe off a year layoff, and this comes rolling home in between your horse that you like, Be Like Clint, and 7 ran a giant race too, but take nothing away from the winner.
5-7-6-2, your top selection?
Yes.
Well done, my friend. And you're still good in the late Big 5. You're good to go.
He's a
You're
Who
good.
fan.
You bet.
Better Bet by Triple Crown winner Justify. What a turf stallion he's turned out. Never raced on grass, obviously. Triple Crown winner Justify, but what a turf sire he's turned out to be.
He really has. He's turned out to be just a tremendous sire overall. And, you know, Maggie had mentioned Galileo on the bottom side for one of the other horses. Better Bet had Galileo on the bottom side.
As well. But, yeah, Justify is really an incredible stallion. It's a shame we didn't get to see more of him on the racetrack. I mean, what he did was brilliant, but he was like a shooting star. He was there, it was beautiful, and it was gone.
We're selfish fans. We want more. We want more of our stars,
I define
right?
greatness as sustained excellence. Brilliance to me is a horse like Justify. It's there and it's gone.
Triple Crown winner and the sire of the winner in the 7th race at Saratoga. Better Bet, Irad Ortiz. 2nd one in the afternoon. Winning trainer, Kent Sweezy. Whisper Hill Farm, Mandy Pope. Better Bet, 5-7-6-2. Results, painting lessons, and fast sprinters. Anybody catch this earlier today? The Amsterdam, a blur rocket right from the start. World record sensational in the Friday feature at the Spa.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Coverage brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Tomorrow's Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan. Brad Ortiz won it last year with the champion Forte. And entering the winner's circle here, Meg, is this the start of one of those Arad avalanches when he will pile up 12 wins in 3 days?
It's remarkable. He can win in bunches. He's riding terrific, as is a bunch of riders at this meeting. And I think he got tired of hearing about Flavor Flav.
Yeah, right? And congratulations to Kent Sweezy. I know, Kent, you're watching from the bar, the Summer Wind Bar there at Monmouth Park right now. We're watching your horse get home, so congratulations. And you're right, Tom. Good pick by you. This horse stormed home.
Yeah, look, we got to keep Irad Ortiz going a mile in, what was this, 3/8? Mile and 3/8, timing it perfectly to the wire, coming from last place, being patient, not being in a hurry with his horse, the sign of an excellent rider.
Solid effort, as Paul mentioned, from the U.S. debuting Lontari to complete the exacta. And yeah, I'm sure for Team Vestig that we expected more. He did relax early. He didn't get the pressure from Au Paradis and didn't have much fight to offer in the stretch.
You know what Tom mentioned earlier, and it's one of my play against, even though I like the horse, first time against winners is the toughest thing to do.
Better bet here. Tom, with your ticket, advancing, accelerating, impressive in debut, 770, and better bet 660 in the 7th of 10 from Saratoga. Moving right along, race 8. Staying on grass, strong, deep allowance turf sprint, 2-1. Run, Curtis, run, Tom. It's this is where it gets. This is a nervous time here. You're single in your late pick 5.
Yeah, look, the thinking here is in a race that lacks obvious pace, and I don't see it when you look at the resume of each of these horses. You got a horse like Run, Curtis, Run that's very, very tactical, and a horse that maybe even might make the lead, but for sure will be close. If a deep closer wins this race, Paul, I'd be stunned.
I think it's a 2 and the 3, right? The 3's the other horse in here, Tommy, that can maybe go. So if he can do whatever he wants, Luis Saez. I'm kind of with you. I think he either can take back, he can do whatever. This horse is 1 from off the pace. 4 Harp kind of needs the lead a little bit, but I think he can run 4 Harp down.
Tom, are you just like drawing the proverbial line through his last race, Run, Curtis, Run? Because it's just kind of a 2-back great. Last race, kind of a dull effort.
Yeah, it was. I mean, he was very even down the lane, didn't show a lot of finish on that specific day. But, I mean, horses, they're not a straight line upward in their performances. They have good days and bad days. The overall resume of the 2 horse makes me like him.
This colt had a really, really good day today at Saratoga. Earlier, the Amsterdam Richie world record like he shot out of a cannon with Flavien Prat.
Yeah, I mean, he exploded out of the blocks. And you know, from post 1, he needed to. And then he just established the lead and ran fast at every point of call. He really didn't get any breathers. I mean, he clears off from the field, but he was running with his ears pinned and just ran through the bridle.
He had his PF flyers on today.
No doubt.
I mean, my goodness, this son of Gunrunner. You know, this is the first time blinkers, and Flavien had stuck with this horse. 2 out of the 3 starts, and you talk about just running them off the feet. This is how you run them off their feet, Tom.
Yeah, and as a trainer, when you're giving instructions, it's about intent. So world record, blinkers on, goes to the racetrack, warms up seriously strong on the racetrack, and out the gate, the rider is using his hands. That's his method of communication to the horse. He is shoving on world record. They were intent on making the lead. This was by design, and this is the style this horse is going to continue to run in.
For the competition, the connections, if they're asked what happened, how'd it go in the Amsterdam, this colt, what happened? We never had a chance.
What happened
World record never gave them a chance.
What happened is everybody got tired of chasing him.
Yeah.
I mean, he just ran them off their feet. And look at his demeanor. He never wavered from that demeanor. Ears pinned flat back and just kept reaching for ground. Not how fast you're going. It's how you're going fast.
Making it look easy.
When you look at the race, and I went back and I like to look back at it. You look at Jefferson Street. Came off the Churchill Downs racetrack, 108 buyer. World record came out of the Churchill Downs racetrack. Boom shakalaka. Something's going on, but they're firing from Churchill.
How much do we need to keep in mind how the track has been playing and impacting the racing with speed and how advantageous, it's always advantageous, but really advantageous today at Saratoga. How much should that be considered?
Got to pay attention to it, right, Paul?
Yeah, you do. I mean, world record they were not beating, but I think some of the other horses, yeah, you got to pay attention to it. I would think so. I mean, speed has been good. Inside speed has been really good. And listen, at the end of the day, taking deep closers is not a great recipe, to be honest.
Well, even the other Chad Brown, a Colt was the favorite. Tough Street was 9-1. Went gate to wire on the inside. I know if I'm riding today and I walk out of the paddock to ride for Tom, I'm going to Tom, take the handcuffs off. Let me let him roll. And I know you would. So.
Oh, of course.
Bookham Dano have something to worry about. King's Bishop, Alan Jerkins, undercard of the Travers, most prestigious sprint race for 3-year-olds in the country. He is considered the best 3-year-old sprinter.
They'll both be there, won't they?
In the country.
Yeah.
Little Knee will be there. That race was legit.
Right.
At Monmouth Park, world record. What do you think? How do they stack up?
Good luck.
You like world record?
No, good luck with Bookham Dano. Horse a monster.
Okay.
Bookham Dano, the New Jersey bred. It's always one of the highlights Travers Day. Again, the most prestigious sprint race for 3-year-olds was the King's Bishop. Now the Alan Jerkins keep prep today in the Amsterdam World Record. Never gave them a shot. Trainer Steve Asmussen knows all about fast sprinters. North America's all-time leading trainer. He will unleash that guy tomorrow. Skelly, 6-5 favorite in his Grade 1 debut, the Grade 1 Alfred G. Vanderbilt. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And clear off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect. Integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, and that is a very young Alfred G. Vanderbilt as we go inside the numbers. First running 1985. That picture was not taken in 1985. Who was fast as Imperial Hint, whistling 3/4 in 107.92. Biggest blowout, El Deal, a romp by 8 in 2017. Most wins, only 2 have won twice. Cognizant in the 80s, and Imperial Hint. Most Vanderbilt wins by an owner. The number is 2. 5 owners, including Shadwell, have won it twice. Leading trainer, no surprise, Steve Asmussen. 4 Vanderbilt wins, working on a 5th with Skelly. Vanderbilt's leading jockey, 2 riders, 4 wins apiece, Pat Day and Javier Castellano. From the Vanderbilt to the Breeders' Cup Sprint, the number is 3, included Speightstown 2004, and Vanderbilt winners crown champion. The very elite. Only 3 most recent elite power last year, the Alfred G. Vanderbilt. By the numbers, Richie, what should our viewers know about Alfred G. Vanderbilt, the person?
Well, he was a noted owner, obviously, but he also bought Pimlico Racecourse when he was 20 years old. His mother had gifted him Sagamore Farm in Maryland. He loved horse racing, and he put together the War Admiral Seabiscuit match race that was made so famous, obviously, in the movie. But beyond that, he was an amazing human being. I was riding first call for him when I got hurt very badly in 1988. He would send a car to my house 2 days a week to bring me to his estate in Mill Neck to have lunch with him because he was so worried about me being depressed, not being able to ride. Wow. He really was a caring, thoughtful person.
That's all you need to know to understand who he was. I knew the Seabiscuit story. I didn't know about buying Pimlico at 20 years old.
Yeah,
you buy a racetrack at 20. I didn't buy a racetrack at 20.
Pretty good. Buy a $2 win ticket at a racetrack.
We have a $350,000 stakes race. Grade 1, Alfred G. Vanderbilt. Top class sprinters. Number 6, Skelly. 6-5 morning line favorite, and rightfully so, Paul, but he's not invincible as we saw in the Aristides last month at Churchill Downs.
Well, he just got left in the gate, and then he cut out 21-4. So if you think about it, he basically cut out, I was trying to do the sub-fractions, he probably cut out 21-1. He's that fast. Now, if you go back to his race in where he was overseas, he was able to raid off horses, and I thought Ricardo made maybe a little bit early move. He's gotten to the point now that it's just like his last 3 races, he's gotten left. I had mentioned it right when he came back from the States that he can overcome it because he was facing horses that weren't as good as him. Now he can't. He has to break from the gate. He is the fastest quarter-mile horse, or you want to go half-mile, in North America. I don't care when they break. You start him from whatever, but he needs to get out of the gate.
One time is a fluke, twice is a coincidence. Now, Tom, it's a trend. 3 straight horse starts for Skelly.
And the fact that it's happening now in succession like this, you wonder about a horse like horse like Skelly and whether or not this is a horse that's maybe not as good as he once was. So, I mean, it's a factor, period.
And Subrogate, Richie, he's rattled off 3 straight. The now horse and getting faster.
Yeah, his last race was his best yet. He's a horse that races on his left lead, doesn't like to change leads. But he has that mean way of running too, Tom, right? Pins his ears back, bears down. And listen, some horses don't want to change leads. He's just a southpaw, I guess.
And he's rateable. I mean, if you want to rate off the lead, and there is some other speed in here, you can do it with him.
The leaning on the left, the not switching lead things, that bugs me. Paul, is he ready for this? Ready for this level of competition? Grade 1 debut for him as well?
I think it is. He is, to be honest with you. And I'll ask Richie this. You know, I mean, switching leads, I know it's a problem going to be some point in his career, but do you just leave him alone right now?
You know, Jose Lezcano's not a rider that really forces that issue, right? Everybody has their idea or their style about it. I think maybe if he gets a little more balanced out, he could help him over his right lead. I don't like when riders continue to overdo it. You try them once, you give them that chance, you try to help them, but don't start swinging them around. You got to go forward. The bag of money's out in front of you.
And I'm sure you've ridden horses that you've made switch leads because you're told, hey, this horse is really lazy about it, and they don't run as good.
No. Well, sometimes they just know which lead they're happier on.
Yeah.
And you'd better be at your best if you're going to beat Baby Yoda at Saratoga, Tom, who may love Saratoga more than like the 4 of us.
And he showed it in his last race, and that's a race where he actually showed speed. His style is actually a little different than it has been in the past. He's very, very versatile, can go to the front, can lay off the pace. This is about as easy a win as you've seen all meet here at Saratoga.
He looks happy winning the race. He's run 114 Beyer, 102 Beyer, and he's got his own hat.
He wears it well.
Ah, it's beautiful. May the force be with you, Baby Yoda.
It is here at Saratoga, and the difference in his last couple of races, you mentioned the style. Eric Cancel, riding Baby Yoda, very aggressive. He's been the difference the last couple of starts.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And you know, Eric is a very talented young man. At times, though, maybe not as versatile as you like to see. I think he's showing more and more versatility, and I think that comes with confidence. You kind of get stuck in a rut. I'm successful doing something one way. But a top rider has to be a chameleon. They have to be able to fit whatever horse they ride in whatever situation comes up.
Potential championship implications. Last year, the 1-2 finishers, it was Elite Power, it was Gunite. They wound up running 1-2 in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and in the Eclipse voting, year-end honors, 1-2 is the top 2 sprinters in North America. Tomorrow's Grade 1, Alfred G. Vanderbilt on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coverage begins 3 Eastern. Back to the task at hand. Really good allowance, sprint, deep competitive, 5.5 furlongs. 2-1 the favorite. Run, Curtis, Run. Tom Single still alive in his late pick. 5, Maggie. And then you have Running with Scissors at number 9, like a year and 10 starts since his last turf sprint.
Exactly, but Lafitte, I've always thought he was a turf sprinter, and let me tell you, he's overachieved on multiple occasions, going longer. So I'm actually really excited about him turning back in distance for Fernando Abreu because he's built that way. Yes, he's a big horse, and so that translates a bit to him being able to get the distance. But if you look at him, he's really short coupled. He's got a really short back. He's built downhill with these massive hindquarters, and I think he looks tremendous here. Granted, he's just a cool horse at the end of the day. 15 wins and 61 starts. He's been around. He's 8, and every year I see him, I swear he looks better than the year before. So I'm a big fan of Running with Scissors. We'll see how he negotiates the turn back in distance, but I think he's well able to do so because he's had success in sprinting before. Now on to some wild cards. Number 7, Thrill of It for John Terranova. I got to give a shout out to his wife, Tanya Terranova, who bought this horse for $1,000 going back to when he was a yearling, and they've made $260,000 with this New York bred. I know it appears to be them just kind of throwing something to the wall and seeing if it sticks. But I'll say this. He is by Balabali, who was a successful turf runner. The dam did try the turf, but really with not much success. I've always been intrigued by this horse because he has a turf hoof. He has a turf look. He also has been working really well on the turf with a graded stakes place turf sprinter in our shot. And to my eye, at least going back to that July 8th breeze where you can watch on XBTV, he was going better throughout. And he looks as though he has run on his mind today. He's very forward in the bridle. I'm very intrigued to see what this big long shot does getting to the turf. Now, one that's only tried it once before is number 10, Let It Ride for George Weaver. But that was going a 2-turn, and I know it says 7.5, but that's a route at Gulfstream, where he was comfortably on the front end, but unable to see it out. I did think he tried hard, and he exerted himself well on the surface change. He's kind of a horse that presents himself as one who can kind of do either surface. He was working on the turf with that 2-year-old winner that George sent out here last week, who was quite impressive, making his second start of his career. And this guy, he's actually done very well since I last saw him, which was in the spring of 2023. While he's gotten on his toes now, he's so much more focused and taking his racing in stride and has really done well physically, growing up and growing out, Lafitte.
With Baby Yoda's jockey, Eric Cancel, Let It Ride. If Run, Curtis, Run wins, Tom will be having a very good day.
I know that.
Run, Curtis, Run, 2 starts back. This is the good run. This is the good one. Belmont week, same level. Run, Curtis, Run, Tom. The determined effort just misses.
Yeah, no, a good race. Saved ground along the rail. Came out exactly when you'd want to, and a strong finish to the wire here for Run, Curtis, Run.
It was a good effort. You know, he just could not get by the winner that day, and you can see the winner had his ears up, and he was getting to him late. Now he draws the rail, and like I said, I think the 3 might be the major speed in here if they go, and as long as Louis breaks out of there, he should get good position.
Louis always at his best when he's
forward,
getting his position going forward. And in a 5.5 furlong turf race, what are you waiting around for, right? You got to get up in there.
Well, you can't go against the horse's style, and this style is to lay off a little bit, but I don't know, Paul. I agree the 3 horse has some speed. But he's going to have a lot more speed than the 2 Run, Curtis, Run, because he's going to have to come over and get in front of him. I just think this is an opportunity for Run, Curtis, Run to have some speed here today.
Call to post. Race 8 of 10 on the eve of the Jim Dandy, on the eve of the Vanderbilt. Let's meet the field. There he is. Run, Curtis, Run. 5-2 favorite.
Well, we've talked about him, and he looks good on the track. He's on his toes, ears forward. That's what you want to see.
4 Harp, Pennsylvania bred, 3rd start off the bench.
Yeah, they went 106 and change last time he got run down, but he did show some speed off the bench.
Fauci, he ran in Golden Pal Skidmore here 4 years ago.
He did, but he's going to need some pace. This is a horse that wants to come from back.
Solardi, number 5, a 10-1 winner at Monmouth 12 days ago.
Not many horses come in here from Los Alamitos 1,000-yard races. They have to be pretty fast, so the 5 is going to be probably really fast.
Surveillance, he stands out, doesn't he? 2nd to 2 for Mike Maker.
Yeah, look, he's a good horse. He's running for claim today. His best races seem to be dirt, but when you add Maker to the equation, which is recent, that trainer tends to make him run on the grass.
Very positive observations by Maggie of this long shot. Thrill of it.
Yeah, if you're looking for a long shot, why not at 22-1? The horse does look tremendous on the racetrack.
Market Street, number 8, just his 2nd start on grass.
Yeah, didn't hit the board in his only start on the grass, but that was a route race, and I think sprinting is what this horse wants to do.
Mom Vasquez aboard, followed by a contender, back sprinting for the first time in a long time, running with scissors, sprinting on grass, I should say.
Yeah, he's a senior citizen in this group. He'll be rolling late in here, getting back to sprinting for the first time. He usually brings his lunch pail. He brings a good effort. I like this horse a little bit.
Let It Ride getting bet. 8-1 on the morning line, 4-1 now, just his 2nd start on grass.
No doubt this horse is talented, but what I don't like about the 10 horse is that this horse is eligible to run for the allowance. Not doing that today. He's running for the claim, meaning he can be bought out of the race if someone wants to. If they're willing to offer him for the claim, for the for sale price, that concerns me when they haven't in the past.
That's the field for this 8th race. Deep, competitive turf sprint, post time 4 minutes, so Thrill of It pictured at 22-1. You heard Maggie discussing him in the paddock. Let's hear from his trainer, John Terranova, standing by live with Maggie.
Yeah, Lafitte, I'm intrigued to see if John is as excited about him trying the turf, Thrill of It, as I am. Are you?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. We wouldn't be doing it. He worked really well back-to-back with a really nice horse we have. So, we're happy to see that. We kind of hit a ceiling. He's gone through his conditions. He's a New York bred. He's kind of leveled out a little bit, but he's been training really well and everything's good. So we figured, why not try it right now?
And I've asked you this before, but your wife, Tanya, bought him for $1,000 as a yearling. What drew her to him?
Yeah, she was down there in the October sale at OBS, and it was just kind of quiet. It was that COVID year and everything like that, and she just found him, thought we'd pinhook him, thought he'd bring a little bit more, but nobody bid on him. She was the only one. Just loved him, loved his walk, loved just the way about him, and she picks out a really nice horse. So, she brought him home, and here he is.
$260,000 later. But John, best of luck, and thank you so much for your insight.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, that Thrill of It could give big thrills today, guys.
Hey, what a cool story. Tanya and John Terranova, the $1,000 purchase. Here he is, Thrill of It, having banked more than $250,000.
I need to go find a couple of those $1,000 purchases that turn out like that. His works on the turf, particularly that half two back, were very good. And I think he's kind of interesting. He's by Bali Bali, who was a multiple Grade 1 winner in Brazil and a multiple Grade 1 winner on the turf here in America.
Yeah, Richard Mandela.
Yeah.
Tremendous trainer, had Bali Bali. $1,000 purchase, man, that is just insane and awesome story. And when you see things like this and you watch a horse like that beat a horse that went through the sale for like $400,000, it makes you wonder. But you know what? I always say you can just throw those sales prices away at this time now. They've run over 15, 14 times. Just throw those sale prices away.
And really good stuff. Good luck to the Terranovas. And then running with scissors on your screen at 6-1, 2 starts back. Aqueduct, same level, but this was a rout, Richie, and a sharp win going away.
Yeah, sharp win. When he goes long, he needs to be covered up. Joel Rosario did a great job not letting him see daylight, got him to switch off. He was able to come out, find that gap, and he really finished nicely. His next start, just a horrible trip, kind of ran off, wound up wide on the first turn in the bridle. No chance. Obviously today, turning back to 5.5, covering up isn't going to be a concern. He's going to get outrun early.
Yeah, and maybe that's okay. I like what Maggie had to say about him. She thinks he's a better sprinter. I do, too.
Me too.
I think he's better 1 turn than 2 turns, but going all the way to 5.5 might be a problem.
Yeah, it's a big cutback from 16th to 5.5. If this race was 6, listen, I landed on the 9, so did Maggie. He's going to be rolling late. It's just a matter, is it going to be too short?
Always a good idea, always a good advice. Running with scissors. 6-1 as the warm-up continues. Maggie, your top selection. And then circling back to Solardi, and the quick turnaround for him. He just ran 12 days ago and won at Monmouth Park. What are you observing?
Yeah, exactly. As he is one that doesn't look like he just ran 12 days ago. And David Jacobson, I have found that when his horses look good, and this guy really looks good, you know, great coat, great flesh to him, they tend to show up because sometimes it is a guessing game of which of his horses are going to perform on any given day. And coming off that layoff, I thought, at least watching the replay, obviously I wasn't there in person, it looked like he got quite washy, which can be indicative of a horse who needed a race, but yet he still won. So I think with that being said, there could be another forward move in this guy. It could be just him, he could be just a hotter type, but he looked really good. Same thing can be said for another second off the bench in number 4, Fauci. He historically, looking at his form, is a horse that needs a start or 2 or 3 to get going. I mean, last year he ran well, finishing second. Then he ran even better, although still second, only beaten a neck that day by Susua Summer, who is very nice. His biggest Achilles heel is getting out of the gate. He just leaves himself so much to do, and you can't do that going 5.5 sprinting on the turf. But you are guaranteed to at least get some sort of run in the latter stages. And I think that race last time more forwardly dominated. He looks fit here. I was not in the paddock for his July 6th effort, but very defined here for Phil Antonacci, who, like I said, this horse usually needs a start. It looks like he's benefited from it. Lafitte?
Fauci, now a 6-year-old, as mentioned, he ran in Golden Pals Skidmore 4 years ago. Wayne Lucas, who's been winning races at Saratoga much longer than that, holding court tomorrow, unleashing his Preakness winner, Seize the Gray in the Jim Dandy. Always a great story, Wayne Lucas, the fact that he won another Preakness last year, and it was Jim Dandy Day that we were introduced to Seize the Gray, running 1-2 in front of Dornick in a maiden race before the Jim Dandy last year.
You know you're a legend when you've had all 4 Asmussens ride winners for you. All 4 of them.
Look forward to seeing Seize the Gray tomorrow. Jim Dandy, presented by Mohegan Sun. First things first. Good luck, Tom, with your single. Post time for the 8th. Here's Frank Mirmati.
They're off. Salardi has great natural speed, 4 Heart matching strides, and 4 Heart puts his head in front. Market Street is up and on the pace, and Let It Ride 4th, but only a half length off the leaders. Then comes Run Curtis Run, who's 5th at this point. Racing 2 clear of Running with Scissors. Surveillance is toward the back of the field. Thrill of It. And Fauci is last, 21-3. 4 Harp is the quickest into the far turn. Let It Ride inches up on the outside of Salardi to take that second spot. Then it's Market Street racing in 4th. Run Curtis Run coming through along the inside with those yellow blinkers, finding a seam as the field turns for home. A very wide bid from Running with Scissors. It's 4 Harp in front. Run Curtis Run. Surveillance has emerged. Losing the rider there in mid-stretch was Let It Ride. 16th to go, and Surveillance is gradually closing in. Surveillance takes the lead close to the wire, and Surveillance wins 3/4 of a length. Running with Scissors second, 4 Harp was third, and Run Curtis Run finished 4th.
Surveillance wins the 8th race, Saratoga, but the concern over the fallen horse, the fallen colt, Let It Ride, and jockey Eric Cancel. We will step aside. Any update on their condition, we will pass along. The fallen colt, Let It Ride, and jockey Eric Cancel, as Surveillance wins the 8th race at Saratoga. We'll be right back.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, Champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, Champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and Classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. Poppy Flower with the momentum.
That's a live look and a very encouraging sight. Eric Cancel, the fallen rider in this 8th race at Saratoga. Great to see him getting into the ambulance under his own power, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the first relief. It didn't look good from our vantage point, but the fact that he got up on his own power, he walked to the ambulance. These men and women that ride these horses are so tough.
Eric Cancel, so very encouraging to see. As for Let It Ride, the fallen colt, we check in with Maggie standing by with an update. Maggie.
And Lafitte, by all initial accounts, it looked as though that Let It Ride clipped heels and fell. And he got up under his own power and walked over under his own power to the equine ambulance, where he will receive a ride home. And it was a relief to see Eric Cancel do just the same. He took a moment to get up, but with the assistance of the on-track EMTs, he was able to walk off under his own power. I will get more updates when they become available, Lafitte, but so far a good outcome in what looked to be a very scary situation.
The nature of the fall, as scary as it was to watch, as serious as it looked, it's so far, great news regarding jockey Eric Cancel and the fallen colt Let It Ride. Richie, we'll take one look. Richie, what happened?
Yeah, he gets squeezed between horses, and it actually, from that vantage point, it did look like the 9 may have come over, and he had the 5 horse inside of him, and all it takes is to catch your horse's hoof to another horse's hoof, and it's basically like walking in the dark off the top step. You just don't know it's there, and it pulls your horse out from under you. You know, without the benefit of the head-on, we don't know if it was the inside horses coming out, but they definitely put the squeeze on him.
But there is an inquiry pending. The steward's taking a look at what happened in the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely, and see who the onus was on. When a rider is out of horse, they're at their most vulnerable point in the race, because they can't protect themselves. And it looked like Eric was out of horse at that point. It doesn't mean you have the right to take his ground. You've got to be responsible for the guy when he's stopping, because he can't protect himself.
And there's nothing you can. It happens so fast. There's
so
literally
quickly.
nothing you can do to prepare or prevent that.
No. If you
from
have
happening.
horse and you feel pressure from the inside, the outside, you can put your horse's shoulder on the other horse and hold your spot. When you're out of horse, you don't have that ability. You're basically kind of coming back through the field, and you're counting on the other riders making sure they don't take your ground. Again, you can't protect yourself. If you want to put it like other sports, hockey, checking a guy from behind when he's in a prone position, that's a cheap shot. You've got to be responsible with other guys, especially when they're out of horse.
Tom, when a horse has fallen, then what? As far as the vets examining, and what will let it ride? What will the scenario be over the next few hours for
so
him?
So they'll take him back to his barn. He'll be unloaded off the van in his barn. There'll be a team of veterinarians there. Almost assuredly the trainer and his staff will be there, and also the trainer's private vet will be there. And together, they'll examine the horse. They'll evaluate the horse. If anything is needed at all, they'll attend to it immediately. If he just clipped heels, which is exactly what he did,
sure,
then I think he's just going to have some body soreness.
Right.
Just like playing in a football game and taking a few hits, and he's going to be just fine. And knowing this barn, they'll have something out on social media very quickly about the status of the horse. And what I saw, and also what was told to us by Maggie, I have a very good feeling about the horse's health and how he's going to be.
I think the stewards are still taking a look at this, as whether the 5 or the 9 caused this. It looked like the 5 came out or the 9 came in. Like Mick said, the race isn't over. It doesn't mean you just can be running over people.
6-9-3-2 for the time being. The inquiry continues. Great news regarding Eric Cancel, and very good news so far regarding the fallen colt Let It Ride. For jockey Flavien Prat, lots to smile about the first 2 weeks plus at Saratoga. Earlier today, a 6th stakes win so far. His story from France to California and what led him to New York. That's next.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the Storage Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Stewards are still reviewing it. This is the head-on, okay? Richie, what takes place? The number 10 horse, Let It Ride, eventually, who does fall there. What happened?
Well, it appears to me that the horse in the orange blinkers or red blinkers, Let It Ride, drifted over. Now, not significantly, but enough where it put that horse in a tough position. It appeared to me that the inside horse maybe stepped out a half a step, but that rider corrected, and then the 9 just shifted over ever so much. It's a game of inches, and it appears to me that the 9 caused this to happen.
It's kind of crazy because Castellano didn't look back, and most of the time you guys will look back and see what goes on because you'll hear a guy holler or not. But
it's not the 9 spot, right? It's not his spot yet.
We
can't do that.
Frank Miramati
they just took
announcing
the 9 down. Yeah,
the 9
right
has been disqualified and placed last. Running with Scissors, disqualified and placed last, 6'3", 2'8". In case you're just joining us, the reason we showed that is because the colt and rider, Let It Ride and Eric Cancel, both walked away from the incident. Any further update, we will pass that along. But good news so far. Richie, what does it tell you, Running with Scissors, A, being disqualified and placed last?
Well, he had to be placed behind the horse that he caused to fall, and ultimately that horse is then last. So he has to be placed behind him, and I do think he shifted ground and took, the horse that fell, Let It Ride, his ground. And again, when you're out of horses, when you're in your most vulnerable position, you cannot protect yourself, and that's why riders have to be even more conscious of guys when they're stopping.
If we can go to that still shot that we had, just go to the still shot of the head-on again, if we can. But if you look, Castellano's horse, his nose is pointed towards the fallen horse.
Inside, yeah.
And listen, I called it to you after the race. I said, wait a second, did the 9 come over there? I had bet the 9. I watched the 9 the whole time. And when he swung off that thing, he just got a little squirrely.
Yeah.
In Castellano's defense, he is trying to bring his horse
Yes.
to the other horses that are competitive to make his horse competitive to the wire.
Listen,
but it wasn't his spot yet.
And in no way, shape, or form, Javier Castellano wanted this to happen. It did happen, but it underscores the fact that it is a game of inches. Turf racing's tight to begin with, and you have to be careful with a horse that's stopping inside of it.
There's aggressive race riding, which you know all about and can speak to much more so than any of us. And then there's crossing the line. In that case, it simply crossed the line.
And it was slight. I mean, it wasn't, so egregious, but it was enough that it created this situation. When I was riding, if you beat me to a spot when I had horse, my respect to you. You outrode me. You race rode me. When I was out of horse and you got me, I came back to the room really hot because I knew then I was vulnerable and you didn't take care of me when I needed to be taken care of.
If you made, and we'll take a look at the late pick 5 here and what's happened thus far in the sequence with Surveillance, the winner, 950, a second win in the afternoon, Jose Ortiz. If you made a mistake, if somebody went down as a result of something you did on the track, Richie, how would you handle that? How would you engage that rider? What would take, for you personally, everyone's different, how would you handle it?
Well, you got to go direct to the person. You got to be a man about it. When something goes wrong, everybody makes mistakes. You have to be the first one to go to that person and address it and own your mistake if you made a mistake and talk about it and get it out in front. Now, that being said, I never dropped anybody by accident in my entire career.
Never dropped anyone by accident.
I'm just going to leave it at that.
It's like I've never hit anybody on purpose, never.
Paul, I've seen some YouTube videos. That is not true.
It's
that is not true.
It's completely not true. But at the end of the day, what Meg is saying is right. You need to have the edge. And listen, let me tell you something. If you own a guy and then the guy keeps on hitting you, you know what? We're going to have a problem here. You hit me, I'm going to start hitting the other guys over here. You got to stick up for yourself, and that's just the bottom line.
Every great athlete, a mean streak, and you two no different. What about jockey Flavien Prat, who's riding factually correct in the upcoming 9th race? By now we just expect it, right? Flavien Prat thriving at Saratoga, winning races at Saratoga. But when he made the decision to head out east, that wasn't a guarantee. But now it's clear, no matter where Flavien Prat rides, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to New York in the spring of 2022.
4 straight graded stakes for Chad Brown and Flavien Prat. They're putting on a show.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of rider and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13 and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Drugier, and she will deliver here, coming from off the pace under Flavien Prat.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
So close to that outright Derby win this year with Sierra Leone, Flavien Prat. Kind of hard to refocus after the incident we just saw here at Saratoga, Richie. But Prat, who you've recognized as such a well-rounded rider, I guess my question is, how rare is that of a quality, even in top jockeys?
Well, I think it's very unique. You know, there are so many good riders here, but every rider has strengths and weaknesses. He has fewer weaknesses than any rider I see in North America right now. He does everything well.
And Paul racking up stakes win after stakes win after stakes win, 6 and counting.
Yeah, you know, he did an interview with Maggie, and he went in depth about when he went out to California. Listen, he got on a lot of fast horses. It's just the paces are faster out there in California, and he learned to ride the dirt. And he always said that, listen, I could always ride the turf. I want to ride the dirt a lot better. And him being more forward, he's forward. You saw it today.
There.
You saw it today with world record. Forward. I mean, he puts his dirt horses forward. And like Mick says, he doesn't really have any deficiencies at all.
You know what comes through in that interview is his passion and his love of what he does. When he talks about not being accepted to jockey school and cried for a whole day, that's somebody that wants it.
Yep.
And when you want something that bad,
yeah,
you're going to get good at it. Look at you, playing baseball. You came a long way from hitting those beans in the backyard that your mom was throwing at you.
But I always tell everybody, it takes one person. That's it. One person to like you. There could be 99 people that don't like it, but if the one person does like it and gives you a shot, you got to take advantage of it.
The mental aspect, yeah, just the right temperament as well. Never too high, never too low, seemingly, Flavien Prat.
Difficult thing to master.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
you and my father were awesome at that.
Oh,
by the
sure.
way. He'll be riding a long shot in the upcoming 9th race. Who you're looking at? Factually correct with Flavien Prat, 12-1. Incredible. 6 stakes wins so far. 4 graded stakes win and the Grade 1 victory with White Beam in the Diana. 2 left on the Friday program. You're watching Saratoga Live.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Nominate your horse today to join Racing's Elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live, Fox Sports 2. Horses in the paddock. This is as good of a race you'll see, perhaps this summer, that is not a stakes race. Absolutely loaded. 7/8 of a mile, $120,000 purse. You're looking at number 8, 3 Technique. We check in with Maggie with this race 9 paddock report.
Well, you said it, Lafitte. We'll start with a horse who is a graded stakes winner in 3 Technique. He took down the John Nehrude going back to last year. And 3 Technique is one of 2 horses coming in here to Saratoga from Churchill, dropping out of the Hanshin Stakes. Now, 3 Technique, he kind of ran his typical race. He's not a horse that has an abundance of early speed. He hopes that there's some hitting up front because he's always going to come with that late rally. Now, he's third off the layoff. He does look incredibly fit. I'm just really, really tucked up. But with that being said, I also wish he was carrying a bit more conditioning, a bit more flesh, because I just feel like he's a horse that is better when he looks that way. And maybe at 7, we're getting on the other side of the hill now, as number 9, Zozos. He was really disappointing last time out, but I did catch up with trainer Brad Cox, and he said, look, he didn't get away as cleanly as he would have liked, and he wasn't able to put any separation. He was kind of hounded the whole way, and when they applied that pressure, Florent Giroux felt as though he wasn't going to go on with it, and he wasn't going to get a placing. Be aware, Zozo's going out behind the rest of the field here today, and he just wrapped up on him. So Brad's stating that maybe not an effort that was as bad as it looks, for that Florent was just kind of more or less protecting him. He looks great here. It does not look like a horse that's coming off of an eased effort. He's bouncing around the paddock, and I like the cutback for him today to this 7/8 of a mile. He's actually built more for it. Now, dynamically, we'll see how it plays into his favor, but I think physically, 7/8 works well, as number 12 is Scotland here for Bill Mott. Last time we saw him, he also was at Churchill. He sat well in hand inside, just behind the pace, and then he just kind of chased the winner down the lane as the beaten favorite. Scotland's a funny horse. I've always thought that he's a horse that would appreciate some blinkers. I'm no Bill Mott, quite obviously, but he always just kind of seems like he's going to get there, and he doesn't. We'll see what they do with him from the outside, and furthermore, I've always thought he's a horse that would like to go longer, so obviously getting another furlong helps him here, but I would love to see him going longer again. It's kind of intriguing to me, and maybe not in a positive way, that they've kept him short so far this year. Lafitte?
We've seen him at the 1 1/8 distance. Best moment of his career. This was last summer, right here, the Curlin. Tom, Scotland, Junior Alvarado takes no prisoners, wire to wire.
No, he runs a great race. He makes a contested lead on the inside. He kicks home nicely. Be some good horses behind him in Blazing Sevens and others. And, you know, you thought, well, this is going to be a big-time 3-year-old that's going to move up. And he has the setback, time off from September until May of this year. And as I said earlier in the show, 3 starts, favored in all 3 of them. All 3 either sprints or middle distance. Why aren't they stretching this horse out in these middle distance again today?
Sensational performance on that afternoon. He was only 7-1 in the Travers, but hasn't won since. Post-parade, a creative picture, tepid favorite.
Yeah, this went for Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz Jr. They're going to take money here, and I'm kind of surprised this horse is the favorite.
General Jim, last year's Pat Day Mile winner.
Yeah, looked like he was poised to kind of make some noise in that sprint or middle distance Division 3-year-olds. Now one sprint, now turf, now back to dirt. Feels like Shug's searching for what's best.
Yeah. Running son of a gun, 2022 Bold Ruler winner.
Yeah, the first 3 runners, you could tell, they're getting itched by the Vanderbilt. Easy. Baby Yoda beat Accretive, Baby Yoda beat General Jim, and Subrogate beat Running son of a gun last time.
Can't believe they didn't let him in the jockey school. Flavian proud aboard, factually correct.
It could be the speed of the speed here, and speed's been very good on the dirt today.
Castle Chaos, half length shy of running second in the Met Mile.
Maybe getting a little dismissed at 4-1. He also gets Lasix for the first time. He's out of Stakes Company.
3 Technique, last year's John Nehrude winner.
Seemingly getting some class relief, but like you said, Lafitte, this is an allowance race that looks like a stakes race.
Yeah. Zozos, a millionaire, a 7-time winner.
tough horse to gauge in here. Obviously, you got Brad Cox in your corner, but that last race was not good. But the race before that was okay.
Major Blue, an 8-1 winner here last summer.
He's going to have to find his best race to be competitive here, but I never count the coach out.
Never count the coach out. Scotland for Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado aboard.
Yeah, a horse that made some noise here, winning the Curlin last year. He obviously showed an affinity for Saratoga. I'm like Tom, a little puzzled that he hasn't stretched back out and he's continued to run at these shorter distances.
That's the field. It's a loaded allowance race. 6 minutes to post, circling back to Castle Chaos. 2 starts back. This is before the big effort in the Met Mile. The Carter, Aqueduct, Wood Memorial Day. And Richie, I said it at the top of the show, I'll say it again, I still don't know how he gets beat in the end, Castle Chaos.
Well, I got a beautiful trip and ride by Dylan Davis, skimming the rail on a day when the rail was like conveyor belt at Aqueduct. Looked like he was going to pull off the upset, but he was run down by Post Time, who's a really nice, honest, Maryland-bred, one-run sprinter who was able to nip him in the shadow of the wire.
Castle Chaos, serious contender, 5 minutes out. And then number 7, Factually Correct, who we're looking at. Flavien Prat in the saddle, trained by Rudy Rodriguez. Rudy standing by with Maggie.
It's AirPod power here on the late part of the show. So pleased to be joined by Rudy Rodriguez. And Rudy, Factually Correct, he is one of those horses that is just blisteringly fast. This is a race that has some other pace, but is he the fastest of them all?
Right now, I think he is, and I think we got a good speed right on. And I tell Fabian, just open up, and hopefully you do the same thing you did in the third race.
That is very true, yeah.
Position.
Exactly, and the track seems to be tilted that way, too.
Well, so I hope he stays that way now. I don't want to come back.
Rudy, I hate to bring up the record, but talk a little bit about what it's like to come up here and not get things going right away.
It's very difficult, everybody comes to Saratoga to win, and everybody's dropping down, and hopefully the horses take everything, because Saratoga is a special place, and some of the horses, they don't take them, and even us, it's a lot of wear and tear. We're here, thank God,
Yeah, you're going to dinner tonight. It's all good.
It's all good. Regardless if we win or lose, we're still going to eat.
That's so true. Rudy, it's always a pleasure. You always bring some levity to the races. Best of luck here, though, if Factually Correct.
Thank you, guys, and good luck. Keep it up.
I love Rudy. Livy.
How could you not love Rudy? You see that little shrug when he was asked about the struggle it's been thus far at Saratoga? Yeah, it's been a struggle. He doesn't let him affect him. Still a smile on his face, still willing to do that interview, still engaging, still Rudy.
Yeah, look, trainers have ups and downs. They go through win streaks, they go through losing streaks. You got to look at the full picture. When you look at the full picture, you look at Rudy's career. He's been a very successful trainer. Yeah. Just happened to take a little slice of this pie of his career that's happening right now at Saratoga that's not even worth talking about. And he gets a big break here. The scratch of the 11, Disarmed, who was a speed horse that would have challenged Factually Correct, makes it a lot easier for the 4 to possibly make the lead. I think the only horse that possibly goes with him is Zozos, the 9, and that horse doesn't have to go. That horse is more tactical, so I think the 4 sets the pace, and on today's track, that could be a big benefit.
Rudy Rodriguez, Grade 1 winning trainer, Grade 1 winning jockey, Factually Correct. Tom, you went with Accretive, who, if nothing else, doesn't have to deal with and chase the likes of Baby Yoda on this afternoon as he did in the True North.
Well, hopefully that's it. I like the fact that Irad Ortiz stays on him after a race where he just simply stopped, and I don't see a real reason for it. But the fact that Irad is back on the horse, that this horse has had some breezes since then, suggests that it's a one-off. And so Creative at 7-2 is a play in my mind.
And to his outside, Maggie, General Jim, at one point last spring, very, very sharp and looked like one of the best sophomore sprinters in the game.
Yeah, you said it, Lafitte. Trying to get back on track. There's been some turf experimentation, but now we're adding Lasix, and maybe this is what this horse needs, and possibly bleeding in his last few races, especially when beaten by Baby Yoda 2 back. They went back to the turf. You know, a horse that always has shown promise on the turf. Look, he has ability on the surface, but 2, I think he's a horse that also struggles a little bit behind. He's not the freest mover back there, and sometimes a surface that's not going to break away from a horse is more pleasing to them, and they find it easier to run. He actually looks very strong for him, especially behind the saddle, which I like. And I also really like the 7 furlongs, as you kind of alluded to, Lafitte. It might be the perfect distance. Look, I'm with Richie. I went with Factually Correct because I think he's the fastest of the fast, and this track just seems to be tilted this way. But there's some positives to take from General Jim today.
We're at that point. Enough data for you handicappers to start making changes based on how the track is playing. It's been that significant thus far this afternoon.
It has. I mean, speed has been good. Now, General Jim's going to get Lasix for the first time, like she said, in his career. Luis Saez has gotten off to a slow start to this meet, and I would think he's going to have to try to maybe push this horse a little bit forward, Mig?
Try to get, some position. I mean, when he's run his good races sprinting last year, the Swale at Gulfstream, the Pat Day Mile, he was lurking right in behind the pace. I don't think you want to leave him too much to do, particularly on today's track.
Yeah, and as a trainer with a horse that's coming off a route race, going back to a middle distance, 1-turn race, which is much closer to a sprint, sometimes getting that horse going early when that horse's mindset has been switched off to going slower 8s and quarters in a race can be a difficult thing.
Very difficult.
And for Zozos, Tom, who has emerged as the very lukewarm choice, 7-2. Maggie, like what you saw in the paddock, which is key, given that he was eased in his last race, and this cut back in distance for him and Florent Giroux.
Yeah, I mean, in his last race, he has a legit excuse, unlike I couldn't find one for the one accretive, but he has to check pretty good at the half-mile pole going into the turn, and Florent Giroux, his rider, cannot get him started again. He just said, "Uncle," and I quit. And so, that's fine. Without that trouble, he was positioned very well early in that race.
That was a tough race, too. Cagliostro's a nice horse for Cherie DeVoe. The race before that, Hear Me Sing and Gunpilot are 2 nice horses. I just think the 7's getting disrespected in here, Castle Chaos. I mean, second off the layoff, I think tactically can stay a little bit close. I know this horse got a dream trip 2 back, but I just think that he's getting Lasix back on. 7-2 is a good price on this horse.
And he hasn't seen this kind of company in any start this year. This would definitely be a class relief for the 7, Castle Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, as good a field as this is, there's no National Treasures.
Right, so he'll be one of the favorites for the Whitney, we believe, trained by Bob Baffert, National Treasure, sensational, and he met Mile right here. Belmont Stakes Day, and Castle Chaos, just a half length shy of running second. He was not embarrassed in the Met Mile. A very solid effort.
I'll tell you what, though, I didn't have Zozos being the favorite on my bingo card. Did you guys?
No, I did not either.
But he is the 7-2 choice. What a race. $120,000 purse. As good as it gets if it's not a stakes race. This 9th from Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2. Frank Miramati standing by.
Scotland in the colors of L&J Foxwoods, the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Factually correct. Scotland has early speed. These 2 hook up from the start. Zozos is joining the fray too, along with Major Blue, who is in the mix and in fact the quickest of all. So it's Major Blue going on with it. Factually correct matches strides and puts his head back in front. In the meantime, Scotland gets a good spot in 3rd. Accretive is now in 4th. They're followed by Zozos 5th and shuffled a bit. Then comes General Jim 6 lengths off the lead. 3 clear of Runnin' Son of a Gun. Castle Chaos second to last. And 3 Technique at the back. 22 and 3 for Factually Correct, who's pursued by Major Blue in 2nd. Scotland coming after the top pair at the 3/8 pole within a length and a half of the lead. Accretive is in 4th. Zozos has now gone right toward the back of the field. Zozos is losing ground steadily. General Jim on the outside in the turquoise colors is coming with Accretive. This thing is wide open behind the new leader, Scotland, 45-3 at the top of the stretch. And Scotland trying to sprint away. Accretive takes up the chase in second. On the far outside, Castle Chaos in the black. They're inside the 8th pole, and Scotland goes on very well. It's Scotland by 4, by 5 with a 16th to go. Accretive is trying his best, but no match for Scotland. Junior Alvarado puts the brakes on Scotland, who overwhelmed them. Accretive was second. Then it was Castle Chaos third, and running son of a gun finished fourth.
Frank said it. Overwhelmed them. Different tactics, but that's the Scotland we saw in last year's Curlin. That's the colt that was 7-1 in the Travers. His first victory since Scotland destroys this field. A good field in the 9th at Saratoga.
So much for speed on the rail. Scotland does just the opposite. I think he loved that outside trip. You know, those silks are clean with any dirt on them, no dirt on them at all. But Scotland, he looked like the winner around the turn. Full of horse, hasn't been asked yet. I guess we know now why he hasn't stretched him out to 2 turns.
Well, not yet at least, but I tell you, 3.5 furlongs out, the way he was traveling, guys, he was just towing Junior Alvarado around the field, and he turned for home still in the bridle.
Hey, we'll take another look at it. You can see he just, right here, when Junior opened him up, he just really didn't even flag him. He kind of flags him a little bit with the stick, but he's kind of knowing now that everything's okay and he's home free. And Accretive and Castle Chaos, I thought, ran a pretty good race considering he was way behind the 8 ball from the beginning, but there's no doubt about it. Scotland was much the best in here.
And for the team, for Ellen J. Foxwoods, a homebred, for trainer Bill Mott, for Junior Alvarado, this has to be so satisfying because it had to be that frustrating given what they felt Scotland was becoming, the win in the Curlin, and then what followed, a lot of disappointment, and to see him go out there and do this and what it could lead to moving forward.
Let me ask you a quick question. Do you think that they tinkered with this horse because he was a gelding?
Good question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't have a good answer to that. But I will say this. This is the kind of race for Scotland that isn't just, you know, I got to the wire first. This is the kind of race that makes you start dreaming again. That goes back to his 3-year-old year that makes you think, hey, you know what? We've got something here.
Particularly with the quality of this field. You know, I'm not surprised he won because he does have that kind of ability. I am a little surprised how he dominated.
If we can pick up the action rounding the far turn and what that must feel like for a rider, Richie, when you talk about a hammerlock and cruising to the leaders effortlessly, and what you're saying, okay, this is only a question of how far he's going to win by.
You know, when you've got that much horse and the way he's cruising, you just don't want to pull the trigger too soon because you're doing it the proper way. I would tend to reach up, pull a pair of goggles on, even if I need to, just to do something.
I have a question for you, Richie. So you're traveling on the outside, you got horses inside, you're in the lead, and you're cruising up to them. You haven't pressed the button yet. Do you look over at him and taunt him a little bit just with your head, just by looking over at him, like, ha, I'm here, later?
Well, one year, Mike Smith was on a nice horse, a Son of Holy Bull, and I loved the horse. I was on hook and ladder, and it was that summer, Who Let the Dogs Out? So I gave him a little, Who Let the Dogs Out, and I left him.
By the way, again, another horse from Churchill Downs.
Yeah. Who Let the Dogs Out and Getting Miggy with It. I will never listen to those songs like the same. I will never, not the same. Scotland, sensational in the 9th at Saratoga. First win since last year's Curlin. Onward and upward. Results, reaction when we come back.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
700.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga, America's #1 yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners, with back-to-back Preakness winners.
Seize the Brave wins the Preakness!
And Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Kingsbarns, and Prince of Monaco. The 103rd Saratoga sale, August 5th and 6th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, standing such greats as Curlin and, hey, Good Magic, too, who we just saw one of his sons in Scotland get the job done here for Hall of Famer Bill Mott in Scotland. Drawing the outside post today, Bill, it really felt as though he got comfortable in a rhythm, tracking the pace, and he really kicked away from this field late.
Right. I mean, it was a good post, a good distance, and, you know, usually you can get, you know, with the long run down the backstretch, you can get a good trip. He really showed up today. I mean, I don't think he had run his best race. You know, his first 3 races of the year, he looked like he just didn't train quite the same, and he was putting in, you know, second, third, but wasn't really kicking on, and he punched today. He found his best stride today.
I'm fascinated to know what went into the decision to turn him back this year as a 4-year-old.
Well, he just, you know, we tried to stretch him out, and he did it like a lot of horses do the first time, 2 turns. I mean, he won off and won easily, and then he just didn't do it again. Now, I wouldn't be so brave as to say he'd never win at 2 turns again. You know, you just never know. They keep you guessing sometimes. And, you know, I was hoping this was the right decision and the right distance for him today, and it worked out. You know, really, I mean, it's just crazy. I thought, looking at him in the paddock, I said, well, he's tucked up a little too much from his last couple races, and you know, you hope you're doing the right thing, and then they draw off and win like that. So they always keep me guessing anyway.
That's okay. They humble the best, and you are. But talk a little bit about Baby Yoda tomorrow. Looking at the Vanderbilt, a horse that absolutely adores it. But I remember the start 2 back when he broke through at Aqueduct, and talking to your assistant Leanna Williford, I said, Leanna, he looks better than ever. What is it about this year that's really gotten Baby Yoda back on track?
Well, number one, he likes this racetrack. He likes New York. He's run well over these tracks. We took him to Florida this winter, ran him a couple times. He never picked up the bridle, didn't like it, hated it. We sent him back up. He kind of got the rhythm going, and he showed up big the other day. Now, whether he can put 2 like that back to back, I don't know. But, you know, the one thing we do know, he loves the track. The race is a little tougher tomorrow. I mean, it's a very competitive race. Good horses, a lot of speed. But look, he's outrun some good ones on this racetrack before. So we'll cross our fingers and hope he shows up.
He's got a lot of fans, too. Bill, congratulations here, and good luck tomorrow with batting down as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Always a pleasure to catch up with Bill Mott. And Lafitte, I just want to know, do you have your Baby Yoda hat?
No Baby Yoda hat. Maybe the robe for the show tomorrow. That would seem appropriate. Yes, no?
Frightening would be the right word.
I got 4 lightsabers.
Baby, what do you got? Results there, Scotland. There's so much to unpack. It's amazing how after all these years, horses can still surprise you. As Bill Mott alluded to, first things first, Baby Yoda, what are you expecting tomorrow, Tom?
Oh, I expect a great performance from Baby Yoda. I mean, he's versatile. He's got speed. He showed it in his last race, but he doesn't have to use that speed. And there's other speed in the race tomorrow. Small field. I think the way Baby Yoda runs tomorrow might have a lot to say with where Scotland runs next time.
Because Scotland, based on that performance, you would think maybe next stop.
It could be the Forgo. I mean, look, what was last year for Bill? It was Elite Power,
Elite
right?
Power,
Elite
yes.
Power.
Gunite beat him.
Yeah.
Gunite beat the Forgo at 7/8.
I believe Elite Power was favored over Gunite that day,
Yeah, he
if
was.
I'm not mistaken.
Might have been slight favorite, yeah.
Yeah, look, so when you run in a race and you get beat and you have a chance to come back the following year and run it again as a trainer, there's a little chip on your shoulder. You want to do it, you know?
Based on that, Richie, you think good enough to compete at the highest level, hypothetically? Again, we're just speculating if, in fact, it is the Forgo next.
Scotland, the way he ran? Absolutely. Because this field, you could see a few of them thinking about the Forgo if they ran well. He dominated this field. And Accretive's a nice horse. Castle Chaos is a nice horse. I mean, he beat a good group the right way here. Also, we'll get back to Baby Yoda briefly. He's starting to get that little bit of 4-star Dave light vibe to him. He likes Saratoga. 4 for 6 now in Saratoga, right?
He has
but you don't want that record broken.
No, he ain't going to do it 8 years in a row.
Cross country pick 5 as well. Late pick 5, I should say. This is what we've seen thus far with Scotland returning $10. One left, the 10th in 19 minutes. Paul, quickly, just to put a bow on it, batten down for Bill Mott tomorrow in the Jim Dandy. Thoughts quickly?
Well, a horse that's improving, right? And it's going to be part of the pace. We'll see what happens with fierceness, and we'll see what happens with batten down. But he beat Goldsbold last time out. Those are the two horses that are kind of the unknowns.
And we'll see what happens with your bankroll in this 10th race at Saratoga, the nightcap.
We got to play?
What's the
Yeah,
play?
we got to play.
Sweet.
Listen, go to the golf course. It's always hard to par a course, or at least a hole. But I like hard par in here. The 9, Katie Davis and Ray Handel. This horse had a legit stumble last time out and made up a ton of ground. Now, I do get it. Dakota County was in the 12 holes, ran awful in the last race yesterday. Another horse in there for Chad Brown did not run well. You go back and you look at that race. This horse ran better than all of them. And the horse that won the race went gate to wire. Now, I didn't think you're going to get 8-1. You're probably going to get around 7-2 or so. About 4-1 right now. So what do I got? 100 winning place.
Go get it, Paul.
Katie Davis, let's go. I want to see that smile in the winner's circle.
How hard that was for her to sit home and watch the racing. Suspended for the first week or so here at Saratoga. Back riding, got a win yesterday, and teaming up with Ray Handel with all those new suits and several trips to the winner's circle. Hard par for Paulie. The bankroll play on the 10th race in 17 minutes. And for that guy, Showtime fast approaching. Sierra Leone, the star-crossed 3-year-old, the favorite tomorrow in the Jim Dandy. Still time for him to turn things around the second half of the season. Stay tuned.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry stall room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Affirmed is picking up the pace, however, as they come for the head of the stretch. Sensitive Prince, the leader, but Affirmed is gaining in second. Affirmed moves to the outside. In the stretch, Sensitive Prince holds it by 3. Affirmed is driving now under a right-handed whip. Coffin to the whip again and again, but Sensitive Prince is hanging on gamely. They're coming onto the wire. Sensitive Prince still holding on to 2. Affirmed is coming like a shot now. Can he catch him? We'll find out.
A Triple Crown winner would not be denied. Affirmed in the 78 Jim Dandy.
Running down a really good horse in Sensitive Prince, trained by Alan Jerkins. Affirmed carrying 128 pounds to stay to Sensitive Prince's 119, so he was giving him substantial weight. Sensitive Prince worked a mile here before that race at 134.
That's old school.
That's old school, and the horse that was third about 20 lengths back in Washington County, was Ornate Horse Day Madison that I was galloping that summer. I was 14 years old. Finished third to Affirmed there, and I was thrilled, even though he wasn't even in the picture.
yeah, the kid was riding Affirmed, and he was about my age. I was still in high school, but to be able to have someone in horse racing that was that famous. He was on the cover of Time and Newsweek on the same week. Those were the big magazines when we were growing up. You know, it made it relatable. It made me feel like maybe I could break into the business.
That's what did it for me too, Tom. And I stole every one of those magazines out of my school library. The ones in Sports Illustrated, Time. I had them all. I wish I still had them.
Yeah, it'd be worth a little something.
Right?
This is a win for me. We got through that entire segment without discussing what happened next. 78 Travers with Affirmed in Aladar. Jim Dandy tomorrow, presented by Mohegan Sun. 3-year-olds, mile and an eighth, the prep for the Travers. 6 deep, Sierra Leone, even money on the morning line. Tough luck this spring. Gut-wrenching defeat in the Kentucky Derby. 3rd in the Belmont Stakes. Richie preparing last Sunday, thanks to our friends at XBTV. At the Oklahoma training track, what are you observing from his workouts as he approaches a Jim Dandy?
Well, he came off the turn about 4 paths removed from the fence. He still has a little of that propensity to want to lean in a little bit. Tom, do you think it has a little bit to do with that paddling action that he has that makes him lean in a little?
I'd only be guessing, but it's a habit, and you're not going to change his habit. I will say this about the work. All the workouts I've seen with him are typical Chad Brown with another horse, and he's on the outside. This is one by himself. That's different than what I've seen leading up to the Derby or leading up to the Belmont, for that matter. I just think, Paul, that having the rail to his inside is better than any kind of bit you can put in his mouth. He's not going to go over the inside rail. The rail is basically his training wheel, like on a bike. You know, so I think it's a good spot to be.
You don't have to sell Paul. Paul's all in.
The adjustments that they make, you can say whatever kind of bit the horse has, whatever this, that, whatever, da. He's 2 lengths away from being freaking undefeated. Okay, so let's just go there, number one. And if he gets out of the gate in the last race, he wins that race too. So in a shorter field, it benefits him. It benefits him big time. In a bigger field, like the Kentucky Derby, it didn't, because he's got to run through a lot of traffic. But I just have a feeling he's just going to run over these horses.
And don't you think the field's going to spread out?
Yeah,
there's speed, you know. So when a field spreads out, you don't have to navigate as much as you would in a large field.
There's so many layers to this Jim Dandy story, and a statement race for Sierra Leone, a statement race for the champ, Fierceness. And a heads up to the horsemen, the trainers of the stakes race on your screen tomorrow. Tomorrow, the stakes entries closing for nominations for those stakes races upcoming. That deadline tomorrow afternoon. 10th and final, horses in the paddock. We have a live first-time starter in Rhetorical, number 11. There is Hard Par. Paulie's bankroll play. We check in with Maggie for this 10th race paddock report. Maggie.
Lafitte, before I get to horses here in the paddock, do want to give a quick update with regards to Let It Ride and Eric Cancel, who we saw fall a couple races ago. Eric then went to first aid, was checked out with just a minor scrape on his forehead. So both horse and rider okay after that scary situation. I'm very happy to bring news like that, as we'll take a look at the horse getting a lot of attention in his debut. That's number 11, Rhetorical. He is a son of Not This Time, and actually not this time, is very productive with his turf runners on, with his progeny on turf. There we go. Got it out. It's the last race. This guy, though, is a half to Sterling Silver, who is a very good and accomplished dirt sprinter. Now, I don't mind the turf for him, but I find it curious that we're going this distance first time out. It's a mile. He might be okay, but again, I think this is a kind of an interesting spot for this guy who is good looking. He's kind of your typical, not this time, makeup. They're not the biggest horses. They tend to be a little shorter couple, despite oftentimes being able to handle longer distances. I'm worried about the bottom side of his pedigree, keeping him maybe limited in that department. Moving on to Hard Par. I'm a little concerned about what we saw from yesterday's last race, in which we saw several horses coming out of that Rabaya race, in which he wired the field that day, dropping in a maiden 40 and not doing very well at all. And Hard Par was with the racetrack. It was a day you wanted to be on the rail because he stumbled at the start. Katie took him right over to the rail and stayed glued to it the entire time. Now, here in the paddock, I don't mind what I'm seeing from him, but I question the race he comes out of and if that figure holds up. Number 6, Wind Dancer, is a horse that I think will benefit greatly from getting blinkers on. He just doesn't look like he's giving all in his races. He's not really lowering his head, not really extending himself. There's ability there, but I think with the blinkers on, we'll really try to get his best effort out of him. Guys?
Maggie, thanks so much, guys. She is tireless. I thought this was a typo in the rundown when I saw it. Maggie and her husband, Tom Morley, will be hosting coverage tomorrow from Ascot. I mean, from here, but from Ascot. The King George and Queen Elizabeth Stakes tomorrow, right here on Fox Sports 2. From Ascot, Maggie and Tom on set.
Tom Morley, accomplished trainer here in New York. Must be after my job. I'm a little nervous about this. I hope it goes well, but not too well.
It's a live rehearsal. We didn't want to make you nervous the rest of the show. It is a live
He's
tryout.
Gonna do great.
It's a live tryout audition for Tom Morley.
I'd be more impressed if they were actually going over there to Royal Ascot.
I think they should. Can we get them over there on an overnight on a red eye?
Prince of Wales tomorrow, August Rodin. Live coverage right here on Fox Sports 2. Post-parade for the 10th and final, Visions to Reality, and Jose Gomez at 23-1.
Yeah, so one of two first-time starters in the race, and, you look to the board, you look to the odds, and the odds say not today.
Ferris Mueller draws the rail, 14-1, Lane Luzzy.
Mueller.
Oh,
Voodoo Economics.
Mueller.
Life comes at you pretty fast, Paul. Number 3, Alpha Cat, turf debut.
Turf debut, blinkers off, hasn't really shown much. Switching surface, switching equipment, they're searching.
Film Academy, contender, but has struggled getting out of the gate.
This horse is out of a Green Desert mare. My goodness, that mare's got to be up there a little bit. This one for Gary Barber, though, and getting played.
Wind Dancer, a big effort in his first start.
Yeah, and a horse that for David Donk puts the blinkers on and is a player in here.
Sebastian the First stretches out again.
Yeah, an interesting long shot in my opinion. A horse that will show speed here and coming out of a maiden race, not restricted to the New York breds like this one. Easier spot.
ISO Marshall, the Davis sisters will break side by side.
This horse did drop with the blinkers, has been a little bit better.
Hard Par, smiling assassin Katie Davis.
Hard Par. I mean, here's a horse that I agree with what Paul said. He literally had no chance, was out the picture in this race and came strong finishing on the end.
Manticore would be a big surprise.
And Shannonewski aboard. This one for Patricia Meadow. Patricia ran a good second with a real long shot in race 5.
Rhetorical, Sienna Farm, Windstar Farm, expensive, debuting gelding.
Yeah, debuting gelding. It's a terrible post for a debuting gelding going 2 turns in the grass, but Irad Ortiz in the irons, he does not follow any empty wagons, that guy.
Irad looking for a third win on the afternoon. Warm-up continues here. New York breds who graduates. We'll find out in 5 minutes. The 10th and final next on Saratoga Live.
War Cancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing
buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Nightcap on tap. These New York breds, maidens, for the 10th and final in 2 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live. Take a look at number 6, Wind Dancer. There he is at 9-2, and revisit his debut. Outran his odds and then some. Defeated a length and a half at 56-1. Go back and what happened at the start.
Yeah, so he's not going to leave the gate well. He stumbles a little bit. He ends up going back to almost, I think he was in last place here. Oh, excuse me, this is the wrong horse. We're talking about a hard par.
We'll take a look at a couple of them, but that was hard par.
Paul.
And the start,
well, yeah,
what happened
so
at the start.
if you watch hard par, like, obviously, it's not even in the screen, Katie. And I give Katie a lot of credit because she kind of like settled. And when they get down deep in the stretch, she probably, if she didn't get impeded, should have ran second. And the winner went gate to wire. So, what Maggie said is right. That race came out a little bit questionable, but I thought that maiden 40 actually was pretty strong. So we'll see what happens.
Let's try this again with Wind Dancer. Javier Castellano at 9-2 for trainer David Dunk, putting the blinkers on this afternoon. His first start, big price, 56-1, and a solid effort in his debut.
This is an interesting replay. So he's going to end up actually finishing very well in this spot, but doesn't look like he has the great finish on the end. But a lot of that has to do with education, first time out, things like that. He's on the rail. Looks like he's going to win on the rail. He loses the lead here, but on the gallop out, he's back in front. Almost like he doesn't have proper focus, Richie. And I see they're putting blinkers on today. I think it's a big positive move.
I think that's the key, the blinkers, because he feels like a horse that runs with what I term the emergency brake on, a little bit in stops and starts, right? Maybe now the blinkers give him some continuity. And Dave Donk's a trainer whose horses get better with racing. Mm-hmm. He races them into condition.
Trainer Mark Cassie off to a terrific start here the first couple of weeks plus at Saratoga. He trains Film Academy number 4 at 7-2. And for him, Maggie, one issue has been the start of a race as well, getting out of the blocks clean.
That's true, Lafitte. And last time I picked him, I thought he looked sensational coming off that bit of a respite from January to June, but he faded in the stretch. And I thought he looked ready, and when horses look that way and then perform the way that he did, I'm not sure if they're any good. I get it. If you want to take him, fine. But he put me off when I picked him last time. As we'll take a look at a horse who's stretching back out in distance. That's number 7, Sebastian the First. As he's one that has only faced New York bred company twice in his career. But I'll say this. I know his one route race at Tampa, not bad, right? It was okay. And so that was against Open Company. So I kind of get the appeal. And maybe I'm going to talk him right into the winner's circle. But there is nothing about this horse physically that says he wants to go long. He, as we see Lorna, the pony person, with her very frisky boy Mango in front of Sebastian the First at the moment. But he's small, he's short coupled. We'll see how he does here. I can understand the intangibles on paper making him appealing, but I just couldn't endorse from a physical standpoint. Lafitte?
With Luis Saez, Sebastian the First at the gate. Final thoughts, gentlemen. Race shape, what are we looking for early on?
Well, I look for Sebastian the First, the 7 horse, to show the way early. I mean, this is a horse that's coming off shorter races, going to 2-turn races, and had great tactical speed then. Should be able to take this field to the first turn in front. What happens after that is going to depend on where everybody's placed.
Tall order, big assignment for the first-time starter, Rhetorical, who is favored from that outside box.
Yeah, I mean, this horse must have trained awfully well to take the kind of money, but it's a tough post. And a horse with, honestly, more of a dirt pedigree. This is a half to Sterling Silver, who's been a nice runner on the dirt.
Had 4 babies hit 4 of his brothers or sisters try the turf, 0 for 4 in their starts on the grass.
Go, Katie!
There you go.
Hard par.
That's where you put one in the woods and then come out of the woods and make a 20-foot putt to get the par.
Yeah, it's going to be just that difficult for Rod Ortiz to navigate from the outside with Rhetorical. Post time for the 10th and final. Frank Miramati just about to hand it off, but for the first-time starter, Rhetorical now steps forward. Here's Frank Miramati. Post time.
Sebastian the First, named for Jose's son, a little restless. And they're off. Rhetorical off a step slowly. Sebastian the First is very quick away from the gate. The Manticore is now the long shot leader, sprinting up, and Rhetorical, who was off pretty much last, has moved up to take 3rd into the first turn. Then it's a lineup of 4, a couple of whom are steadying, and that was Hard Par, who went extremely wide, blowing that turn, did Hard Par. Behind horses, Film Academy and Alpha Cat didn't have the smoothest run through there. ISO Marshall is in front of that group, about 5 lengths off of the Manticore. At the back of the field, Wind Dancer, who races 2 lengths clear of Visions to Reality, and Ferris Mueller at the back of the field. It's the Manticore leading the way by 3, tracked by Sebastian the First in 2nd. They're followed by ISO Marshall. Rhetorical is in the center of the course, followed by Film Academy and the Pink Silks, inching up in 5th. Another length and a half back to Alpha Cat inside of Hard Par. 2 more lengths. Wind Dancer has 8 lengths to make up, racing on the outside of Ferris Mueller and Visions to Reality, 48 and 4. Rhetorical making his move on the outside of the new leader, Sebastian the First. Sebastian the First turns for home in front, chased by Rhetorical in 2nd. The Manticore down on the inside, ISO Marshall. They're in the final furlong. Sebastian the First trying to fight off Rhetorical. Rhetorical, though, has collared him, and what an impressive debut this is. It went wrong at the start, but it's going right ever since. Rhetorical, what a performance. Romps by 6 lengths. Sebastian the First 2nd. Photo between Hard Par, who had that rough start into the first turn, and Film Academy. The son of Not This Time made his mark at first asking.
Wow. So much for a tall order for the first-time starter. Rhetorical, sensational on debut.
Tremendous debut, and obviously the money knew that this horse was going to run. He didn't break particularly well. Had a rush up from that post, then settled down the backstretch on Irad, and it just dominated much the best.
He's just getting started.
Yeah,
look at that. It's a mile race. He is just getting started. He's going to gallop out super strong. This is a horse for the future, and the money knew it. So did Irad Ortiz's agent when he took the call.
Yeah.
Trainer Will Walden has to be fired up after seeing Rhetorical do that in his career debut. Standing by live with Maggie.
Here with Will Walden, his 2nd win of the meet, and Will Rhetorical, a horse that on the bottom side had a lot of dirt sprint pedigree, but whoo, he loved the turf.
Yeah, being by Not This Time, we thought he would. His works have been really good in the morning on the dirt. Wouldn't have been afraid if this race had come off to run him there. Thought 2 turns on the turf was probably a little bit easier first time out. I mean, they came home and looks like 11-1, pretty good. Yeah, when he leveled off, he really leveled off.
I was going to say, the separation he put in this field is exceptional. Is this a horse that has always touted himself as being a good one?
I've never had anybody outwork him. He's outworked you know, every horse we've had in the barn, 2 first-timers that ran last week at Ellis both ran really well, second and third, and he's kind of put them under the table every time. So we expected, you know, drawing the 11 wide post, going a mile here, you know, you can be subject to a tough trip, but he overcame it, bad break, and Irad rode him great.
How about the start your barn has gotten off to?
Yeah, no, look, we came to win.
I love it. Congrats here. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we do have an objection here, though. We're going to have to sweat this one out. It's hard par, alleging interference. Katie Davis claiming foul against Irad Ortiz Jr. here, Lafitte.
I did not call Katie. Stop. Don't go there.
11-7-9-4. We were blown away, Rhetorical. I'll tell you who wasn't surprised. Will Walden, like they expected that going in. As easy as Rhetorical made that look. That's one part of the story, Richie. The other is the objection. What did you see take place on the first turn?
Well, yeah, Katie looked like she was in a tough spot going to the first turn, and her horse did have to jump over heels.
That's Irad talking to Katie. They're both coming back together. You can see the tail of the 9 horse right there. Irad definitely wants to talk to her about this.
Well, he does come over a little bit, and I don't know if he comes over enough, but we'll see. He cuts the corner a little bit, and Katie on the 9 out breaks the 11, and watch her. She almost clips heels and almost goes down here. Now, she's claiming that Irad came over on her. Looks like Irad's completely clear.
He had already cleared her at this point.
He already cleared her, but you can see right there, she almost went down and had to go outside. She ran actually a really good third here, to be honest with you.
Honestly, I think the onus is on Katie there. He outran her. He dropped over. I think she had to ease back a little. You don't have ownership of a spot going to a turn unless you're all the way up in there.
And in fairness, you got to see the head on. I mean, it looks like the inside horses might have pushed her horse out.
Might have pushed her out over heels.
Pushed her out into right behind the 11.
There you go.
Here's our first look at the head on, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, he broke cleaner this time, hard par. You saw that your winner, Rhetorical, broke slow and out. Tom talked about that earlier. Horses run into empty space. Now, he's going to come over, but I think he clears her at this point. Right? And he even actually gave her a little bit of room there. But you see, you do not have ownership of that spot if you're 3/4 of a length back or more going to a turn. You have to be up in there or you have to be out of there. I think Katie needed to ease back out of that spot. And I'm being completely objective. My son works for Katie Davis, and I think she needed to get herself out of that spot.
Seeing the pan, seeing the head-on, you didn't feel any different after seeing the head-on for the first time?
I don't think there should be any change, and this shouldn't take very long to go official.
I don't know what's going on with me. Running with scissors, now this horse.
Don't do that. Running with scissors.
Yeah. There's going to be, they can't be anything here, right?
No, I didn't see anything there. But, hey, I mean, I'm not the judge.
Stranger things have happened. Our viewers on Bally SoCal, we will say goodbye to in about 30 seconds, hoping we have an announcement before then. 20 seconds and counting, perhaps not. Our Fox Sports 2 audience stays right here. Will Walden, Rhetorical, well-deserved bath after that performance. Unbelievable in his debut. Okay, so no announcement just yet. We say goodbye to our viewers on Bally SoCal. We will see you tomorrow. Fox Sports 2 viewers staying right here at Saratoga. Just us, FS2 viewers, and it was just Rhetorical at the wire in his debut. Let's revisit what the stewards are looking at. Revisit the start of the race. Richie again with Rhetorical, the far outside, involving him and number 9, Hard Par.
Yeah, I really didn't see a lot here. Yes, Irad starts to angle over, but I thought he was just clear. And at this point, Katie has to make a decision. Either you got to go forward and hold your spot, or you got to ease back out of that spot. Just because a horse has started to clear you doesn't mean you have ownership of that spot. She was 3/4 of a length back, and going into a turn when horses change leads, you're going to get squeezed out of there. I don't blame Irad Ortiz at all here for this. But like Tom said, we're not the judges, and as the man says, a couple rooms you want to stay out of. The operating room and the courtroom, because you don't know which way it's going to go. I'll throw the steward's room in there as well.
This goes the wrong way.
I can think of another
going to wind up in
rooms,
both.
but that's another conversation.
Are you surprised we're still hanging around waiting?
Yes.
For an announcement?
Well, they have to talk to the riders.
I mean, Look, I don't think this is the takedown, but one thing that is yeah, there you go. Not even worth talking about anymore.
No change. 11.794, Rhetorical. Wow. And those WinStar colors. Elliot Walden here, trainer. Will Walden. Arad Ortiz, 3 wins on the afternoon. I asked you earlier, Richie, are we on the brink of that Arad avalanche that just kind of overwhelms all other riders when he goes on one of those tears? Maybe 3 wins today.
Well, I think these other riders better have those transmitters that when you go hella skiing and you get hit with an avalanche, because I think it's coming.
I'll tell you what, this horse came up.
I was just going to say that.
In sub 24, Tom.
He got the last 8th and 11 and 1. They just showed the splits on the board. I was like, oh my God.
Because
racehorse
that
time.
is so fast.
He came home
and he
smoking.
was just getting going.
And you know, this turf course hasn't been playing razor fast.
Yeah, that was strong.
That's in
so this is
Serene.
a horse of the
It did
future.
slow down.
This
Yeah,
Rhetorical.
it did slow down, yeah.
Just a maiden race today, but Rhetorical's a name to remember.
In his debut, that far outside post.
Broke awkwardly.
Outward.
Yeah.
And he talked about Not This Time, who was a great 2-year-old for Dale Roman's never run on the turf. Sometimes these horses just become turf sires, and he's been a tremendous turf sire.
He's been a tremendous sire the last 2 months. He's been unbelievable.
He would describe Not This Time, Dale Romans would, as an individual. He'd say he has a spooky kind of talent. Who knows?
Yeah.
Rhetorical, like that was spooky. Good for a debut.
Really impressive. And that last furlong in 11 and a 5th, that's racehorse time.
Oh, you're darn right.
Pays to own a New York bred. Rhetorical, 11.794. Awaiting results. And while we have a moment, one more glance at tomorrow's Jim Dandy, presented by Mohegan Sun. Field of 6. Final prep, local prep for the Travers. Sierra Leone, even money on the morning line. Paul has confidence sky high.
Yeah, I do. I just think the way Seize the Gray is training, if you ask Mick, he's training out of his mind. And you got the John Sadler horse shipping in. You got Fierceness. You got everybody that wants to be forward. This is the one time he can fall out of the gate and it can be okay. And I just really feel that way tomorrow.
Do you think for Sierra Leone, even money on the program starting odds, do you think he stays there, or do you think with Fierceness in the race, do you think there's a group that's going to be betting on Fierceness that keeps his odds elevated, or do you think he's less than even money tomorrow?
That's a good question.
I think he's less than even money tomorrow.
3 to 5, 4 to 5?
I think so. I do.
What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, I agree. I just think the race plays so much to his style, that closing style, with the amount of speed, and it's quality speed. It's not like you've got one horse that is overmatched, it's going to show speed, where you could just disregard him. These are other quality horses. That's when you get really hot paces.
So okay, who's second choice?
Oh, Fierceness.
You think so?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I mean, he was the Derby favorite. You know, that's got to be respected to some
Knowing
extent.
he
This
has
is
that
his
kind
first
of
race
performance,
since then.
Knowing what his best is, that if he brings his A game, that's better than anyone else. Absolutely, I think he's the second choice. Is Seize the Gray feels like he's being readily dismissed?
He shouldn't be. He should not be. I've watched this horse train, and I think he is training better than he's ever trained. I really think he's going to run his A race. The thing that he has against him is his style is to be forward and a part of the pace, and I think he's going to have company.
Is it unfair to say that his Preakness win, which is a great win, was gifted to him with the way the race set up?
Yeah, because it looked like he might take some heat that day, Paul, and when Frankie Dettori elected to take back, it left him alone.
Take back. He fought his horse to stay off of him.
Well, I think when Imagination went like 7 or 8 wide, I don't think Seize the Gray ever even saw him the whole race, to be honest with you.
And it was on a wet track. It was
on a wet track. But I think this horse is better than that because
I do too.
He did run well at Oaklawn. He went over to the Jeff Ruby Stakes, and a synthetic racetrack. He ran well there too. He ran well over a muddy racetrack. I do think he has quality. It's just whether he's good enough tomorrow against this field.
So when I say he was gifted, I don't mean that makes him not a good horse.
No,
there are a lot of good horses that get gifted this race or that race.
Sure.
That race was tailor-made to his strengths. This one on paper isn't.
There you go.
As you look at the results, and I remember a conversation we had 8 days ago, Richie, before the Curlin. I said, what will the narrative be after the Curlin? And you said that Flavien Prat will have a very difficult Travers decision to make between Unmatched Wisdom and Sierra Leone.
And he still may have a tough decision. The thing that Unmatched Wisdom, I think Sierra Leone's already shown the kind of ability he has. Unmatched Wisdom's good. He's got to still step up. But he's a lot easier to ride. He's a push button to ride compared to Sierra Leone.
What an exciting day of thoroughbred racing tomorrow at the Spa. Live coverage, Fox Saratoga Saturday. Gets started at 3 o'clock. The Grade 1 Alfred G. Vanderbilt top class sprinters and the 3-year-olds with all roads leading to the DraftKings Travers tomorrow's 61st. Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. And you don't have to wait for the weekend to see stars. World record. Wow. Sensational in the Amsterdam. On to the Alan Jerkins, we would believe. And tomorrow with the 3-year-olds, Sierra Leone favored in the Jim Dandy on Fox. Coverage begins at 3. We'll see you then. Have a great night, everybody.